So we're having a webinar.
Can I start talking to Siri?
Like he answered you because he had said there was something.
Oh, I do remember that. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome for the first time for some of you. This is a continuation of a hearing. I need to see, but we do need to call the roll. So we'll go ahead and call the roll.
Bajent,
Here.
Halliburton,
Here.
Haney Keith,
Here.
Nash,
Here.
Willits,
Here.
Woodings,
Here.
all present.
So it's great to see folks here, and I know that we'll probably have people cycling through this evening. We have quite a few folks signed up, and like last night, we'll go through. I'm going to do the best I can to get through all of them. I know there are a couple of you that were here last night that left before I called you, so I've got you on the list as well. And then I just want to say that we started out yesterday with this. First off, if there's anybody here, either online or in person, that needs to leave, in time to get kids at childcare, for shift reasons, other work reasons, I'll go through those as well. And I just ask that they be real reasons, not that you don't want to spend 4 hours with us, because we're all spending 4 hours together. And as we move into this, last night was a great night. Lots of opinions shared, stories shared about how much we love this community. And I just ask that we all remember that as we have this discussion, that there are many people that care deeply about this place, Boise, and that's what makes Boise so special. And while there will be things that we disagree about, we always come back to the fact that each and every one of us is here because we love the place that we live and the people that we live near. So please just keep that in mind as you share your testimony, feedback, and recognize too that the council is here listening. I'm very serious about hearing the thoughts, concerns, support, et cetera, related to this ordinance. And then is charged with crafting it in its final form. And I want to thank all of our staff that's been here and our staff that's not here present, but that's worked on this as well. I want to thank the Citizens Advisory Committee that spent the last couple of years together, not only learning together, but starting to plan together and then hearing from hundreds and hundreds of Boiseans. They spent quite a bit of time and really appreciate the service that you provided. And then to the folks in the room tonight for showing up to testify. Thank you very much for being here. And with that, I'm going to work through the list. I'll start with a couple folks that say they must leave. And then we'll work through the list. And what we're going to break about 5:30, 5:45 for a dinner for council members. And then we'll be back at it. And we'll be alternating back and forth between online and off, depending on where the folks are that have signed up. So I'm going to take this list and go. So we'll be in and out of the Zoom room or here in the city council chambers. And with that, I'm first going to call up Eric Schulman, who, when I called you, you'd already left last night, but welcome back. Thanks for coming back. Oh, did we do roll? Yeah,
We did.
Yeah.
I don't know where my head's at.
Test. Good day, Eric Showman, 1201 North 7th Street. I'm here to testify, to ask the council to spend more time on the process with this. I feel that this process has been rushed. We who are engaged in social engineering, as you are and I as a community activist, we never do well rushing into things. This is a town where people have waited for things to happen. We had a huge hole in the ground for a long time. We waited for St. Luke's to finish its project and were totally inconvenienced for years. We have waited for this council time and time again to make decisions. Oftentimes, taking extra time and process gives us a much better product. Right now, we're at a place where many people don't understand what's going on with this. We're at a place where even the concept of what affordable housing is debated endlessly. What I'm asking you to do is to take the time to open this process up now that we have something concrete to work with. Take the 3,000 pages that we received, take the testimony that we received. Let's look at what are the salient areas. What are the areas that are most contentious? What are the ones where we feel we can work? Politics is the art of compromise. Us coming to you and giving our opinion, and then you and staff going behind closed doors and making decisions. That's not a compromise. We need a more interactive. There is a better way to do planning. There's a better way to do planning in this area, as said by the OECD in the United Nations, and from our experience in other places. Restorative planning takes into account what are the mental health benefits of what you're trying to do. So first off, I'm saying take more time on the process. Secondly, start looking at other resources to look at restorative planning concepts that look at the mental health of the people in your community and how it is by what you're going to do. Look at the mental health of people in communities where this happened. There's a lot of pushback where it hasn't worked. Austin, Portland, etc. So what we want to do is have a more inclusive process. And then myself, I spent over 25 years working in international development. I worked on over 4 different continents on projects that were social engineering in developing countries. And if there's one thing I learned is that A, rushing is not good, and B, do it phased. We don't have to implement this change for the entire city in every block all at once. When they put in the New York Canal through downtown, they thought that was a great idea. It wasn't such a good idea, but they didn't know it at the time they put it in. All I'm saying is take more time in the process, take more time in the implementation, and leave room for evaluation, room for more interaction with the public during the process. And we will end up with a much better city to live in. Thank you. I can stand for questions.
Thank you, Eric. Sure, go ahead.
Thanks for joining us, Eric. Second day in a row. Were you able to take in any of the neighborhood meetings or interactives that we've had as part of the process of developing this over the past several years?
I have taken part in some, and I've taken part with staff at North End Neighborhood Association. And while I agree, I think that the process in itself is not entirely flawed. I'm just saying that now we have something to work with. That was a process that brought us to a point of, okay, now we have concrete, this is what we think we should do things. Now that needs to be brought back to the public because you've gotten response from myself on their individuals, the 3,000 pages of testimony. And we would like to see that interacted on and then put into a next phase. Often is the time I've sat here and watched issues debated before council that as more information became available, the council has decided, well, let's digest that information before we make a decision. That's what I'm asking for, that same kind of prudent, common sense thinking.
Okay, you answered my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, come on up. Will you please let us know your name so that I can cross you off?
I may be entered as Judy Ellis or Judith Ellis.
Ellis?
Ellis.
Ellis, great, thank you.
I
Welcome.
Thank you. I live at 3231 North Native Lane. I live in a condo. I'm used to more intense or smaller lot housing. But before I lived there, I lived on 240 acres. There are different times of your life when you want to have different amounts of space. We were running a dairy on 240 acres. I don't want to do that anymore. So I think there's room for all sorts of sizes and shapes of property size in the city. I really like the North End. I don't live there. My family does. I like that it's walkable. I like that it's friendly. I like that there's mixed use. I very much like the idea of increasing mixed use along the routes of buses, making public transportation be taken into account. To the extent that you're doing that and encouraging more affordable housing, I commend you. I commend you for all that you have been doing and how much work you have done to get public input. I really am impressed with what you're doing. I've come to this rather late in the process. I can't say I've read the whole ordinance. I've read little bits, but I want you to know that I support what you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judy.
Yes.
Judith, great. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. Any questions? Thank you. Sir, come on up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Madam President, members of council. My name is the Reverend Bruson, and I rise to speak in favor in zoning code, although the word modern is rather ironic. The zoning code would recreate an old urban design that served Boise quite well during its first century. But in the 1950s, urban planners of a bygone era decided that everyone should live in large homes on big lots while driving 1 or 2 or 5 miles to go to stores or church or soccer or just about anywhere else. This was supposed to be the American dream. Instead, it's become a nightmare, especially for those who can't afford a large home or can't afford a home at all. The new zoning code would create a mixture of housing. Increased housing density, especially along transportation corridors, would increase the economic viability of public transportation. This is good news for God's creation, good news for those without cars, and good news for hardworking Boise families. I'm advocating especially for working families who are living in their vehicles or shelters. They can't be here tonight because they're too busy just trying to survive. And no doubt you've heard reasoned arguments against the new code from those who can be here. But it seems to me that those arguments often boil down to this: NIMBY, not in my backyard. I stand with a movement that says YIGBY, yes, in God's backyard. Let's make room in God's backyard for all of God's children, including workers and veterans like my grandfather, who on this Flag Day would have proudly flown the flag from his modest home on a tiny lot in a walkable neighborhood, a home that can't. We can do better than that, members of council. Let's be good neighbors. Let's follow the advice on the wall over here that says there's nothing that we can't do better. Let's be good neighbors and approve this proposed new zoning code. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What, I'm about to say church, but what faith community do you lead?
I'm a member at Red Rock Christian Church at Roosevelt Street in Kootenai.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I think Grant Walden spoke yesterday, but okay, great. You also raised your hand. Yes, come on up.
That made me emotional. My name is Gigi Huntley. I live at 2953 Sweetwater, and I have a business at 3302 West Overland. When I hear people say that they're against high density housing, smaller lots, and having businesses in their neighborhoods, I hear four things. They're not good. I hate poor people. I hate young people. I hate renters, and I hate small business. Well, I'm both a small business owner and a renter at this time. And between renting our home and the building where we house our business and the landscape upkeep and utilities for both, my husband and I spend over $4,000 a month just to live and work. This is before any other business expense. For our family, this update can mean the opportunity to purchase a building that combines all of this and minimizes both driving and lawn upkeep. And by the way, I mean paying for water and fuel to keep grass growing and mowed. The work-live situation is a game changer for many small business owners. To become part of the culture and character of a neighborhood is something many small business owners long for. I know we do. My daughter will attend Boise State in the fall. My son plans on attending next year. This is a very good thing for us as a family because we get to know them longer, but there is a very low probability that either will stay in Idaho after they graduate. Many of my clients have left or are leaving for places they can afford. The dream of owning or even renting without roommates is out of reach for them. And we will lose more and more young people because of this. I've lived here for 30 years. I moved here at 21. I fell in love with Boise and I stayed. I was a livability ambassador and I worked on many committees, meeting in this very room, advocating for bench businesses and its citizens. I named my salon The Bench. It gets me that neighbors are turning on neighbors and that people seem okay with small businesses moving out or closing to make way for national chains and more parking. Many people say that updating the zoning code will take Boise in the wrong direction, but I'm telling you that it won't. It will bring more character, more youth, and more small businesses. You'll have a little coffee shop on the corner to visit, and you'll get to know your neighbors better. You'll have my little mom and pop shop, so you can get your hair cut, buy some gifts, and come to our events. You can walk there. You won't have to drive across town, and you'll be able to walk a few hundred yards, buy local art. And I have to address this because some of my clients have brought this up and I've been able to talk with them about this. Bars are not going to take over our neighborhoods. We tried to get a beer and wine license just to sell gift baskets, and you have to go through the city, the county, and the state. We are across the street from a church and kitty corner to Whitney Elementary. We were told no. So it's not going to happen. Zoning codes are living documents like the Constitution, and as cities shift and grow, the zoning code needs to grow with it. And I thank you for trying to bring this up to the community.
Thank you. It's all right. Come on up. Annie. Oh, you're good. And then is anybody online that has raised their hand?
Madam Mayor, I don't have anybody who's raised their hand, but I do have two that were signed on last night that weren't able to.
Oh, great. We'll go to them next. So if you'll just tee them up.
Yep.
Welcome.
Hi, Madam Mayor, President Woodings, members of the council. My name is Annie Black. I live at 610 North Walnut Street. Somewhere between the urgent stop the up zone and the perplexing legalized homes is the reality of what's coming to our lots near us. Change is inevitable, and change focused on affordability, density, and sustainability is change I support. Change that promises to protect the character of our neighborhoods gives me hope. Does the proposed code meet these goals? Frankly, I'm uncertain, as it's been difficult to get digestible details. Yes, there was public outreach in the crafting of the tenets of the code, and its early draft. But since the final draft came out, there hasn't been a single open house nor timely summary document. Useful summaries weren't available until after the P&Z Commission hearings, the most useful of which was only released last week. How is it we're supposed to give you comments when a comparison document of R1C current to proposed code isn't published until June 8th, the day written comment is due, or the R2 comparison document released on June 9th after written comment is due? I'm left wondering why the resistance to inform generally supportive people like me who aren't development wonks, but want some reassurances we're getting this detailed and substantial change correct. And the only way I found this was I stumbled on it last night, despite repeated requests via email to the department to get these tables. And when I try to have faith, I discovered the June 8th R1C user guide isn't even complete. It omits a critical element that influences affordability, which is something I do support, floor area ratio. Apparently, it's been removed for duplexes, not to mention triplexes and fourplexes, and hasn't changed for single-family homes. Any dollar and cents developer can now maximize duplex square footage and drive up prices. As the FAR is gone and duplexes don't do FAR limits to curb the demolition build trend of large lot single-family houses being replaced by moderately priced ones is now about to pass us by. The guide also omits info on current code height transitions. These transitions combined with the newly defined 40-foot height limit makes me wonder about sustainability. Is the new code encouraging taller ceiling heights and larger energy guzzling condition spaces? Is it damaging potential solar rooftop viability with blockier tall buildings and lean lit transitions? And how will 40-foot flat top houses built next to single-story slant roof homes still preserve the character of our neighborhoods? I simply don't know because I haven't had an opportunity to have a meaningful conversation with somebody on staff unless I want to drive down here and make a meeting or an appointment. I have more questions now that I have my summaries in hand, but I kind of feel like, oh, well. Before you vote yes, please ask yourself if the city has done an adequate job with the last minute efforts to share digestible details and if these details support the code. And please reconsider the philosophy of approve now and adjust later, as buildings won't come down and use and standard rights given now won't easily be taken away. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Questions? Thanks, Annie. Okay, we've got two folks online that were here last night, and then I'm going to go back to the list.
Madam Mayor, Rory Felton.
Remember that name on the list. Okay, Rory.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes. Oh, yes, there were multiple Feltons on the list last night. Welcome.
Sorry, yeah, I think one of our kids got sick and I got pulled out of town for a quick work trip. Rory Felton, address is 2909 West Clark Street, Boise, Idaho, 83705. Ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, I'm a resident of this wonderful city of Boise that we all love and enjoy, and a resident of the Depot Bench. I'm a husband, a father to 3 children, and a small business owner. I'm here to express my strong opposition to the proposed zoning changes along the Vista corridor and as it bleeds into the Depot Bench community. As a concerned member of this community, I think these changes will have a detrimental impact on the affordability, safety for our children, environment with regards to the trees, and the character and quality of life of our communities. Many people have cited housing affordability as the major issue or argument in favor of these zoning changes. And I found some studies that really disagreed with that conclusion. One was the Zoning for More Housing by MIT in 2019, which study found that upzoning in low-income, high minority areas of Chicago did not lead to a significant increase in new housing or a decrease in prices. Does luxury housing construction lead to affordable housing? From the Upjohn Institute in 2020. This study examined whether building luxury housing leads to increase of housing affordability, a concept sometimes referred to as filtering. And the author found that while new luxury buildings may alleviate some demand pressure, they are unlikely to lead to a decrease in low-end rents in the short run, especially in neighborhoods with higher poverty rates. And there's another study from San Francisco from 2020 from the Brookings Institute, and one from 2005 in New York City, where I happen to be right now, when they rezone parts of Williamsburg and Greenpoint. And so I just want to cite these and say, I don't think we're going to see this dramatic increase in affordable housing for our lower income neighbors anytime soon. And I think that to help combat that, we really need to focus on creating those new jobs and bringing those jobs into the city. And quite frankly, positioning ourselves for these larger companies to open up more offices here that can pay a higher wage to afford the cost of housing, which Boise will have, and I don't think is going down anytime soon. We love our community. We have 18 children that live in our block that can run around. They're all under the age of 15 and have just run free. And we're afraid that we're going to bring in more traffic, more cars into the street, which could increase the opportunity for accidents. And we're so afraid of losing our trees. In the Depot Bench, we have these beautiful, wonderful, mature trees. And we know that on our specific lot, which is around 8,200 square feet, under these new zoning laws, you could in theory put, I think, 3 homes there. That's clearly going to destroy 4 beautiful 50-year-old trees. And this is what we want to protect moving forward. Thank you all for your time. I do sincerely believe everyone here has our city's best interests at heart, and we can come together on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And is Kesley available? Kesley also, or no?
She is unfortunately at home with our 3 kids right now.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for your time.
Madam Mayor, Denise Carusi.
Let me check. I noticed that Denise was there last night, but I hadn't seen her on a list. Okay. Denise, you're on today's list, but we've already got you here. So welcome back and go ahead. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Denise Carusi and I live on 19th Street in Boise. Thank you for your time today and letting me say out loud 2 particular things. How much I appreciate the code's focus on the community we want to build for our collective future, and the time and resources the city and staff have dedicated over the last several years to our better understanding of zoning. Even I understand it better, and the decisions we make daily to build our community. They answered questions along the way and, yes, made some additions and adjustments. I'd also like to make a few additional comments. The code's focus closely aligns with my own concerns for both more affordable housing and the quality of our lives and our cities. And we can start with more choices in housing type and cost, walkability, accessibility, and more neighborhood interactivity, small businesses, parks, gathering places. I really do believe it makes us healthier. And the environmental considerations, attempts to address sprawl and the economies of scale for city services. Much of the opposition I hear to the code is about greater density and changing the single family character of our neighborhoods. Greater density, for sure, by definition, will add more choices and housing options. Single family housing is and always has been exclusive. I'm lucky to have one. The luxury of our large lots is even more so. But let's be clear. The code does not force anyone to split or sell their homes. That choice is left to owners, as we kind of like it in our community. We're confronted today, however, with how desperately we need mechanisms to house everyone, even those with incomes below $60,000. And in Boise, that list is long. I won't go into who they are. People have said it over and over again. But I will add that even my professional daughter and her family cannot afford to return to Boise. My grandchildren certainly cannot afford to support their own housing. Ultimately, we want a community that's inclusive of different people, not just because it's a generous thing to do, but because it's better for all of us. To ensure the health and sustainability of Boise, of the town we love, including our historical vision of who we are, we must all be healthy. Physically, socially, and economically. Our lives are richer for living in the diverse neighborhood the code envisions, for multi-generational neighbors, for interacting in each other's lives, and to welcome new neighbors. I understand the code doesn't solve everything about housing scarcity, but it is one tool and a foundational one, and I hope you'll continue to build policies and processes around it to continue to encourage life in Boise. Thank you for approving the zoning code and for continuing to monitor and improve it as is necessary.
Thank you, Denise, very much for joining us last night and again today. Appreciate it. Any questions? All right, have a great evening. Next, Marcia Rojas. And then after Marcia, Charlie Woodruff, Stephen Dunlap, or Juliana Plater. You're on deck if you're here. Anyone? These are folks yesterday that didn't get to testify, so we might just be going through this list more quickly. Belle Craig, Steve Reinhardt, Randy Wall, Jennifer Whitaker, Sylvia Adams, August McKernan, Ashley Prince. Welcome, come on up. After Ashley, John McDaniel, Jennifer Dempsey, and Joe Bankard. Mark Nagel, Josh Kramer. Welcome, Ashley.
Thank you. I really appreciate having this opportunity. I could not come last night, so thank you. My name is Ashley Prince. I reside at 1424 South Loveland Street in Boise. 13 years ago, I packed up my car, I filled it to the max, traveled across the state, and came to attend BSU. I thought I was coming for a degree, but what I really found was a home. I'm here in support of the modern zoning code rewrite because of what Boise has meant to me over these last 13 years. My husband and I are renters, which has its own challenges, but we are fortunate enough to live in a duplex right there up on the bench. It fits our needs, particularly in this moment of our lives. Our neighborhood is walkable. It's next to parks. It has plenty of amenities and close to where we work and we recreate. When I imagine the perfect place for my family to live, I imagine our current home. I'm lucky enough to have found that, but luck shouldn't be a factor, especially since we know that these types of outcomes are determined by policy decisions. How our zoning code is written impacts how our neighborhoods look and feel. It determines who is able to call Boise home. I support every effort to make Boise a more affordable, livable, and thriving city for all. That's exactly what this new zoning code does. The emphasis on allowing more mixed-use development, including multi-family homes, means more families like mine will have access to the best parts of Boise. And I would just like to encourage you all to vote to adopt it and appreciate your time.
Thanks, Ashley. All right, come on up. I read lots of names, so you're going to have to tell me yours.
Yes, my name's John McDaniel. And,
Great, welcome.
well, thank you so much. Yeah, I wanted to first commend the council and mayor and council for all this work that you've done since 2019. There's been a lot of outreach, a lot of communication with staff, and appreciate that very much. I live on Harding Street, which is in the Central Rim near the Emerald and Garden area, and kind of to reiterate what the last testimony said, it's just a special area. It's so amazing to be able to be that close to the Greenbelt and just the bikeability 10 minutes from downtown. And so I think the question that we're all asking ourselves tonight is how do we share that with more people? Because it's very unique, very special. I don't know, I'm preaching to the choir here on that one, but it seems when we have that goal to share it with more that I kind of hear a common theme from the friends that I have, and they are, I'm 52, I have adult children who can't afford to, they've been kind of priced out of the market. And so I think as we look at this code, I totally understand there's a huge need for low income. And I think this code addresses that as well. And I just want to say that there's some middle income families that are being priced out also, that as we look at this code and they also want the proximity to downtown, don't want to have to drive 45 minutes either, both directions from another city, that a significant part of this infill, when you look at R1C, is going to be the single family housing still. I think there's a lot of lots that are over that 7,000 foot threshold that could be split. And so I think it's going to be extremely popular that you are reducing that from 5,000 to 3,500 square feet. I asked staff about the proposed code, and the one area I see as a challenge is the requirement currently, with the average size lot that I talked about, that if somebody wants to split once, they do have to go to P and Z and to council. And it seems like for something that's, again, when you look at that map, that yellow, it looks like it's about half. I know it's not that much, but there's a lot of lots. And with the affordability issue, I can see a lot of families being willing to give up a tree for one of their adult children. And so I'm asking you, don't forget that a lot of these R1C areas really aren't set up for necessarily, triplexes and fourplexes. And I just ask you, please consider administrative process for one-time splits that isn't so intimidating and time consuming, and will encourage single family infill also. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Good. Thanks for being here. Lorinda Williams, Ben Cassiano, Miranda Adams. I'm going to do this rather than reading all these names. Was anybody here last night that didn't testify? Were you on the list? Oh, that's right. Because your husband testified, but I think you had left. Come on up. I can't remember your first name, but Mrs. Zimmerman, come on up.
My name is Linda Hutchison.
Oh, Hutchinson. I'm sorry.
What?
Oh, I had said Zimmerman, Hutchinson. Sorry about that.
It's okay. I live at 102 Giantoni Drive in East Boise. I wish to address the needs of our children. They are our treasures and they deserve the best we can give them. And that is critical. By far, the best living conditions for the development of children is in a stable family home, which has adequate yard space for the children to access fresh air. It's in their best interest to have a safe and private backyard where they can play with friends and family in a secure, natural environment. The code would encourage conversion of single-family residences into multiple family units on small lots with little in the way of private green space. It further encourages construction of large apartment complexes that have no private green space and little to no fresh air outdoor activity area. This forces children to play in open public areas where there is little or no security or safety. They're children. These are unfortunate ideas. They're damaging and harmful to what children need. I question the ideas, motives, and values of policies that are harmful to children's development, safety, and security. Those who promote these harmful ideas don't appear to be in favor of the citizens of Boise or their best interests going forward. Please pause and consider how citizens in Boise think and feel about the effects of what is planned here. Show that you care about citizens who should have the opportunity to elect you. I strongly urge delaying passage of the code until proper representation within City Council is in place. It appears that this plan caters to young professionals without children who can more likely, maybe, afford the high rents of apartments and do not need play yards for children. It's obvious that Boise city officials and their appointees are only self-serving, hoping to destroy all that is desirable about living in Boise, because it's a unique place. These changes also are unacceptable. Please show that you truly care about the welfare of parents and children who live in Boise. Our children need stable neighborhoods. Please stop your attempts to ruin Boise neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is anybody online that was here last night?
Madam Mayor, I don't see anybody that was on the list.
Great. All right, now I'm going to turn to today's list. Terry Lee Oddens. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Terry Ottens. I am here representing the Idaho Manufactured Housing Association. Our organization represents about 100 members in the manufactured home industry, including manufacturers, installers, retailers, and dealers, and manufactured home communities, the majority of which are located in the Boise area. Over the past decade, manufactured homes have been recognized by housing organizations, states, and the federal government as one of the only truly unsubsidized affordable housing on the market. The manufactured housing industry is seen as a key solution to successfully addressing affordable and workforce housing crises that each city and county seem to be facing right now. As an organization, we are here to ask all of you to support the planning and zoning staff recommendations for modifications to the modern zoning code that can be found on their June 1st memo, pages 10 through 12. The changes.
Terry, just to be clear, are all the changes or are you about to delineate the ones that?
I'm going to delineate
Perfect.
them
Okay,
very
great.
quickly.
Thank you.
The changes include, the first change includes allowing for single section manufactured homes in Boise and in manufactured home communities. Single section manufactured homes are not like the old mobile homes of the past. They have eaves, pitched roofs. They look exactly like small site-built homes. And in most cases, they're much more affordable. Single section manufactured homes are very popular for smaller families, seniors, those in need of more affordable housing, as well as those that would like to downsize. Most manufactured home communities allow for single section manufactured homes currently. Requiring multi-section homes in those communities will have a negative impact on most existing communities that currently have spaces designed for single sections and may not be able to replace them, making that space unusable. In general, residential areas, particularly in the older parts of town with smaller lots in areas where the lot sizes are small, single section manufactured homes can be utilized much like the skinny homes that you currently utilize in your current code. The second change that they're recommending is within a manufactured home community, not requiring a foundation or exterior siding and roofing materials to be comparable to the materials used in the surrounding areas. In manufactured home communities, homes may either be permanently or semi-permanently affixed, which is more often the case as the home is owned, the land is owned by the landowner and the home is owned by the homeowner. The home should be able to be moved if needed, and if you require a permanent foundation, obviously that doesn't work. We seldom see the requirement for a permanent foundation in a manufactured home community. And the reasons are it's pretty impractical since as I said, the land is owned by someone else. The second reason is that the permanent foundation for one manufactured home may not fit the footprint of the next manufactured home being moved into that space.
Terry, you've hit time, but you've got questions on either side of me, I think.
Oh, can I make one more point?
Madam Mayor.
I always
I'm
allow
gonna-
one final
Okay,
sentence.
all right.
I'm going to ask what your third point is.
It just has to do with
So go for it.
compatible materials.
You can answer the question. He's asking you what your third point is.
Yeah,
Yes.
please read your whole third point.
Oh, thank you. It just.
This is how we address the timing issue when it's necessary.
Oh, okay. Just that the code draft required that the materials on manufactured homes in a community match those of the surrounding community, but a lot of manufactured home communities aren't necessarily located in a single family community. Some are located actually in industrial areas. How do you match? How are you comparable?
Great. And Madam Mayor, just I think following up there, I believe that you sent that to both staff and council, those 3 points as well, in addition to some other ones. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
Did you send those points? You
Yes.
sent those points to staff and council already?
Yes, and I
Yes.
have to compliment the planning staff for following through and listening to our reasoning and recommending the changes that we've
The
requested.
changes have already been recommended.
Yes.
Awesome. Yep. And I'll just put a pin in that for staff when we do ask questions later, if they could speak to that specifically, that would be great. But thank you for coming.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to make sure that I have the 3 points correct. Okay, so we have the foundation fascia so striking that section of the proposed.
Correct.
Okay, so we have that. And then the semi-permanently affixed language that is added.
Yes.
Okay, and then the striking the bit about comparable to the predominant material used on surrounding dwellings.
Yes.
Great, perfect.
And we're simply here to support all those changes.
And just to be clear, staff has already incorporated those changes into the draft being considered now.
I don't, yeah, I'm sorry. I just have the memo that says that they should be incorporated. So, yeah.
Yep, I'm getting nods.
Yes.
Thank
Okay.
you
All
very
right.
much.
Thank
Madam
you.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yeah.
So I want to ensure, is there anything that you want that's different than what was included in the staff memo on June 1st?
No.
And then has your association taken any position on the part of the zoning code that requires a conditional use permit if there is a change in use of a mobile home park?
We don't have any concerns about that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we have another parent that's got to go get kiddos, Jeff Meisters. Welcome.
Madam Mayor, as he's coming up, I just wanted to kind of put a pin in. I'm going to ask staff to take some notes of things, and I don't expect you to answer them in real time tonight. My hope would be that tomorrow that you could come prepared, and that way I'm not wasting a bunch of people's time going back and forth between stuff. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jeff Massis. I live at 2425 Mountain View Drive. When that house was built, it was in the 1940s, and it was the only lot built up on the rim. It was built by my great grandparents, and since then, they own the entire land up there because there was nothing there when it got built. Got divided up, and under the current codes that we have, and all those people there are all in the same situation where they have spent decades and decades paying their taxes and building the infrastructure we have now. So when this new code goes into effect, I believe what's going to happen is going to drive the cost of any lot under the current zoning up, trying to create the affordable housing for these smaller lots. Now, what that's going to do is it's going to cost those people more in taxes because their houses are going to be valued higher. And why should they pay more money for an infrastructure they didn't need? There isn't a mechanism that I have found that lets, these smaller houses, which are going to drive the cost up, and we're going to have to pay more money for this, for them to take that burden. The people that have already built this city, have already paid for it, will be unduly taxed for this. Now, I want to see, everybody have affordable housing. And I'd like to see, the people that want to come here. But again, we have already built this. How is that fair? If you don't have a mechanism to protect that, then you have a mechanism that drives the people that built this city out. And that's what I'd like you to consider.
Thank you. Questions for Jeff?
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
So I just wanted to get the history right. So your grandparents built the house and owned the land up on the rim, and then they subdivided it. And now there are lots of houses there that created a neighborhood, and the current owners of those new homes shouldn't be allowed to subdivide their property.
No, what I'm saying is they had, pardon me, it was my great grandparents, by the way.
Great grandparents, I'm sorry.
They built a city under the current regulations, and they built this city. Everybody up there that bought all their land and all over the valley, the reason why we have what we have is because we've invested our time and equity. If you allow that to be subdivided, it will inadequately change the amount of cost per each lot, and it will put an undue burden on those people, the people that built this city. What I'm saying is that is not fair. The buildings that you put in that need the infrastructure changed, they should be doing that cost because we didn't need that. Does that make sense?
I think I understand. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Got one more.
Thank you for sharing that family history with us. I'm wondering, so one of the things that we really struggle with in cities is how we create a system where growth pays for growth. And one of the ways that we do that is through impact fees. When a builder comes and says, or someone who owns land comes and says, I want to build a house on this piece of land, we charge them impact fees to pay for that addition to infrastructure. Are you familiar with that system at all?
Somewhat.
Okay. I just wanted to make clear that we do have a scenario where that's dealt with, where additions to existing infrastructure are paid for with new homes. So
you're saying that the properties that exist.
I'm sorry, she's allowed to give a comment, but
Okay.
there wasn't a question in there. I appreciate it, Jeff.
All right.
Have a good evening. All right. Now we've got Nora Carpenter coming up, and then on deck, we've got nice row of empty seats here for whoever's next. Amalia Power, Elizabeth Norton, Lori DeCare, and B Black. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, President Woodings, council members. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Nora Carpenter. I live at 1310 Ranch Road in Boise. I've been a resident for 40 years, a long time, and I'm here to speak in support of the modern zoning code. I support the proposal for several reasons. Most specifically, while not perfect, it does what it was intended to do, to create a modern development playbook that creates opportunities for much greater continuum of housing and housing price points. It is family and workforce friendly, and it respects the lifestyle, the healthy lifestyle for which our community is well known. In my professional career, I worked extensively and intensively with hardworking, low-wage earning individuals and families. Lack of affordable housing, affordable to them, across our community was and continues to be their greatest fear and their greatest challenge. But affordability, housing affordability means different things to different people and to different budgets. Ensuring the opportunity for housing across a wide range of price points is critical to our workforce stability and our economic viability. We are all painfully aware of the worker shortage in our community these days. Inability to find and maintain affordable housing that meets a family's budget is one of the main reasons. Our community needs businesses, businesses need employees, and employees need homes they can afford. This plan makes room for the continuum of housing price points that better suits our workforce opportunities. We are better when our workers have affordable homes, homes that work for their budget, regardless of whether they are just starting out, working two jobs, are mature in their career, or like me, minding our pennies in our golden years. My support of this data is also grounded, my support of this proposal is also grounded in data. United Way's ALICE data makes it very clear that here in Ada County and specifically in Boise City, budget appropriate housing is the foundation of good health, educational success, and financial stability for families. ALICE data also points out that in Idaho, including Boise City, far too many of our children live in households where housing is unaffordable over time. In fact, Ada County and Boise City have some of the highest percentage of children living in housing price burdened households in the state. These youngsters are more likely to have health issues and to struggle in school. Boise has always prided itself on being family friendly, worker and child friendly. This proposal creates pathways to maintain and even accelerate this, in my opinion. I support the proposal. I hope you will as well.
Thank you, Nora. And thanks for being here. It's nice to see you in your private retired capacity versus as the head of the United Way. Thank you for the service you've provided this community. Amalia Power, welcome. And then is Elizabeth Norton, Lori DeCare, B Black. Amalia, welcome.
Hi, my name is Emilia Power. It's okay. It's okay. I've
Emilia.
rarely met anyone who's gotten it right, so don't you worry. My name is Emilia Power, and I'm the Community Engagement Specialist at the International Rescue Committee in Boise, and I'm here to support the zoning code rewrite. The zoning code rewrite allows space for several types of housing, including affordable housing. This doesn't just mean housing with cheaper rent. It also allows people with limited credit profiles, a lack of extensive rent history and job history to live comfortably with the income they make. This serves college students who are on their own without any family support, new families trying to support their children and saving to fulfill their dreams of buying a house, and refugees who just came to this country in hopes of safety. Housing is a huge barrier for refugees to be independent and financially stable. Several refugees arrive with some sort of secondary education, which is any certification beyond high school. They are ready to get certifications that meet U.S. requirements and serve their community in the ways they know best, but must put these aspirations on the back burner trying to put a roof over their head. The zoning code rewrite would help them get access to housing and then allow them to better invest in our communities. Another barrier that zoning codes emphasizes to support the preservation of is the preservation of expansion of bike paths and public transportation. This is important for refugees in the area to have multiple means of transportation because buying a car also comes with similar obstacles that renting does. The lack of a credit history and the inability to put down a down payment leaves refugees saving for a car and relying on other means of transportation to get where they need to go. This preservation and expansion of public transit are necessary to allow refugees to grow into independent and financially stable community members, ensure they can still access work through transportation that doesn't include a car. Refugees have very little choices when they come to the United States. The jobs they can get are limited, the places they can shop and afford are slim to none, and their ability to choose to leave their home country is a choice of survival and not a choice. With the zoning code rewrites, we would be gifting several diverse groups, but especially refugees, the gift of choice. When engaging with these communities, something refugees often share is that they love Boise because it's safe and welcoming. Boise is a city for everyone, and proceeding with these zoning code rewrites will ensure this to be true. Thank you. I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Norton. Lori DeCare. I saw Lori. No? Okay. Oh, there you are. Sorry. Just looking further back. Welcome.
Hi. Name's Lori DeCare. I have stood in front of you for years advocating for renters and the preservation of existing affordable housing in the face of.
Lori, I can't quite hear you. I just want.
Oh, is that better?
Oh, that was a lot. Yes.
How's this? Too much still?
It's a little bit too much now.
Okay. How's this? Okay.
Thanks.
I've stood in front of you for years advocating for renters and the preservation of existing affordable housing in the face of gentrification-induced displacement. Housing justice is the issue I'm most passionate about. There are 100 things I would prefer to speak to you about tonight instead of what I feel forced to address due to misinformation I've heard and the criticalness of boring legal language. I want to address Councilmember Keith's inquiry about the disparate impacts to vulnerable and minority residents that will result from the major change the code makes to conditional use permits. New CUP language now contains what I call a sacrifice clause, saying if a developer is unable or finds it too expensive to mitigate adverse impacts to residents, the cities can simply waive the requirement if staff finds the project, quote, benefits the public in some subjective way. It is usually poor people that take that sacrifice for the public good. The sacrifice clause says nothing about housing, and in the new code, most forms of housing won't require a CUP. But uses that are known to have an adverse impact, sexually oriented businesses, bars, industrial power plants, and the new allowances for landfills in the city will require a CUP. These applications have a high likelihood to be near neighborhoods with lower income residents. Staff routinely states that all recommended applications are in the public benefit. This sacrifice clause will become boilerplate used to override real impacts to those communities that can't afford an attorney. If these changes are, as Attorney Wardell suggests, only meant to pertain to shelters, then you should address that head on rather than putting the most vulnerable at risk for further failures of environmental injustice. Don't make the poor pay the cost to their health and welfare to shield the city from the political cost of the real intent. A developer could drive a diesel exhaust spewing Mack truck through the new sacrifice clause, and they will. We should change the CUP so it actually protects existing affordable housing. The new language addresses uses in the surrounding area, but as attorneys argue, not on site where impacted people live. You're taking away hearings, the forum where renters are heard. The least the planning staff should do is make developers take account for their potential displacement. Even just deleting the word surrounding would help. Otherwise, one of the best changes to the code, the new requirement for a CUP if existing on-site housing is at 60% or below AMI, which is targeted by real estate speculators valued as financial commodities by Wall Street hungry for outlandish returns on investments, teardowns, and displacement of working class residents of Boise. These protections in the new code only provide false assurances that the code protects our most vulnerable housing when it actually targets it and their residents for teardowns and displacements. If you want to actually protect existing affordable housing, then you need to modify the language. The purpose of a CUP is to allow uses that might be harmful to nearby residents if the applicant can show that they can develop it in a way that prevents those impacts. Thank you.
Yeah, hold on, Lori. We've got some questions. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor,
Nope,
just-
sorry, I'm pointing to Councilmember Keith.
Madam Mayor, thank you very much for addressing my prior question on this issue. I wanted to just, because I know you were reading through your commentary, maybe just to specifically ask you what your recommendations would be in terms of the change of the language in this area.
Well, I think the code needs to remove the public benefit clause and include remove the word surrounding. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right.
Madam Mayor, this one's for staff tomorrow, maybe. The conditional use permit creates an adverse impact on some people. Those get mitigated, it gets approved. But if we're mitigating the adverse impact in the public good, that sure seems like the public is taking something from the local residents. And so there's a takings issue there that I'd like to understand better. And then I'd like to get the staff's thinking on the bigger picture question, which is broad phrases like the public good have historically been used to do the most atrocious social policies ever because they give too much discretion to decision makers whose motives may not be good. So we should have a more fulsome discussion about that before we get into deliberations.
Madam Mayor, Lori, thanks for your comments. Do you have the section handy that you spoke about? And if not, maybe staff could just send that. All right, staff.
Yes,
You get that?
staff will
Madam
be able to
Mayor.
send that and Councilmember Keith has it.
I was gonna say, Madam Mayor, it's on page 394. Sorry.
So Lori, I've got a question. And I appreciate the deeper discussion about Councilmember Keith's questions. Because our desire with this was to require a CUP if and when naturally occurring or existing affordable housing is being proposed to be changed into something else.
Mhm.
And your point is that if we don't remove the word surrounding or look at the impact of the language, public benefit within this clause specifically, then we lose the ability to make real the intent that we have with this language.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, I mean, I don't know where that public benefit clause came from, but to me, it just seems like this way for council or the planning staff to be able to justify anything as public benefit that is harmful to people.
So I think, I mean, this is something for the technical team to look at because there are times we are able to do things such as look at a modern zoning code because of the public benefit. So there are times that we use that language from a legal perspective to enable us.
Mhm.
But so what I would ask is for staff to look at where it must be and then to share to share with council some reaction to this to make sure that we keep the intent of the CUP language that we drafted to protect existing affordable housing. And that's why we would, in this case, require a CUP to go through, the additional steps if existing affordable housing is going to be proposed for someone else.
I'd appreciate that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Colin. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. Lori, my question about CUPs is around preservation of existing inventory for manufactured homes, nursing homes, assisted livings. Is there anything you would recommend based on previous conversations that we've had that might add a little teeth to what we're trying to do there? Do you have any specific recommendations around that?
I can't think of anything right now, but I definitely would ponder it and happy to send you something later on if I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd welcome that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Madam Mayor, I just want,
One more.
I just want to ask Lori, if we get this CUP issue ironed out, are you supportive of the rest of the zoning code rewrite?
Me personally, no. I mean, I think there's a lot of other problems and issues with it. But
fair
I
enough. I
didn't
was
have
just-
time to address that in my 3 minutes tonight.
You prioritized. I understand that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I haven't seen B. Is B online? Okay. Julie Holvey. Oh, perfect timing, Julie. Come on up. Now we all know you got here late. Welcome. Oh, why don't you work on that and I'll keep going through some other people, but hand it over and Walker, Catherine McConnell. And then Walker Grimshaw. And then Eric Kingston. Julie, we're going to have them talk, so I just ask you to keep your voice down. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Catherine McConnell. I live at 515 East Logan Street. I'm 31 years old, and I'm strongly in support of the adoption of Boise's modern zoning code. My professional background is in academic research. I study the ways that climate change affects human communities with a special focus on what climate change means specifically for us here in Idaho. And from my perspective, the modern zoning code is critical for advancing the city's efforts to build a carbon neutral city by 2050. It's very well established in scientific literature that low density development and the separation of the places where people live from the places where people work cause higher greenhouse gas emissions due to higher vehicle miles traveled. And we very much see this trend here in Boise, where transportation emissions account for one of the largest shares of our city's overall carbon emissions. The proposed zoning code update therefore plays a really critical role in moving us towards carbon neutrality by increasing density and mixed use development that reduces vehicle travel times. Denser development patterns also have the added environmental benefits of preserving Treasure Valley open space and farmland. By permitting denser developments in already urbanized areas, the proposed zoning updates allow for more housing to be constructed with less farmland and habitat loss than what we're currently experiencing. Second, I wanted to thank City Council members for your pointed questions for neighborhood associations during Monday's City Council meeting. And I wanted to briefly share my own experiences with my neighborhood association, the East End Neighborhood Association, just to underscore some of the concerns that you all raised. To the very best of my knowledge, my neighborhood association never actively solicited neighbor feedback on the zoning rewrite. I shared my perspective in writing with Ina and requested that it be reflected, among others, in their testimony to the Planning and Zoning Commission, but it was not. Additionally, Ina sent a letter to you all requesting a 180-day delay in considering the new code. Again, to the best of my knowledge, this letter was only shared with neighbors after it had already been sent to you all. So these experiences have led me to believe that my neighborhood association really does not represent a diverse range of all the different perspectives held by my neighbors, but rather reflects the views of a small number of board members. So I share similar concerns that Councilperson Badgett you raised and expressed during Monday's City Council hearing, that in some cases, not all, but some neighborhood associations can function to expand the power of already advantaged residents, especially longtime homeowners, to the detriment of less advantaged residents, including renters and young people. So thank you for your time. And again, thank you for the city's work to build a carbon neutral future.
Thanks. Oh, all right. Thank you. Come on up. And are you Walker? Yeah. And then Julie, you're going to be after Walker. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Walker Grimshaw, and I live at 1501 South Michigan Avenue. I'm here to express my full support for the zoning code update, acknowledging that it is far from perfect. I'm 32 years old. I grew up in Boise, and since moving back here as an adult, I've come to realize just how great our city is. In many ways, I don't want Boise to change, but Boise is changing, and I believe the way to preserve the best elements of Boise and to continue to improve the city we love is to make sure people who want to live here can live here, rather than by refusing to change and de facto allowing only the wealthy to live in and buy homes in Boise. We need to be able to welcome and house refugees and make sure artists, educators, service industry workers, and nonprofit employees can live in Boise and enjoy the social and natural amenities to which they themselves contribute. I would like to encourage City Council to approve the zoning code update, and I would also like to encourage City Council to further improve the zoning code as soon as possible. As just a few broad examples, parking requirements should be further reduced or eliminated to make Boise a city for people, not a city for cars. I would prefer a larger geographic area for higher density and mixed-use zoning rather than the thin strips adjacent to major transit corridors that will currently be impacted by the rezone. I applaud the creativity of the planning staff in creating incentives for development of affordable housing in the face of state laws that prohibit inclusionary zoning, and I hope we can find more ways to make the housing in the city affordable. Simply more housing is necessary but not sufficient to make rentals affordable. I was happy to hear during the Planning and Zoning Commission meetings that the city plans to revisit the code a year after it is adopted to fix some of its imperfections and continue to improve the code for the benefit of all residents. Acknowledging the time and effort it has taken to develop the code rewrite, I would encourage the city to put policies in place to update the zoning code on a regular basis so that we can continue to design and adapt for the future we want to see instead of going another 60 years working with outdated ordinances. Again, I'd like to thank you all and especially the staff that has taken years to prepare the zoning code update. Thank you all.
Thank you, Walker. Julie? And then Eric Kingsom, Joel Ryman, Jordan Morales, and April Coleman. You're next.
Okay.
Julie, you're going to need to drop the mic. Good to see you. Welcome.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, members of council, I'm Julie Hulvey. I live on Nespers Street in Boise, and my presentation is entitled No. I went in and I was looking at the zoning map, and I put in my address, and although you don't know where I live, if you look right about the middle of that map, that's where I live. And that bright yellow says I'm an R1C. That's pretty straightforward, right? Now, this is the comparison map. On the right side is the current zoning. And this one has a little dot right in the middle of it, shows where I live. And it's yellow, again, R1C. And over on the proposed zoning, it's still yellow, telling me I'm still R1C. That's pretty straightforward, isn't it? Now, the comprehensive plan's zoning table says R1C has some divisions, high density, compact, and suburban, but that wasn't indicated in my slides. The dark red or the darker orange are the more dense areas, and I happen to fall in the yellow both times. So this was from the comprehensive plan again. I put in my address and the land use came back saying that I was compact. Compact is not what the yellow was. Compact was the orange or the red. So about the point of the little box where I live, now I have conflicting indicators about what you really want me zoned as. So the comprehensive plan on the bench says at the bottom there, if you look, the central bench area, consider limits on overall lot coverage for infill developments to reserve the integrity of the area's larger lot sizes. I think that's what we can think as predictable because we already have these lots. This is another map. This is areas of stability and change, also from the comprehensive plan. The bottom right quadrant, where it's thatched a little bit and kind of brown, that's just about where I live. But then everything else around it is considered stable. So stable wasn't really supposed to be redeveloping, was it? So you want to keep my lot zoned R1C on the zoning map. You want to designate my lot as R1C on the compact for future use. You want to apply the specs of R2 to my R1C lot. but you don't want to do all of this to all R1C lots because of buses, to maintain predictability in affluent areas, to increase density at new market prices per square foot to build, but call them affordable. So if I'm officially zoned R1C, do you want me to agree that you can treat me like R2 if I choose to want to apply to do something R2? I must accept that the neighbors can do R2 things in my R1C area. You want to have citizens accept this future proposed land use, but you're not officially changing my zone, just loosening the requirements by higher, denser, smaller lots, setbacks, and reduced parking, and very few requirements for affordability, and not allowing public involvement.
Time.
Look at the evidence. Denser cities are unaffordable. You've heard about it. Take away my single-family house property,
Julie,
right?
We
Okay.
we can see it. You've hit time, but you've got some questions.
Oh, thank you.
Hi, Julie. Thank you. I do have a question specifically related to the potential issue you brought up with lot coverage. And this is something they heard at planning and zoning. It's something we've really been looking at, like, how can we make sure that as people are building on R1C lots, like that they're not taking up the entire lot, right? So would you be supportive of a limit to the amount of a lot that can be covered by a dwelling? Like 35% is a number that's often used, so that if it's a duplex, it can still only cover 35% of the lot. Would that be something that would address your concerns?
I think that's, excuse me, Council President Woodings. I think that's the way the code is written now, that there is a certain ratio of land to building. But the new code wants to split those lots and then split those lots again and still offer those same coverage percentages, which really kind of doubles it. Does that make sense? An R1C lot cut in half. So now two parcels are covering their half at 35%. You're actually covering the current R1C lot at about 70.
That, Madam Mayor, that math doesn't actually make sense to me, because even if you subdivide a lot into two lots, each of those lots can only be covered at 35%. So instead of having one lot that's covered at 35%, now you have two.
Okay.
So it's not 70%. That doesn't equal 70%.
Well, so much for my math skills. But I will say the setbacks and whatnot are going to be reduced. And it's still going to be a less desirable property for many reasons. The crowdedness, the taking away of the trees and the lawns. So maybe would be my answer to your
think
question.
that you answered the question that I had. And I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
But Julie, I have a question. Could you go back to that slide? Nope, keep going. Keep going. One more, I think. That one. So were you putting an arrow to that because you want us to consider limits on overall lot coverage, or why is that highlighted there?
Because that is what's in the comprehensive plan and the plan for the central bench. It says that consider limits on overall lot coverage for infill developments to reserve the integrity of the area's larger lot sizes. In other words, the character of the central bench and the Vista bench is some larger lots, and to try to keep that as the theme there.
Great, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have a question. So Julie, I want to make sure that I understand, and thank you for showing this side to side. What I hear you saying is your zoning may not change, but what's allowed in that zoning has changed. And what you're concerned about is people will think, oh, my zone hasn't changed, but the details within that zone has changed about what's possible.
That's what I'm coming to believe, that my zone is not really changing. You're just loosening the regulations for what can happen in my zone. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So I don't know what people will think, whether their zone has changed or not, but it's that my neighbor may want me to expect to accept an R2 beside me, but really has the zoning changed? So this might be kind of a tricky proposition based on that line of thinking.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilperson Willett.
Thanks, Julie.
Okay.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Okay, Joel Ryman.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Eric Kingston is online.
Oh, he's online. Great. All right. Welcome, Eric.
Thank you. And I've got a slide presentation, so I'll go ahead and share screen if that's okay. All right, is that visible to you guys?
Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. First of all, I want to thank you, Mayor and Council, and big thanks to the planning professionals and citizens who have contributed to this plan. I support the modern zoning code. No policy is perfect or is going to make everyone happy. You've got a tough job ahead of you. But policy should reflect the interests of all the people who make Boise a great place to live. And I've recently visited Salt Lake. They've been undertaking some of these same changes to their policies, and I'm seeing some really exciting mixed use development there. Okay, so the rest of these are timed, so hopefully I'll be able to keep up. Okay, so a little bit about my background. I've spent the last 25 years working in the housing space, working with planners, economic and community developers, fair housing, and equity. How we got here, basically we've allowed a lot of our policies to be hijacked by folks. That's why we're in a housing shortage right now, because we let people block by block oppose these things. These are some of the quotes that I've heard from some of the opponents. And I think that Rita Mae Brown says it best. You know, if you keep doing the same thing and expect different results, you're not going to be happy. These are some of the things that I've also heard. Demonizing renters has been really troublesome to me, because those are the people I talk to every day, and they're the people that we know in our lives and who make Boise a special place. Our housing supply is so short right now. We've got next to 0% rental vacancy rates. That makes a big difference. And I'll make this presentation available to everybody afterwards so you can kind of reference it. But you can see some of the points. As far as density versus sprawl, if you look at managed growth on the left versus unconstrained growth on the right, I think what we're doing right now is trying to make the best out of the growth that we're experiencing now. I also like to tell people that to rethink the idea of subsidy. When workers have to commute long distances or live in substandard housing, they're providing a subsidy to us. These are all the people who are impacted by the lack of housing right now. They're being displaced, and there's nowhere for them to go. In the statewide analysis of impediments, a lot of the stakeholders described NIMBYism as a real problem, as a barrier to fair housing choice and housing equity. So I think that's something that we need to consider. NIMBY effects on housing costs. When you reduce the supply, or you kind of suppress the supply of housing, that means there's no competition for tenants. So those big outside developers and investors have free rein to keep prices high. It also turns out that that concentrates poverty into certain areas when you restrict housing development in neighborhoods like mine in the East End, and that exacerbates and kind of perpetuates poverty. So that's a concern of mine. And these are the ways we can make housing affordable. We can either increase wages indefinitely to subsidize speculation. We can use tax supports to subsidize employers and consumers by creating project and tenant-based supports, or we can rethink the way housing works, or we can rethink zoning. And that's what we're doing now. That's probably
Eric,
the most proactive way to do it.
You've hit time, Eric. I don't know if
Okay,
you can.
thanks.
Thank you. Any questions for Eric? Nope, no questions. Thank you, Eric.
Okay, thanks.
Joel Ryman, Jordan Morales, and then April Coleman, Tony Torres, and Gary Haynes.
Madam Mayor, Council President, Council, my name is Jordan Morales. I live at 4647 East Narcissus Court, which is in the Columbia Village neighborhood in Southeast Boise.
That sounded like narcissist.
Yeah, no,
So I looked at you because I thought you were joking.
no, it is Narcissus is a
Narcissus.
flower. Yeah, look up the origin of Narcissus. It is related to the scientific name for tulip. Yeah, can we change the street names? Is that what this hearing's about? Okay. I do want to know. I do want to note I am a father of 3 young kids. I wish they only played in the backyard because I wouldn't have to clean up all their toys from the front yard every night. But I'm here to express my support for approving the zoning ordinance amendment and adoption of the new zoning map as soon as we possibly can. That is prudent. I'd like to personally thank each of you, our Citizen Advisory Committee, and all the city staff over all the many years that built the foundation and allowed this to go forward. I'd like to share a quick anecdote and then one thing that I'd like the city council to consider in the future for zoning. So 10 years ago, my wife and I had a nice little apartment on Orchard Street. It was $520 a month. Over the years, I have watched that the price of that rent skyrocket. So this last February, this most recent February, it was $1,100 a month. And that's what I was going to put in my testimony today until 2 days ago in Craigslist, it was posted again for $1,200 a month. That's just several months difference, right? And so I think that's why it is so important that this is being acted on as urgently as it is. I'd like to speak to concerns about the reduction in parking minimums from 2 to 1. I believe these minimums could actually be done away altogether. When people hear that parking minimums are removed, it feels like they envision all existing parking spaces are going to get wiped out and there will be no room for cars, but that's not the case. For all of the current parking spaces, most of these will continue to exist. In fact, new development doesn't have to adhere to only one parking spot or none if it was removed. Developers may continue to offer 1, 2, or more parking spots if it makes sense in certain areas. The parking minimum does not take away the ability to build parking, but it does provide the ability to have housing that is developed cheaper because it didn't need any parking and folks would enjoy living there without a vehicle and all the costs associated with car ownership. Instead of parking spots on these select properties, we might get 1 more unit of housing that a member of our community needs. I know people like this and they trade their 2 parking spots for none for cheaper rent and more access and better connectivity, maybe more access to public transit, that kind of thing in those areas. For full disclosure, I do have 2 vehicles and I live in a very suburban community. It takes me 5 minutes just to drive out of my neighborhood in Southeast Boise. I would love if I had more access, more connectivity so that I could drop one of those vehicles and enjoy the cost benefits that would come with that. It would reduce my cost of living and make it more affordable to live. So I think transportation is an important part of housing affordability. And I believe that this zoning code update helps make that better for all of us. So thank you.
Thanks, Jordan. Any questions?
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I just want to thank Jordan for kind of outlining to us the different ways that you've lived in the city. I think that there's this kind of expectation that we move into one house and that's like how we live forever. But I think that many of us have rented, we've had single family homes when, we have kids and we need that. I hope that someday I'm going to be able to move into a condo downtown and ditch my car and never have to take care of a yard again. So I just want to thank you for sharing that. It's really helpful.
Thank you. Gary, come on up. Oh, sorry, Tony. This is why, Gary, go ahead. But Tony's next.
I'm Gary Haynes. I live at 992 East River Park Lane. I'm also a small business owner. Mayor and Council, I will be testifying in favor of the modern zoning code. I'm hoping you will allow me some leeway as I have an allegorical tale to tell you.
Quick allegory, please.
My condo overlooks an island in one of River Run's many waterways. Every year, geese pair lays claim to this nesting site. This year, there was fierce competition for it. This is a true story up to this point. Newcomers, students at Boise Goose University tried repeatedly to get a web-footed hold on the island, but they were always repelled by its older residents. Feathers flew and there's lots of geese weeping. Subdividing the island, allowing each pair to develop nesting sites on opposite ends of the islands was considered. The established pair was having none of it and built a nest dead center of the island. That was true. One idea was an ADN, an accessory dwelling nest. You know, one that's smaller, it sits behind the main nest, but it's livable and affordable. The resident geese wanted no part of this contentious planning process. Others told the interlopers to move to a pond on Boise's outskirts or one in a nearby city, but this would lead to objectionable goose sprawl. This idea was rejected. They wanted to be near customary feeding sites rather than burning energy and clogging the flyways traveling back and forth. Besides, their friends lived here and they liked the river run lifestyle. Another suggestion surfaced, a multi-level nest. Homes for more goose families, right? The resident geese paled. It might cast a shadow, block views, and the neighbors would be overlooking their nest. And it wasn't compatible with their traditional nest style. And what if a pair of ducks chose one of those nests? Everyone knows ducks are different. This was a bright red line. Outside agitators, the GFF, Goose Freedom Foundation, and the chair of the GOP, Geese on Park Center, found these grievances to be a useful rallying point and recruitment opportunity. This magnified the beating of wings and squawking that was heard beyond River Run. All this flew in below CINA's radar. In any case, the conflict is unresolved. You, on the other hand, have the opportunity to move the city of Boise forward with a long-awaited modern zoning code. While the geese on River Run's Allegory Island will no doubt repeat the same unproductive experience year after year, their human neighbors in Boise can have a new zoning code. This will limit the pressure to sprawl and create more opportunity, availability, and affordability for those needing and seeking homes here. And it will underpin the support for Boise's employers and the economy. Please approve the new zoning code. Thank you, and I'd like to thank the city staff who ethically and responsibly shepherded these changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Perfectly timed story.
Madam
about
Mayor,
geese.
Gary,
Yes, you've got
just-
some questions. I think real questions probably.
No, it's not.
Oh, no?
uh,
All I could think about were all the geese fighting on my patio.
That's what I'm talking about.
Their legs too
I
short
just
for a
want you to know,
bicycle.
Gary, that I might be the only advocate on council and on the third floor that likes the goose nest outside the mayor's conference room that interrupts every single meeting, but I think it's adorable. So thanks for your story.
Madam
And I
Mayor.
get the metaphor, just so you know.
You've got one more.
I
Su-
don't actually have a question for Gary. I just wanted to note that song was on my bingo card. Poem was on my bingo card for things that we might hear at this public hearing, but allegory was not. And I really loved it. Thank you for
Oh,
sharing.
Thank you.
It was wonderful.
Great, thanks.
Tony, welcome. Come on up. Thanks, Gary.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Tony Torres, 2413 Pendleton Street, Boise, 83705. Thank you, Mayor McLean, City Council members, the Planning and Zoning Commission, PDS staff, and Director Keen for your hard work on this. I appreciate it, and I know others do as well. I've spent the last 2 years volunteering and working at Jesse Tree, and I've helped hundreds of people in Ada County apply for emergency rental assistance through the Boise City Ada County Housing Authority's Emergency Rental Assistance Program. That program stopped accepting applications last week and will run out of funding very soon. I've also witnessed hundreds more seek help through Jesse Tree as well. I'm here speaking for myself and not Jesse Tree, but my experience has made clear to me that we have a housing crisis that needs to be addressed. We can't kick the can down the road any longer. Too many people are unable to afford housing and too many people are at risk of homelessness or having to move out of this city we all love and care deeply about. The city of Boise has done a good job of increasing affordable housing options under your leadership, Mayor McLean. And this zoning code is the next step to hopefully get the market to deliver more by increasing the supply. It's designed to increase the housing supply over time and use incentives and regulations to get some of that housing to be affordable. It is a necessary step if we want our children to be able to afford to live here and our parents to be able to afford to grow old here. The people who are getting priced out of Boise, out of the Treasure Valley, and out of Idaho are the people who serve our food in restaurants, check us out at grocery stores, and that we encounter every day in every business we enter. Someone testifying yesterday put it well. People who work in Boise should be able to afford to live here. We need to stabilize housing prices so that wages can hopefully catch up to housing costs. I also want to stand up for renters. Renters are people, and it is obnoxious to treat them as if they do not deserve to live in our neighborhoods simply because they do not own a home. A few other points. I would have liked to see the elimination of parking minimums as well as other people have said. We waste so much space in this city and in this country on parking that could be homes or parks or just about anything else besides space to store cars. A recent article in the Atlantic stated that in a typical year, the country builds more 3-car garages than 1-bedroom apartments. Even the densest cities reserve a great deal of street space to store private vehicles. And local laws across the country require house and apartment builders to provide off-street parking regardless of whether residents need it. The best parts of Boise are the ones that you can get around easily and on foot, by bike, or by bus. I wish we had leaned into that more, but I realize politics and policy are the art of the possible. This proposed rewrite is a reasonable compromise that provides modest improvement and creates a vision of having our community, creates a vision of the type of city we want to be instead of having our community dictated by a plan that was written before most of us were born, for a different city in a different country in a different world than that was filled with different people. I urge you to vote to approve the code without delay so we can get started on building for the next 60 years and not continue to be bound by the past 60 years. And especially so we can begin to address the housing crisis here as soon as possible.
Thank you, Tony.
Mhm.
And thanks for your service at Jesse Tree. I mentioned yesterday to someone that that Jesse Tree is truly an important partner to our city and provides great support to our residents. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
April Coleman is online.
Oh, wonderful. Welcome, April.
Hi, thank you, Madam Mayor, council members, and staff for all your hard work. I appreciate the chance to speak with you today. My name is April Coleman. I live at 12426 West Beaumont Street in West Boise, and I'm here to voice my support for the modern zoning code. I don't really have anything to share that's majorly revolutionary or all that different from what so many of others have already shared. I'm not an expert. I simply am coming before you as a proud Boise resident, a mom, and a leader with a local faith community. I acknowledge that there are some very reasonable concerns about the potential changes that the new code would bring, but I ultimately trust that the new zoning code has been thoroughly thought through and will be a good thing for our city. Like many of you, I'm so proud to live in Boise. I want to see it continue to be a place of flourishing and welcome, a place where there is a safe and inviting neighborhood for every kind of Boisean. And I want it to be a place where my own young children can afford to stay as adults, where they can maybe raise their own children someday should they choose to. Also, as a leader with a local faith community, I desire to see Boise be a place of thriving for our whole community. The simple fact is that there are people being priced out of being able to stay here, and our city's losing amazing diversity and invaluable residents because of lack of housing options. We're seeing this firsthand with our own church, and the fabric of our overall community is weaker without these people. I recognize that this is a complex issue which requires sophisticated solutions, and I believe the new zoning code's a strategic part of the solution that will help alleviate some of this pressure. Ultimately, I must admit that it is in large part because of my own faith and my personal beliefs that I support the zoning code update. As a follower of Jesus, I'm called to love my neighbor and care well for the vulnerable and marginalized. The current zoning code is discriminatory against people who fall into a lower socioeconomic bracket, and I believe it's not only out of line with who Boise claims and strives to be, but is also simply unjust as a practice. However, I would not presume to impose my own religious values onto my neighbors. Still, I ask you to consider the values at the heart of such beliefs apart from any religious affiliation. A city that loves and cares well for all of its people is a great city. Creating a city that for everyone is a massive undertaking. And I repeat again how proud I am to live in Boise, a city that claims that that is its ultimate goal. And updating our current zoning code away from segregation and towards inclusion is a major step towards that end. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, April. What faith community do you lead?
I'm a pastor at Resurrection Covenant Boise.
Resurrection Covenant. Thank you for the care that you provide our residents. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We've got some questions for you.
I just want to note, April, your house is adorable. Thank you so much for showing us your very, very cute background. I can tell it's well curated.
Thank you.
All right, that's it. Thank you, April, for joining us. Have a great evening. Is there anyone else online whose name I called and then I went by them like I did April?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, all right.
Madam Mayor, there is one person on the next sheet that is currently online when you're ready.
Okay. Janet Burke. Ruben Teague. Oh, Ruben, is that you? Wonderful. Come on up. Oh, Janet. Great. And then just so that everybody's ready, Pam Romer, Stan Deeg, and Robin Deeg are next. Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor, council members, it's a pleasure to come before you today to testify against the modern zoning code. However, I shouldn't even be here today to testify because you already know the facts. And if you don't, you're not doing your job. And it is certainly not enough time to let the other 240,000 people or more Boiseans' voices be heard. This important change should be voted on by the people. This scheme is not a resolution for Boise, nor was locking the city down with COVID-19, then making a mockery of our police department, and now trying to control us with a 15-minute city concept. Stop lying, disrespecting the dignity and integrity of the citizens of Boise. The mental abuse you have put people through is unacceptable. That's how I can tell you're not grassroots. How you're unable to mold yourselves into Boise society that's rich in nature and preserving it. We are certainly unlike the 17 other cities. Speaking of nature, have you heard of natural law? The reason, free will for all mankind, the most noblest of free being, general purpose, fundamental principles. You don't need a fancy college degree to know this as a statesman. I want you to look me straight in the eyes and tell me you have every single Boisean's best interest and not just the 1% in your self-preservation. A good leader will risk losing everything they have to show me I'm capable of being my own leader. I have a pretty good guess that this is just a dog and pony show for you, and you'll pass this unreasonable code that AI has presented for you. May God give you repentance for your unethical and immoral conduct so we can move on and mend the broken pieces. Thank you, council members, mayor, for allowing me to testify against your overreach of power on your oath. Remember, we don't work for you. You work for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Ruben, welcome.
Hi. Excuse me. Hi. Ruben Teague. I live at 3154 South Longleaf Avenue here in Boise. Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you so much. I work professionally in affordable housing. I've invested in affordable housing around the country, cities from New Orleans, Louisiana to Newark, New Jersey, from Denver, Colorado to Detroit, Michigan. It's my passion and it's what I do professionally. And that is why I'm here tonight. Because I think that the conversation we've had to have nationally about affordable housing has unfortunately forced us to conflate the idea of capital A affordable, which is affordable housing that is subsidized, restricted, really provided for people below a certain income level, and lowercase a affordable housing, which is housing that is affordable to the resident that lives in it. And the reason that those two things have become conflated is that around the country, we've failed to allow housing supply to grow to meet demand. And because of that, the original concept of affordable housing, which you could trace back to the provision of the original low-income housing tax credit, where we were trying to provide subsidy for people making less than 60% of area median income, has unfortunately become a conversation in many cities about how do we create housing for people making 80% of area median income, 100% of area median income. Some cities, 120, 150% of area median income. Single households making $130,000 are now targeted for housing creation in some cities. The reason is that demand grew, supply remained flat, pricing went up. We have an opportunity here in Boise with the modern zoning code, which I should have said up front, I support. I did barely, sorry about that. That's why you've got your job and I've got mine. We have an opportunity by passing the modern zoning code to release that pressure here a little bit. I will echo some of the thoughts of some of the prior speakers about how this code could be improved. I would love to see parking minimums done away with. I would love to see more mixed use, but I think this represents a really effective step in the right direction. I think that if you think back to where Boise was in 1966, it was a very different city. The #1 song on the radio in the country that year was California Dreamin'. We have seen in the California housing market a dynamic that we would not want to replicate here. I urge you to pass this modern zoning code in order to prevent that from taking place. I will just want to add one thing to the extent that the prior speakers citation of housing studies piqued your interest. I would point you to the work of Vicki Bean and Ingrid Gould Ellen, who did some great work on how upzoning can relieve pressure on housing prices. I would also point to Yona Freemark's work at the Urban Institute, another great study kind of looking at the data.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I've got a question for you. I think that did you say that you lived, it was Longleaf? Is that east, southeast?
South Longleaf, southeast Boise, sort of the former Harris Ranch.
Great. Yeah,
area.
perfect.
Yep.
So you brought up parking reductions, and I've kind of been waiting for somebody to bring that up that lives a little bit further away from the downtown Boise area, because I think that that's what we hear a lot of times is like that would only work, any sort of parking reductions, if you live really, really close to the downtown area. So I'm trying to figure out like why you think that that would be something helpful in an area where you live probably quite a bit away from where you work.
Oh, sure. Well, I work remotely, so I work from home, but looking around my neighborhood, what I see is a lot of houses that have 3-car garages. They're not even using the third bay. The third bay has been turned into a workout space, or it's, a workshop or something like that. The driveways are empty. There's on-street parking available everywhere. So to the extent that, there was a reduction in parking availability, there's actually plenty of room to absorb that, even if we didn't reduce the total number of cars. You might just change the way that the cars are stored, but I don't think it would actually be a major impact.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Pam Romer.
Madam Mayor, she is online.
Oh, great. Welcome, Pam. And then I see B Black will be next.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts. I am Pam Romer.
Pam, I'd just ask you maybe to be a little closer to the audio source. You're not quite as loud as ideal.
Is this better?
Let's try and I'll tell you if you aren't.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts. I am Pam Romer and a renter. I reside at 7458 West Tottenham Lane. June 12th, Monday's hearing showed a slide that stated the zoning rewrite would create a variety of housing options. Housing for all income levels. I am wondering where the housing for all income levels is in the rewrite. As Tim King stated in various presentations.
Madam Mayor.
Pam, could you hold on just a second, please?
I'm really struggling to hear. So I don't know what we can do, but it's very muffled.
Okay. Pam, I have 2 suggestions. You are pretty muffled, so maybe you got too close. Will you speak a little more slowly? And if we have to give you a little extra time at the end, we will. It's just so that our council members can hear you clearly, because you're somewhat muffled. And I'm wondering if you speak more slowly, if that'll help us. Let's try that.
Should I start over or just where I left off?
Yeah, why don't you start over?
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts. I am Pam Romer and a renter. I reside at 7458 West Tottenham Lane. June 12th, Monday's hearing showed a slide that stated the zoning rewrite would create a variety of housing options, housing for all income levels. I am wondering where the housing for all income levels is in the rewrite. As Tim Keene stated in various presentations and his rebuttal on April 26th during the P&Z hearings, the rewrite of the zoning code does not cover housing incentives for incomes below 80% of the median income. It was stated those below 80% would be handled by city and federal agencies. I still feel there is not a place in Boise for me. There has been testimony concerning retention of employees and residents who cannot afford to live in Boise. Affordability, as stated in the zoning rewrite, is in the range of 80 to 120% of the median income, and that is only for the top 1/3 of Boise residents. All the talk of affordable housing in the rewrite is for the 80 to 120% of median income. This leaves out 2/3 of residents who live below the 80% median income for Boise. Where do the lower incomes fit in? According to the income and affordable rent guidelines for 2023 for Boise on the website, 100% of the median income for a household of four is $98,300. That's almost a 6-digit income. The affordable rent for that income is $2,458. For just a household of one, the median income is $68,865 with an affordable rent of $1,722. While 80% of the median income for a household of four is $71,300, and the rent for an affordable apartment is $1,783. I sure hope rents will not be increasing due to the guideline, as many of us are not seeing our wages increase. So in perspective, for a student to rent at the soon-to-be leasing student housing project that displaced residents at Ride-and-Ball Apartments, a student would need to earn an income around $55,000 for a studio apartment, rent of $1,375, or for just one bedroom in a 5-bedroom suite, the student would need to earn about $37,150, rent of $929. For a police officer to live in one Tesla-Fires neighborhood, their rent would require an income to be around 60 to 100% of the median income, a firefighter about 80% of the median income, for a teacher and for those who collect the garbage about 40 to 55% of the median income. I think walkability is great, though I don't want to be limited to just one neighborhood or restricted from exploring what else there is in Boise. I don't need a swimming pool, fitness room, or a coffee shop provided in an apartment complex. I do need to have room for family and friends to come visit. Busing to work is not feasible, as I need to take 3 buses over a time frame of 70 minutes when it only takes 15 minutes to drive to work. And I heard that one of the best transit corridors will be losing a bus route. I wonder which one, the 7A or the 7B, which I need to take both to get to the mall to transfer to the 3rd bus. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Pam. All right. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll take one more and then we're going to break. Be Black, I called you up. That's why we're going to do one more and then we will break. And then we'll pick up the list after. Before we break, I'll let you know who's on deck first so that you're ready. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much. Council members, I appreciate the opportunity to just share 3 quick thoughts tonight. First of all, I have lived in Boise for 48 years. I have spent 48 of those in the North End, and I have seen the effect of what has happened with the existing zoning laws. And some of what happens now is that some of the older homes, particularly in the neighborhood where I've been for all these years, they end up being demolished, and what comes in their place are lot line to lot line 3-story homes that are single family dwellings. As far as I'm concerned, if you talk about fitting in with the neighborhood, those don't fit in with the neighborhood that I would have liked to have seen. I would have much preferred to have 2 or 3 or 4 homes. And with that also possibly lower prices for people to buy into those homes. So my husband is born and raised in Boise, and will drive often through the North End, and he'll point out places and he'll say, that used to be a grocery store on that corner. That was another grocery store on that corner. There was grocery, amenities, gas within walking distance of a lot of folks that grew up in Boise back in the day. So I love the thought of being able to have more diversity and more amenities. My second point is working at the Women's and Children's Alliance. We have a lot of clients who, for them, it has become much harder for us to help find affordable housing. You've all heard the reasons why. We know the reasons why there's such a demand, and what is being built are really large, very expensive homes. My staff, I feel so bad. When I was a young working person, I could afford to buy my own home, and I was a secretary. They can't afford it. They will partner up with friends, and they still cannot buy, they can't rent a place that is close to where they work. So affordability, and when I look at potentially, there are incentives for a developer to take that same lot. They could put 2 homes on it, yes, without having, as I understand it, to go back and get a variance, but they could put 4 on it, and they would have to make 2 of those 4 80% or below if they're going to rent, or 120% or below if it's going to be sold. I think that helps speak and hopefully can help us address some of the affordability, because frankly, we can't build enough homes fast enough for the folks that need to and want to work and live in Boise. And third of all, just really quickly, when you think about a vibrant neighborhood, I would hold up Hyde Park. You are talking about a neighborhood. There's no problem with parking. People are there all the time. They walk there, they play there, they eat there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thanks to the partnership and service WCA provides. With that, we're going to take a break till about 6:30. We'll be back. Oh, and up on deck are the Deegs, Stan and Robin Deeg, then David DeHaas, Stephanie Day, Greg Hampikian, and Bonnie Krupp. All right, welcome back, everybody. Are the Deegs here? Stan or Robin? Online? Nope. Okay, David DeHaas?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council people.
Hi, welcome.
I'm David DeHaas, 1116 South Vista. I'm against the zoning code as written. Here in my wagon, I have brought to you 12,000 reasons to stop this code rewrite and replace the wireless section that you put in place in December of 2021. On the face of these documents is a current presidential candidate, Robert F. Kennedy, who brought that lawsuits against the FCC. In that case, the judges determined that the FCC has been arbitrary, capricious, and illegal and never ever offered proof of any safety studies. Your job as public servants is to provide public safety. The judges recommended that all small cells 5G be turned off until there's proof that these towers are safe. You can do that now. Internet 5G towers are not necessary and inferior to fiber optic, which is safe, effective, green, and sustainable. At least 35% of the public is super sensitive to EMFs. Some of our members cannot come to this forum to testify in person because of the high amount of EMFs downtown in this building. In 2021, members of the Idahoans for Safe Technology came before you on the wireless code rewrite. At that time, the council staff and attorneys believed that you were preempted from being able to determine if and where cell towers could be located. You're not preempted at all. Since that time, Ada County commissioners have denied 2 cell towers from being placed near homes. Kootenai County commissioners have also denied a cell tower. Dalton Gardens, Idaho passed a great wireless ordinance that only allows towers if they can prove a substantial gap in coverage, but only by providing drop call records, and they will determine if and where they go. Eagle, Idaho, they will not allow internet towers. 5G small cells be put in their cities, and they're building out its own fiber network. We provided Director Keene last fall with a copy of the Dalton Gardens ordinance as a model for this administration to follow. Promised to get back to us on what your attorney's response would be, but we have not heard anything. You claim to want to follow the Boise blueprint and have a green, sustainable city, yet this new code obliterates the Boise blueprint. 5G small cells cause a horrendous problem to our health. It kills bees, birds, harms animals, and humans. I get emails every week of people having headaches, tinnitus, going to AFib, fertility issues, and on and on. Some have dementia, and others have glioblastoma brain cancer. I've interviewed no less than 7 experts on my radio show who have clearly delineated cell towers being placed as close as 20 feet from homes is an existential threat to humanity. Your marketing campaign hypes that this new zoning ordinance creates affordable housing. Then show us the numbers. Where are the numbers? Where are the numbers? If what you state is true, show us the numbers. Where's the economic impact statement? Where is the proof that you have enough infrastructure to handle the increase in sewage, water, and other services? Taking away car parking only makes a nightmare of neighborhoods. In case in point, Maple Grove and Shoup Avenue. Will people not give up their cars? Idaho is a state to get out in the great outdoors. We will keep our cars. Putting multifamily structures in R1C will destroy property values and the aesthetics of our neighborhood. We bought our homes in the R1C. We knew what rights we had. Now midstream, you are changing what we bought, thereby decreasing our equity. Most of my neighbors do not know about this current code change. I was shocked, yet they do know about the card we got sent in the mail for the dog park out of Philippi. I do not agree with the streamlining of this process, which means less
David,
ability for
you've hit
neighbors.
time, but thank you.
All right, thank you. I also have these documents I would like to put in the record, and I have it on a thumb drive.
You can leave the thumb drive there. Stephanie, you're up. Hello, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you so much for giving me a little bit of time this evening to talk. I wanted to start off by saying thank you so much for the process, to the city staff, to the council, to everybody who's been involved in this multi-year process of coming up with this code. It's not perfect, as I think we all know, but it is a huge step forward, and just want to thank you for all of the time and effort that's been put in. I've talked to several folks that have been involved in the process that I have not been involved in, and come to learn that I would love for it to be a little bit more aggressive than it is in affordable housing advancement, but it's very clearly the culmination of compromise from folks that wanted lots of different things and a space where everybody felt comfortable. So just thank you for going through that process. I live at 9560 West Mossywood Drive, 83709, because I cannot afford to live in town. I work at 503 South Americana Boulevard at Catch, which is a local nonprofit working on ending homelessness issues. So some of the stuff you probably already know, but I just wanted to kind of add it to the conversation. There's been a lot of research that's come out in the last couple of years around how vacancy rates and absolute rent rates are what drives homelessness numbers in communities. And for the Treasure Valley, we've kind of all seen that vacancy rate very close to zero at this point, absolute rent rates increasing. We have seen in the homeless services community our numbers more than double since COVID. And so it's just a little bit concerning trend, and really am supportive of anything that moves us in a different direction. I specifically appreciate incentives for developers to build affordable housing and protections being built in for folks that could be displaced. And recognizing that there is a challenge to creating entire complexes that are just affordable housing because of all of the financial complexities with that. So allowing for and incentivizing mixed use housing, I am very appreciative of. And all development does help. So appreciate that. Also, there does need to be a specific concerted effort around affordable housing as well, because that doesn't just naturally pop up. So I feel like the current modern code proposal does address all of those different types of housing, and appreciate that as well. And then I also just wanted to point out that we're working with folks that are generally accessing the most affordable units in our community. Over the last 6 years, rent has more than doubled. Our families were paying about $650 in rent 6 years ago, and they're paying $1,200 if they're lucky in rent for a 2-bedroom today. And you need to be making about $26 an hour in Boise to be able to afford your housing if you're going to be paying about 30% of your income towards your housing. And our folks are generally making anywhere between $15 and $18 an hour. So there's still a giant gap between what folks are making and what they can afford. Thank you, Stephanie. And thanks for the service Catch provides. I appreciate it. We've got somebody that
Madam Mayor, I do have a
Got
question.
a question, and then we've got somebody that was here yesterday. We're going to pull up, and then I'd just like to tee up online Miranda Adams and Ellen Campfield Nelson.
First, Stephanie, thanks for being here, and thanks for the work that you and your team do in the nonprofit community. It's truly incredible. You mentioned early on that you thought that there were some ways that we would have flexed a little bit harder when it came to affordability. I think flex is my term, not yours. But I was wondering if you were talking about that in general, or if there was any specific areas that you were wishing that we would push a little bit harder in.
Nothing specific, just more like it probably could have been a little bit more aggressive in advancing specifically affordable housing. And one of the earlier presenters kind of talked about how affordable housing, when most people are talking about that, they're talking about 80% or above area median income. And when I'm talking about affordable housing, I'm talking 80% or below. And so I think more of that focus on that 80% or below would have been great, but I know that there's lots of compromises that need to be made along the way. But that would be what I would really, really love to see.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Come on up.
Thank you for accommodating this. No, I will not get a parking ticket. Good evening, council members. My name is Kristen Donovan. My address is 7921 West Franklin Road, Boise 83709. While I'm not a native Idahoan, I've lived here going on 4.5 years now, and I have an immense sense of pride in this city and the people that inhabit it, which is why I'm all for this upzoning. Today, I'm here representing not only the city of Boise, but the International Rescue Committee. You've heard previous testimony from some of my other coworkers. The individuals we serve have fled extreme violence and persecution around the world. They have no choice but to leave their home and often their families and children behind in order to create a better and safer life for themselves, with hope of being reunited with their loved ones at some point in the future. The refugee and immigrant populations contribute greatly to the Boise economy and play an integral part in Boise's history. From the rails of the 10th Street Depot that were laid by Japanese laborers all the way back in 1893, to the 4 James Beard nominees and 1 winner of 2023, which was the first winner in Idaho, refugees continue to bring pride and commerce to our city. For example, in 2018, there was a report done by the New American Economy in partnership with the city of Boise, and it was found that immigrants in Ada County alone contributed nearly $50 million, 49.6 to be exact, to Idaho state and local taxes in 2016, and then nearly 220 million in 2018. And personally, just working with the individuals we serve, I see firsthand how much the housing costs are a significant barrier for our clients. Currently, I have a client, he was an attorney back in his home country. He recently came here with his family. Due to the price of housing, though, this client is now forced to choose between putting a roof over his family's head instead of pursuing any kind of education or recertification that would ultimately allow him to practice law in the state of Idaho. So now we are looking at entry-level jobs where he's making $15 or $16 an hour. And additionally, another client of mine, she was able to earn her bachelor's degree in nursing from BSU. She found the perfect job with great benefits. The only thing was that she needed to move closer to this job because of transportation issues. Unfortunately, she could not afford that housing, so she had to turn down that job. So in conclusion, I again am in favor of this proposed upzoning, and I would like to thank the council members for trying to truly make Boise a city for everyone. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Okay, do we have Miranda or Ellen?
Madam Mayor, we have Miranda Adams.
Okay. Welcome.
Hi there. Sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties.
We can hear you. Welcome.
Great, thank you. Mayor McLean, City Council members, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Miranda. I'm a resident of the Sunset neighborhood. I've heard a lot of thoughtful testimony over the past 2 days and personally share sentiments on both sides. I also want to acknowledge the tremendous amount of work that the city staff put into this effort. I generally support the spirit of the rewrite. It's just some of the details I'm concerned with. I think we can all agree that many of the changes we've seen over the past few years in Boise have been alarming, especially with respect to rising rents and inflated home prices. In theory, the rewrite will provide complete affordable neighborhoods where people can walk, bike, and generally enjoy the outdoors and a sense of community. I personally had the great fortune of renting a duplex in Hyde Park for many years and fell in love with this city because of that experience. I've also lived downtown and in the East End. Everyone should be so lucky. After 8 years of pursuing professional and personal development opportunities out of state, I have recently moved back to Boise. My family is here, so this is home for me. I'm fortunate enough to have a salary that affords me the ability to pay the $2,000 per month in rent, but I'm not happy about it. Even with my healthy salary, buying in a part of town that suits me is now completely out of reach. I've rented for most of my adult life and am trying to be content for now because I do love my little bungalow. I'm grateful for my large fenced-in backyard for my dog, the mature trees that provide reprieve from the intense summer heat, and ample space for a garden where I harvest homegrown fruits and veggies. But with what I'm seeing happening all around me, I fear my luck will soon run out. Moderately sized lots like the one I live on are being snatched up by investors, trees cut down, topsoil removed, and cute old houses demolished to make way for garish McMansions. This happened just a few blocks away across from my parents' house. 3 small affordable homes inhabited by fixed income citizens were torn down and 9 large expensive homes were built in their place. On another note, as a biologist, I'm concerned with the future of our community's environment and the negative impacts on air and water quality and wildlife habitat. From foothills trails to the river corridor, I'm seeing a disturbing increase in trash, graffiti, and even human feces in areas once pristine. People are running roughshod over everything, and I'm flabbergasted by the notion that we can just keep packing people in like rats and still maintain a quality of life we're accustomed to. Some serious red flags have been raised about portions of this new code, despite what supporters would have you believe. Opponents are not the villains here. They are simply asking city leadership to address their concerns in a meaningful way. I believe you have the best intentions and are taking this feedback seriously. Please postpone adoption of this rewrite until the districts most heavily impacted by it have appropriate representation and environmental impacts have been fully analyzed and understood. This monumental—
Thank you, Miranda. Miranda, you're out of time. I let you go.
A little more refinement
Thank
to
you.
ensure equity for everyone.
We've got Ellen next.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear and see you. Welcome.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll just get right into it. I appreciate you listening to my testimony this evening. My name is Ellen Kimfield Nelson. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a mother of 3, and I live at 323 West Rescue Street in Boise. I also am a small business owner based here in Boise. I rent an office space and employ 5 people at 802 West Bannock. And I also am a certified planner. And it's with all those lenses that I come before you tonight in strong support of the modern zoning code, because I believe it reflects and protects the values of Boise and the people who live, work, learn, play here, and love this community as I do. And I say all this not just based on my personal preferences, priorities, or politics, but based on what I feel has been a great privilege over the past decade plus of working with Boiseans, Boise neighborhood organizations, other community-based organizations, institutions, businesses, and people in my professional life. And so I wanted to come and just share some of the things that I have heard as a planner again and again, working within this community. And I'm sure all of you have heard it. I know that the public servants who have spent a lot of time working on this plan and being on the code and being very thoughtful and mindful and inclusive have also heard these same things. So it's basically 3 things. One is people talk all the time about neighborhoods and the importance of their neighborhoods being for everyone, where they can shop, receive services, and have housing for people at all incomes and life stages. And they don't necessarily, I'm sure as you realize, talk about it in terms of housing policy or community design or land use or even the code. But what they do like is that they walk around their neighborhood and their dog meets another dog that helps them meet a person. And in that moment, those people are not renters or owners. They're not young or old. They're neighbors. And they feel friendly and welcomed and like they love they love where they live. So that's something I think the code helps us retain. They also talk a lot about nature through like using the irrigation canals for their gardens. They want solar panels. They want to be in the foothills. So that's another thing that the code, I think, helps us promote and protect. And they want to be able to safely get around with sidewalks and crosswalks and bike paths and bus stops. So it's all really super important. And I love when I do this work that I hear people step out of the mindset of I and me and think about the us and we. So I urge you and I thank you for being brave in this important moment and doing what so many cities try and fail at, which is putting in place an updated code that will actually help us create in the real world what I've heard so many Boiseans say they want.
Ellen, thank you.
Yeah.
Very much. Now we have Greg Hampikian. Is Greg here or online? Bonnie Krupp, you're up. And then Alexa Reutman, Tim Hennessy, Kelly Tagg. Oh, you are here. Hello, Kelly. And Barb Hall.
Is the online person going? Did you say that?
Nope, you're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bonnie
Yeah, and if
Krupp.
I've called you,
Hey.
please make your way up so that we can save a little bit of time. Thanks, Bonnie. Welcome.
Bonnie Krupp. I live on Haynes Street. I wanted to comment that I think you're going to result a lot of and creating a lot of problems for yourselves. I don't know if any of you have ever heard of Pruitt Go. Any hands? No, I didn't think so. Pruitt Go is a St. Louis project in the 60s. And in 20 years, they knocked it down. It was for people who were, I don't know, your term is, I hear marginalized, what are they? They're excluded, all kinds of things. But they moved in and immediately after a few years became a destruction site. Elevators didn't work. It had a brilliant architect, supposedly. He refused afterwards to even acknowledge that he ever designed it. So in 20 years, they destroyed it, $27 million worth of federal funds. I'm sure we're going to get federal funds and I'm sure we're going to get state funds and you're going to contribute to these projects. But I think in the future, you don't cram people into small spaces and expect them to suddenly see the affordability of a house. The other thing is the goal should be property rights. And I think they need to own something. What are they going to own? Nothing. They're going to be stuck there. What's their incentive? Nothing. I see, unless you're going to set up a fund whereby the certain amount of their rent goes to a fund that they may eventually take, if should they, prove to last long enough to buy a home. Why not? They should buy a condo, something important. So the other problem I have with this is the rent seekers have definitely been out in hordes here, and they shouldn't be. The rent seekers are developers, architects, all kinds of different contractors, and they don't belong here. We're the ones that are going to be subjected to this, and it may be a mess. The next thing I want to go to very quickly is the cost. I have a fourplex. The renters pay over $2,000 a year, $2,000 a year in taxes to the government, from me to them. Comes from them to me, and I pass it on. $2,000 a year each renter for a fourplex. That's over $8,000, and it is. So somehow you are not making it affordable, and you never will. That's all I want to say. I mean, really, think about that. And if you want documentation, I can have my tax statement here. So do consider looking at Pruitt Ego, the Pruitt-Ego, if you can't spell it, IGOE.com. It's a documentary on it. What really happened. I think you'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Bonnie. All right, a couple folks came up. Alexa. Is Tim Hennessy here? Oh, great. You're up after Alexa and then Kelly.
Okay. Hello. Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Alexa Reutman and I live on North 8th Street, 83702. First, I want to say that I'm here to give my support of the proposed zoning code and thank you to the staff who have worked really hard to provide admirable public service. Little bit about myself. In 2020, I moved here to finish out my degree in urban studies and community development. Little did I know at the time, but it was the perfect moment to move to Boise. I've been following the outreach for the rewrite since the start, and it added so much context to my studies while in the program. I came to this process as a student, and I am showing up today as a resident. And I am a long life renter and currently renting a fourplex with my partner and dog. We are a one-car household and will not be getting a second car. I commute to Meridian for work, and I do that by bus 1 to 2 times a week. And shout out to my coworker for carpooling me home on those days. My testimony, while directed to you at the council, is also very much directed to my Boise neighbors. Over the last 2 days of listening to residents and stakeholders, a lot has been covered, and I'm glad so many people have come out to utilize their right to submit public testimony. It is one I hope they don't forget to use in other local government settings. I say this as a reminder because this zoning code cannot fix all of our concerns. Issues like minimum wage, low-income housing, renters' rights, food security, land preservation, all that goes beyond this single document. Furthermore, when I've taken part of engagement of this process, it has been concerning to hear the way localism or years in which you have resided in Boise has been used as a way to claim stake in decision-making for this land. If only the people who have lived here the longest are allowed to make decisions, then we should be turning to the communities who have been displaced before zoning codes even existed. When I hear people upset about strategically planned density and strategic infill, I hear the fear of change, but a change that would strengthen our community fabric. When concerns are raised over lack of parking due to housing development, I hear that the value of basic human right is weighed less than a car. I will close out by saying that being resilient is directly linked to being adaptable. Having strong and safe neighborhoods and neighbors is how we treat one another, not by the type of home that you live in or the size of your bank account. And having problems are met with solutions, which is the zoning code. Thank you so much.
Tim, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Tim Hennessy. I live on North 17th Street in the North End. I am a real estate investor developer type, and I'd like to make a few points tonight. I make my comments tonight in the spirit of trying to improve the rewrite, not to burn it down. My first comment has to do with ADUs, and I'm sure you're tired of having this debate. But if you want to make a significant dent by the production of having the production of ADUs address this housing problem, as other cities have done in the West, then I think you need to eliminate the owner-occupied requirement. Why do I say this? Because by requiring the owner to occupy the ADU or the primary residence, you're excluding the mom and pop investors out there who own single family homes throughout Boise. Why do I say this? We want those mom and pop investors to be part of the solution. And by requiring that they either occupy the ADU or the primary resident, you're not bringing them in to be part of the solution to produce ADUs. Putting some numbers to this, there are approximately 75,000 single family homes in the city. And if you assume that about 20% of them are for rent, then you have 15,000 homes that are in this city that are basically being sidelined from being part of the solution of producing more housing via the development of ADUs. There is, and I'm aware, there is under the current rewrite, the opportunity basically to develop an ADU, but you have to deed restrict your property and you have to make it affordable. I will just tell you from a common sense standpoint, I just don't think a lot of people understand deed restrictions. They don't want to deed restrict their property because they could run afoul with their lender. There's a whole bunch of reasons why people don't want to deed restrict the property. My last point has to do with the requirement to add affordable units to the development of a triplex or a fourplex. By requiring a developer to have one unit be affordable in a triplex and 2 units be affordable in a fourplex, I think you're shooting yourself in the foot. Why do I say this? The math doesn't work. I'll say it again. The math doesn't work to do this. Unless you get the land for free, then it works. There's not a lot of free land around here, unfortunately. The private sector cannot generate the returns necessary with this level of affordability, mostly owing to the high construction costs that we find ourselves in that continue to creep up. I think unless you eliminate the requirement for the affordable units or reduce it, I think what you're going to find is the private sector is going to respond by producing duplexes only and charging market rates for those duplexes. Thank you.
Yep.
A question for you. Right at the end, you said, unless you eliminate this requirement or reduce it, it's not going to pencil out. Can you tell us how much to reduce it to make it begin to pencil, or where's the curve? I mean, obviously eliminating it would work, but like if it's a reduction you're talking about that would make you happier, what would the reduction be?
Yeah, I mean, and part of the problem is we can all get 5% on our capital by putting it into an 8-month CD. So in order to kind of prompt capital into doing fourplexes and triplexes, you're going to need to exceed those returns because you can sit on your couch and get 5% today. So what I would suggest in reducing it is right now you have, if I'm going to build a fourplex, 2 of the units have to be at 80% of AMI. Maybe if you made one of those units at 120, it would get a lot more close to penciling. And I can show you the math on that 100 times over. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to help here because I'm afraid that you're just going to take all these houses, you're going to knock them down and end up with duplexes. And instead of having 4 houses there,
Yeah,
you
thank
only
you.
have 2 houses.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Tim,
thank you.
Or excuse me, Madam Mayor.
One more question. I just asked you keep the answer narrow.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tim, my question, I have some of these same concerns. What I'm worried about is, so what about the possibility of having a requirement be make the unit affordable or energy efficient, sustainable, excuse me. But what about that possibility instead of and? What do you think it would pencil out in that scenario?
I'm not sure because I haven't really thought about it. I could sleep on it and get it back to you, but I'm not quite sure. Are you saying and or? So
Yeah.
it's in other words, it could be in a fourplex, you could have 2 affordables
Or sustainable.
or sustainable. Depends on the level of sustainability. Sure, that could be a solution. Thank you very much.
All right, Kelly Tagg,
Me again.
welcome back.
Kelly Tagg, 1820 West Jefferson Street in Boise. So good evening, Mayor McLean and City Council members, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the modern zoning code rewrite. I spoke on Monday in behalf of our neighborhood association. Tonight, I'm talking on behalf of myself. I served on the zoning code rewrite Citizens Advisory Committee. I am not a developer and I will not financially benefit or personally benefit in this zoning rewrite in any way. Unfortunately, in a lot of the public discourse, there's been, in relation to this rewrite, there's been comments saying that the only people that served on the committee were, developers and people that would financially benefit. And most of the people were just like me, concerned citizens who were working in good faith to do what we can to help make the zoning code better. I volunteered because the current code is not only outdated, but it's not working. Projects are being proposed and without clear guidelines and standards, the Zoning Commission and Council are reinventing the wheel each time a new project is proposed that does not fit into the antiquated code, nor do some of these projects align with the goals of Blueprint Boise. The new code will provide tools for the city to make better decisions and improve the quality of projects we have in Boise. I believe that, though not perfect, this modern code will go a long way towards accomplishing the goals and creating a more sustainable city with a variety of housing options to accommodate people in all stages of their life and at many income levels, as well as prevent urban sprawl. I believe this code will help Boise evolve into a more modern city and help to preserve even enhance the things that we love about the place that we live by creating walkable neighborhoods where smaller locally owned businesses can flourish and reducing the amount of traffic. My neighborhood is west of downtown, of the downtown core, and it's a shining example of this. We have diversity of housing types that allow people of all different income levels and stages of life to coexist. We have $1 million homes across the street from Section 8 apartments. We have a senior care home that is on a street with homes with young children that live in them. We have blue collar workers, service workers, business owners, doctors, nurses, artists, professors, college students, and retirees all living in close proximity of one another. Despite being near downtown and having a variety of housing types creating density, our neighborhood is quiet and peaceful and a wonderful place to live. In addition to that, we're fortunate enough to be able to walk to amazing restaurants, brew house, grocery store, et cetera. And during Saturday morning, you'll see a parade of families coming down the street through our neighborhood going downtown to enjoy the Capitol Market. So I know this all sounds too good to be true, but I'm really fortunate where I am, where I do. And I would like to see other neighborhoods in the city evolve to allow walkability and where other neighbors can live the way we do. Oh, and I'm out of time. Sorry. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. And thank you for your service.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I just want to thank Kelly as well and say there's been a lot of people talking about the North End and the East End, but you're absolutely correct. West Downtown and the West End share all of those same kind of built-in current zoning code conditions that we've all grown to love. So thank you.
Now we've got Barb Hall, Mark Finn, Lee Flynn, Fred Fritchman. If I've called your name, please come up. All right. Jerry Brady.
Thank you. My name is Jerry Brady. I'm here to speak on behalf of LEAP Housing Trust. LEAP's job is to build affordable housing. Our goal is to build 1,000 of them by 2026. We're about a fifth of the way there. One of the ways we're going to do that is partnering with churches. You heard someone talk about Yes in My Backyard. Well, that's part of what we're doing, and he's part of our team. I just thought it was useful that you have an organization devoted to the poor and their housing say that this is a good thing. We support it wholeheartedly. You've got to lift all boats, and the only way you can do that is by building a lot of homes, enormous amount, such that poor people will have their share. This is kind of simple. Secondly, LEAP is your partner in advancing and experimenting on ADUs and tiny homes. And a lot more needs to be done than is being on that. I'm not sure Jim is right about the particular matters about ADUs and whether the owner could live in the home. But this is an area that is underdone here. Likewise, tiny homes, we urge you to continue to protect as best you can mobile home parks, and if possible, find ways to build new ones. The last thing I want to say is that you're being surrounded by people who are making enormous, striking differences right now. You're going to be part of a rising phenomenon in the Pacific Northwest and the mountain states. Last session, Washington State spent $400 million on affordable housing. They made huge advances on ADUs and likewise on multiplexes. And there'll be thousands of units in Washington built in that way. Across the state in Montana, was said to be the biggest advance on ADUs accessibility in the nation. And likewise, multiplex units. And the governor of Montana, conservative Republican, said affordable housing is the #1 issue in Montana. And someone mentioned Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City last week announced a plan to build 10,000 units by 2027. And Salt Lake is smaller than Boise. That would be about 12,000 units for us. They also said they're going to help people buy homes, which you could do through a land trust, and I think there is some intention to do that, and also to help people pay their rent. But the point I'm trying to make, let's get it done. You're going to be joining a tremendous upwelling of interest and excitement about doing it right from all of our surrounding states. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
Very good to see you. Thanks for coming. You mentioned you thought that there was more that we could do to create more ADUs.
Yeah.
I don't know if you thought that there was anything specific that we should be doing, or if that was a statement in general of thinking that we need to do more.
It's a difficult issue, and I'm not working on it in detail. So,
and so the question is, if there's anything specific that you would like us to do for ADUs, now would be the time to let us know. If not, I'm happy to just hear.
No,
Yeah, in general.
let me be sure that I'm speaking on behalf of my colleagues and partners and submit something for the record, because I would not. All I know is we're going really slowly compared to what you see Washington, Montana, and the whole Oregon's doing the same thing. California's doing the same thing.
Sounds good. Thanks, Jerry.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. And thanks for what LEAP's doing. Okay. I saw Fred. If I call your name, please just head up, even if you're not the first name, because not everybody's here. So after Fred, Lee Flynn, Mark Finn, Barb Hall, Bruce Mastorovich. I think might have talked yesterday, Byron Falwell. Welcome, Fred.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Fred Fritzman, 1321. Is that too loud? I can never hear.
Nope, you were good.
And I live at 1321 Denver Avenue. My house was built in 1891 and has been in my family for 81 years. I've served on city-sponsored committees that wrote new infill codes for houses and duplexes on substandard lots and in established neighborhoods. For 18 years, I was the planning and zoning director for the Southeast Neighborhood Association. I urge you to defer approval of this rewrite until after a new council is sworn in next January. The public needs more time to learn about it. Mayoral and council candidates should take a position on the code, and then Boiseans can vote with full knowledge. This new ordinance will affect our citizens for decades to come. It is a radical departure from the existing code that Boiseans have based their life assumptions on. If implemented, it will transform our charming neighborhoods into something more urban, much more urban. Nowhere in the code or the beautiful executive summary that was finally published on May 22nd, 3 weeks before this hearing, is there a picture of what can happen in my R2 neighborhood with 45-foot tall buildings. It just says, quote, changes to the dimensional standards support compact neighborhoods in some residential zoning districts. These include increases in maximum height and a decrease in minimum lot size, unquote. The increased allowances for height and density really amount to a rezone of our residential areas, particularly R1C and R2. As with any rezone, postcard notifications should have been sent to every address and property owner in the city. This was not done. The rules of the game are being changed and affected citizens have not been properly informed. R2 gets treated terribly in this ordinance, increasing height to 4.5 stories, minimum lot size reduced from 5,000 to 2,500 square feet, unlimited density. There is no way this is compatible with our existing R2 neighborhoods. And objective transitions are not required in R2 as they are in R1C. The new code seems to make R2 into R3, today's R3. New housing must blend in with existing neighborhoods if we value areas like we say that we do. Residents should not have to live in fear of what can be built next to them because those in power decided more units trump their peace of mind. Our neighborhoods are not bare ground to be exploited for the highest profit and the greatest property tax revenue. Peace of mind and neighborhood stability are part of livability. This will be the most far-reaching decision you will make as a council member. What will be your legacy? A rushed decision, shattered neighborhoods, angry and divided residents, lawsuits due to a flawed notification process, emergency ordinances to fix the mistakes, or something better. Boise can do better. Let's work together to come up with a code that doesn't tear our city apart.
Fred, thank you. I'm on the wrong page. Byron and then Bruce. And then Ann Westcott, Alexandra, and Micah Defries, and then Jody Peterson Steigers. Welcome.
Madam Mayor, Council, Byron Falwell, my work address, 199 North Capitol Boulevard. Madam Mayor, last night you asked if some of us were here out of our own enjoyment, and I went home that night and had some soul searching.
Oh, that's right, because you didn't testify last night.
That's right, and I was here
the whole time
listening to everything. And you know, you can weep for me later if you want. I do enjoy this process. It was an honor to be part of the CAC, the Citizen Advisory Committee. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that I've spent most of my professional career working with the current ineffectual, inefficient, prejudicial, contradictory code and watching the unaffordability crisis kind of coming and feeling powerless to do really anything about it, because the current code had made so many of those solutions illegal. So I'm here in full support of the proposed zoning code. I'm also
was thrilled to be part of this CAC. In the course of doing some of our work, we did some really great housing studies. One of those was very similar to, say, the urbanist version of Pokemon Go, where we looked through Boise and found, a duplex here, fourplex there. We collected them all except for maybe like a 13plex, right? So Boise has all of these really great examples of neighborhood scale multifamily projects that fit in with the neighborhood character, that fit in with the fabric of our city already. And I'm excited that the new zoning code will lead to more of those types of projects. I'm also in support of the additional adaptive reuse allowances in the code that allow for existing older homes and historic properties to be preserved better. We have more options for those properties than we did before. I think a lot of what people don't realize is that the reason that so many of those were slated for demolition was because we had a restrictive zoning code that didn't allow for a variety of outcomes for those properties. So the new zoning code incentivizes some of those and incentivizes the saving of a lot of those historic and older homes, which is great. I also like that the additional housing types, acknowledging that there are no bad houses, that duplexes, triplexes, multifamily are just as legitimate as single family homes. That's reflected not only in the allowed uses, but also allows for our new growth to bring about walkability and other features that benefit all of us. So I think I'm out of time. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Time's up. Yes, question.
Ryan, thanks for your service. Can you talk a little bit more about the options in the historical neighborhoods? We haven't heard a lot about that.
Oh, that's a good question. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Willits, the adaptive reuse allowances in the new code basically allow for the conversion of duplexes and triplexes out of existing single family homes, which is something that we didn't have before. So when a historic property or an older home needs extensive renovation and financial investment, there was really only a few different options for those properties. And many people don't realize that the reason that we have so many of our historic homes from the 1910s and 1920s is because they were converted to multifamily before our current code prevented that.
Yeah. Madam Mayor.
Yeah, thank you.
Looks like you've got a couple.
Okay. Right.
I am going to first apologize to all the other people from the CAC who have stood up in front of us and who I have not asked this question, but you brought up an activity that you all did that was kind of like Pokemon Go for housing types, which sounds really awesome. Can you give us just like a really brief synopsis of how the CAC learned about the really important recommendations that you all were making and the way that you interacted to craft what we see before us today?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Council President Whittings, great question. I think since staff is here, I have to be completely honest. That was some of us from the CAC that did that study and then subjected everyone else to it. So it should be noted. That's kind of how it went. But yeah, really studying the way that most of our successful neighborhoods function and the housing diversity that was built at the time before our current code prevented that was really edifying. It helped us understand the potential scale of something like a 12plex, which sounds really scary to a lot of people. And it sounds like this, looming giant structure next door to them. But at 12, there are many 12plexes and 9plexes, 10plexes in the north end and near north end that are built at more of a residential scale. So being able to demonstrate that with case studies, I think was really important and helpful for even me.
That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Byron, my question is about ADU entitlements. So could you kind of walk us through what the process is to get those? How is that different from other types of permitting processes? And what challenges might that present for the development of accessory dwelling units?
Okay. Madam Mayor, Councilman Nash, I think, so do you want me to go through it real time and that I should take 8 months to go through that process to describe it for you? So it depends on where the property is located. Some ADUs have the unfortunate reality of being located in an area that can require like 4 or 5 different entitlements. So if we are really treating ADUs and other, alternate housing types as equal to single family homes, it's my feeling that we should have the same or very similar set of entitlements and really ask ourselves, what are we regulating and why are we regulating that for housing types that we acknowledge are the same as single family homes? So depending on where you are in town, your ADU may require 2 or 3 entitlements that can eat up 8 months and thousands or tens of thousands of dollars in professional and administrative fees that just go out the window. They just burn away into nothing. Those same fees could alternatively be applied to the ADU itself, adding value like solar or net zero or something valuable to the owner, to the ADU, if it wasn't for those entitlements. So I don't know if that answers your question directly or not, but.
And another question, we've talked a little bit about, it's come up a couple times, a 35% lot coverage requirement. Could you speak like from your professional expertise about what implications that might have on particular developments? I think about my street, which is mostly duplexes. It's probably more like 80% coverage. So could you kind of help me contextualize what 35% lot coverage might look like?
Yeah, so doing a lot of ADUs specifically in the North End, I can tell you that if we had a 35% lot coverage requirement, it would, I guess, disproportionately punish the smaller lots that we have in town. I think that would definitely drive development interest away from like the North End and the East End, which isn't a very equitable thing for our code to do if it like shelters the North End and the East End from that kind of development. Many of those smaller properties are already built out to something like 30%. So if we're talking about a requirement that's similar to our historic preservation guidelines, I would worry about that. And if we're chasing small starter home models, also disproportionately affect those.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
All right, Bruce, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Bruce Pastorovich. I live at 450 West Grove Street. And honestly, I love the new code rewrite. I feel like everybody did a really good job on this. Like you guys, staff, the community feedback. I think as a few people have pointed out, there are some areas we can improve with some of these affordability requirements. And before I go into my slide, I would just say kind of what I would do. Right now we have that like 2-unit requirement for the fourplexes. I think it would be good to have a couple alternatives to that and just be a little flexible. Like let people, if they're going to build a 3-bedroom, that gives us more housing for more people than 2 studios do. So count 1 3-bedroom kind of the same way. I think you could also, if you go down to 60% for one of the units, maybe you just need 1 and then you get a market rate unit and you're actually getting something that could potentially help the project pencil out. And then I think we're hearing a lot of good ideas on these kind of things. We've talked about waiting a year to review the status of the code, but I think we can just go ahead and start this year, like forming a committee and going through like what we need to actually do to get these built. Because I think it's going to be complicated to do this adaptive reuse. You need to understand, like, does my house have a good enough foundation to even add a 2nd floor? Little questions like that. I think we should start working on this pretty much right away. What I have on my slide is kind of my best approximation of what I think a new unit might cost to build. And I don't have any building experience. I'm just going off of the cheapest condo I could find on realtor.com and looking at the monthly payment. That's the mortgage. Rent is going to have to be at least that high. I think a year ago when we proposed all these affordability requirements, we were in much better shape because interest rates were around 3%. And, that condo would have been about $1,000 per month. And now that interest rates have climbed over 7%, that same condo would be $1,500 a month. which exceeds our affordability rent goal for 80% for a 2-bedroom. I don't think this is the end of the world. Hopefully interest rates come down, but they could also go up. We could see them at 8 or 9. And I think that's a big reason that we need to act now. We need to start building these. I don't think there's any reason to delay. I've heard some concerns about council seats. I don't think those are very valid. Last election cycle, Boiseans voted for candidates that were campaigning on housing affordability, rent, just fixing these issues. So I think that the people of Boise have supported this kind of throughout the process, and I'd like to see it happen. That's it.
Thank you, Bruce.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I missed you when in your opening, you talked a little bit about potential flexibility and
Yeah.
3plexes and 4plexes. And one of your examples was the maybe one at 60% MAI and then AMI and
Yeah.
then market rate. You had another example that you mentioned. I missed
Yeah,
what you
a
were.
3-bedroom at 80%, I think should count for just as much as 2 condos or 1-bedrooms. I think we're housing more people that way. And you get a market rate unit. And if the market rate unit makes $300, who cares if the other unit loses 100?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good, thanks.
All right, Anne, come on up. Welcome. And Alexandra.
Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Ann Westcott. I live at 1214 South Johnson in Boise. I was born and raised here. In my 20s, I lived in a lot of large urban cities, Seattle, Pittsburgh, Phoenix, Salt Lake, but I came back 25 years ago to my Depot Bench neighborhood, the house that my grandparents built, to raise my family. Professionally, as some of you know, I help cities all over the state of Idaho analyze the fiscal impacts of growth and ensure that their comprehensive plans are fiscally sustainable. Therefore, I've always been a proponent for density. But now density is in my actual neighborhood. And so I decided instead of being a policy wonk hypocrite, I would actually look into what the impact might be to me. So I cut out a little building that would be 40 feet compared to my house. I live one house off of Kootenai Street. So it is very possible that I could have a 3-story building of multifamily next to me. I walked around the neighborhood and I put it up and tried to see where the different viewpoints would be. And what I realized is that people would be able to look into my backyard and I wouldn't be able to see that tree that I used to be able to see. And there would probably be more barking dogs, more parties, and people would be parking in front of my house, which is sort of an understood rule in our neighborhood that you don't do. So to be honest, I don't like any of those things that I felt myself feeling when I was doing my little experiment. But what I really don't like even more is the knowledge that we don't have enough housing to meet the current demand now, and certainly not for the future. I work a lot with other communities in looking at zoning codes and how they impact our ability to address housing for everyone. Infill development's not going to occur all at once, and our memories of the way it used to be are going to be replaced with new memories of healthy neighborhoods and pride in knowing that as a community, we did what we needed to in order to ensure that everyone could have a home. I can make room for new people in my neighborhood. I can install blinds. I can buy a pair of earplugs. I can get over myself. I can welcome new people into my neighborhood and care for them the way that we all care for each other now. I support the adoption of these amendments to the zoning code, and I encourage your leadership as you prepare for our community to have a livable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Alexandra. How do I say your last name? Is it Monjar? Or?
That would be a very nice way to say it. Monjar.
Okay.
Is how I say it, but it is probably French. Yeah, Alexandra Monjar. I live in a 3-story townhome on Kootenai Street near Vesta Avenue.
Are you making lots of noise?
I think I'm pretty quiet, but I'm here to express my support for this modern code, and I thank you, Mayor and Council, for taking action now to harness the power of growth to support more of what makes this place special and to mitigate its downsides. My personal experience aligns with the planning research that shows allowing compact development with fewer or no parking leads to greater housing attainability and higher quality of life. The apartments I have rented and lived in are non-conforming with the current code due to density maximums and parking minimums. Their compact nature no doubt contributed to their affordability, and their close proximity to downtown meant I could walk and bike to work. These things allowed my husband and I to save enough to buy that townhome in March of 2020. But even then, when housing prices were much lower than they are now, and despite us having good jobs with good wages, it was difficult to find a home in Boise that met our needs and budget. We were able to continue living in Boise thanks to the development by a local entrepreneur of those townhomes on a dirt lot in the Depot Bench neighborhood. Our home had an initial sales price that was $40,000 lower than other units in my complex, which is what made it possible for us to become homeowners and to keep our mobility options. It has a one-car garage instead of two, and that contributed to its affordability. And it might have been even more affordable if we weren't, by requirement of the city, required to purchase another parking stall and pay for visitor parking stalls, even though there's plenty of street parking. I support this code because it helps more local developers like the one that created my townhome complex and who want to meet the needs of their neighbors to participate in the development of our community. ADUs, duplexes, triplexes, and small multifamily units can be built by community groups, first-time home buyers, established professionals looking to grow their wealth by investing in their own communities. I also support the reduced residential parking minimums and strongly encourage the council to consider eliminating parking minimums entirely, as they are hostile to the stated purposes of the code. The primary purpose of the code is to promote the public health, safety, and general welfare of residents. But studies have shown that parking requirements lead to higher rates of car ownership and use. And cars, whether electric or traditional, generate noise and air pollution known to shorten lifespans, and car crashes are a leading cause of death for children in the United States. By mandating parking, the city prioritizes the free storage of parking cars over the health and well-being and happiness of its citizens. The new code also aims to bring about coordinated and efficient development, resulting in more housing, equitable transit system, and sustainable development practices. But parking is arguably the least efficient use of land and poses particular challenges to creating affordable housing. As Mike Manville, who is an expert on parking, says, parking minimums requirements force us, despite a dire housing shortage, to squander that land on the low value use of storing empty cars.
Alexandra, you've hit time.
Thank you.
But thank you very much. Jody Peterson-Steigers, and then Elizabeth Norton. Yeah, you're up next. I called you before you'd gotten here.
Hi, Madam Mayor.
Welcome.
City Council. My name is Jody Peterson-Steigers. I'm here as a citizen and also to represent guests at Interfaith Sanctuary Homeless Shelter. I wanted to start by speaking about an experience I had with an author who came to town. His name was Greg Coburn. He wrote a book called Homelessness is a Housing Issue. And he met at this home where he talked to a lot of stakeholders about how lucky we were as a city to not be experiencing so much of what other bigger cities were seeing as far as sidewalks full of people without housing. And he explained some of the risky equations that cause cities to dip and turn into cities that have people on the sidewalks and without housing and without enough shelter. And unfortunately, we have that equation here with our low vacancy rates and our increased cost of living. He starts his book with an analogy about a group of people at a party. There's 10 people, there's 10 chairs, and the host starts music. And everyone's walking around the 10 chairs, and then the host takes away one of the chairs and stops the music. And so everyone scrambles to get to the seats, and there's 10 people and only 9 chairs. So one person doesn't have a chair, but it's not his fault. He was on crutches, so he couldn't quite get to that chair, but there wasn't enough chairs to begin with. And so homelessness is a housing issue if we don't have enough houses for people. And I'm in support of this modern zone rewrite because what it's trying to do is create that diversity in housing to give people the opportunity to move out of homelessness into housing of their own. And I have 53 people at my homeless shelter that go to work 5 days a week. They work full time. They have savings, but not enough, because it's so easy to ask for 3 months rent in advance when everyone's fighting to get into the same space. And so their homelessness continues. And on Tuesday night, there was this terrible storm. It was hail and lightning and thunder. And at 4:30 that day, our shelter was full and 11 people didn't have a place to come in, even though they wanted to. And so I think about like too high, too low, R1, R2. I think like this is such a great opportunity for us to do what the other cities didn't do, which is what Greg Coburn said. They didn't look at their zoning and they didn't rewrite it. And now how are they ever going to catch up? So thank you for taking this time, and to city staff for doing such an amazing job of listening to everyone and also finding a way to house everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Elizabeth Norton. I live off River Street in the downtown area. It's hard to follow Jody. She's basically a saint in this. I'm here to testify in support of the zoning code, and I appreciate you guys being here and listening. This is a lot of listening, and I'm sure that this is exactly what you want to be doing on a beautiful Wednesday afternoon. I know it is for me as the last of my fertile years disappear in my affordable apartment. I'm a little bit resentful I even have to be here right now, to be honest. I think it's great that we have public input, but like I'm only here because it's like, it seems like everybody that's coming out in support of this are like the people that are just like fighting for basic rights. Just like I'm just here because I'm like, oh, like, please, Lord Jesus, don't let me be homeless when I'm older. You know what I mean? Like I'm here fighting for myself like 30 years in the future. I think if you didn't come into this world with some, you know, in my generation with some, you know, trust fund, or you are set to inherit or some privilege, and you are just trying to get by, like there's just no hope for owning something and being able to just be able to see a future where just my basic needs are met. I live very close to Interfaith Sanctuary. I see people living in their cars. I see people living on the streets. And it's just like, oh man, I don't know how like you can look at those people and not just come out and support this. And then from a public policy perspective, I also, you know, like I know the kind of work that goes into a decision like this. And I know how much work, like for years, the citizen panel, you guys, like how much research has gone into this. And I just like also kind of dream of a time when we just can like trust some public process and show up in support of, you know, making this a community that people can see themselves in. And if you don't mind, I don't know if this is allowed, but I just spent a weekend doing a meditation writing retreat. It was a lot of listening. And I just want to take the last 40 seconds to give you guys to just like close your eyes and breathe and meditate, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Namaste.
Is Mika here? Mika? Leanne Mazel? Pamela Pauline? Come on up. And then Brian Wenzel? Erica Watkins? If I'm calling your name, come on up. Barb Hare? Lauren Osh. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Leanne Moselle, and I currently live in the Hillcrest neighborhood and am part of leadership with the Hillcrest Neighborhood Association and LD 17 in the Ada County GOP. Thank you for having me tonight, Madam Mayor and Council. I would like to start out with a quote by C.S. Lewis. Integrity is doing the right thing when no one is watching. I have spoke to a lot of my neighbors and constituents, and they're not here today because they consider this to be an exercise in futility, that the decision's already been made and there's nothing anybody can say to change any of your minds. In my opinion, there is a short supply of integrity sitting up on the dais, and we, the people, are now watching. We do not consent to tyranny in the name of C40, ESG, democracy, or whatever narrative is currently being pressed upon us. We see that our city has been captured, and we are here to inform you that this takeover will fail. The signs of that happening are already apparent in the breakdown of this current administration. Those of you voting today who seek to profit from this scheme know that we understand how the shell game is played, and we will leave no shell unturned to expose any and all corruption wherever it may lead. And I even have a little guidebook on how to find it. And for those of you that still have a conscience, there is time to redeem yourself and hold up your oath by voting no on this initiative. Thank you very much for your time.
Madam Mayor, I just want to note that I've got at least 8 pages of notes taken down so far. There's at least 5 specific ideas that were brought up in the course of the public hearing so far that I'll be trying to change as a result of public testimony. I appreciate you coming to testify. I appreciate every single person who comes to testify. And when you come with very specific items that you think can help improve a code, it's extremely helpful for every single one of us. I know that I'm not the only one taking notes.
Thank you. I appreciate you doing that.
Pam Pauline.
Thank you. And Councillor Halliburton, I just want to say to you, your mind's already made up. And
I'm actually
glad-
going to ask that you
Okay.
address the council as a whole rather than
I'm
individual
sorry. I
council
just
members.
appreciate you taking notes, but we already know that. My name is Pamela Pauline. I'm here on behalf.
Madam Mayor, I was just
Sorry?
looking at the time clock, and it hasn't.
Oh, it hasn't.
reset.
Nope, we need a new one. Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
I'm here on behalf of a disabled friend of mine who lives within R1. And with the elections approaching, I'd just like to remind everybody to first look at who the campaign contributors are. That will tell what your candidate really stands for, big companies or your community. Ask yourself if those contributors are doing good for the people and align with your values and morals. As for the rezoning, we are all entitled to elected representatives. And that's not happening here. Especially for something that is so big that's going to cost tax increases on people's property taxes. We have 2 of you here, as wonderful people as you may be, you are appointed by the mayor. And we are entitled to elected representation. You gave 3 weeks for the community to respond to what you guys did 2 years during COVID. So, Mayor, as much as I like your smile, if you decide to go ahead and vote on this before the new elected city council is put in place, I ask your immediate resignation. I'm sorry, you took an oath, and that oath needs to be taken seriously. And if you can't, then you don't belong there. As for ideas, I haven't seen a 3-bedroom, 1,400 square feet home on a regular street without HOA, beautiful qualities built into it in a very long time. They're all mansions. What happened to the friendly little neighborhoods without the HOAs and their fees? You want other ideas? Why don't you do something about the credit checks? Not everybody loses their home. They'll keep their home, pay their mortgage above most other bills that are due. But yet they need 3 months in advance. They can't get their house or get an apartment. And I'll be damned, I'm 61 years old and we could not own a home even in my day until you were in your 30s. You rented. So all these 20-year-olds and 25-year-olds wanting to own a home, that's a pipe dream. And you know it and I know it. Today, 6 decades ago, 7 decades ago, doesn't change. So Mayor, you want to go ahead and do this? You go ahead and decide before that elected council's in.
Time's up. Thank you.
Okay, just know that I'm asking for your resignation. if you
Brian
do.
Wenzel.
Madam Mayor, Brian is online.
Oh, great. Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, and we can see you too.
Great. Hi, thanks. Thanks for taking my comments. Brian Wenzel, 2314 North 34th Street in Boise. I just wanted to take a quick second to thank the mayor, the council, planning staff. All of you are working extremely hard. I appreciate it. You're making a difference. I'm here to speak in support of the zoning rewrite code. I urge you to pass it. My opinion, waiting for a new council isn't a valid excuse. There's always going to be another excuse to kick the can down the road. I just wanted to weigh in on my profession. I'm an architect. I've been before council and planning staff to entitled projects, and I specialize in high density multifamily housing, like much of what neighbors are probably envisioning will happen with this new code rewrite. My profession, I'm the intersection of the public and developers. And so I kind of feel I have a role, kind of dip the toe in both of those worlds. I think density is good for cities. Eyes on the street, bikeable communities, mix of housing and living near where you work and shop, all important things. So I urge you to pass the code. I'm actually studying a project that was looking at the current code and also envisioning what would happen under the new code, and just wanted to bust maybe a few myths that people have said. There was no change to the parking because developers have studied several hundred units across already existing product, and the existing parking is well under what the new code envisions. So I think some of the fears about the lower parking ratio are probably maybe a little unfounded. The setbacks, people are scared the new housing will go right up to their property line, and realistically, the building code requires that you have a certain percentage of setbacks for fire safety. So realistically, our study showed that the new housing code didn't get any closer to the property line than the current code. And also developers aren't going to build more units than are marketable. So I think some of the concerns about density are a little bit unreasonable. So the zoning rewrite also incentivizes developers to put energy and water conservation and emphasizes bike parking and emphasizes affordability and clean energy and things. So I think there's a lot of wins, and hope that you consider it. And my professional opinion, this is really good for the city. So hope that you choose inclusion, not exclusion, and choose forward thinking and not stubbornness, and choose positivity, positivity rather, not negativity. So good luck to you. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, now we've got Kevin Bayhouse, Olivia Wargo, and Scott Tagg. Come on up, please. Patrick Spouts, Sydney Hare, Vicky Keene, Ellen, oh, got Ellen, Hannah Schuman. Welcome.
My name is Kevin Bayhouse. I live at 706 Opal Street, Boise, Idaho, 83705. I'm in the Depot Bench neighborhood. And Madam Mayor and City Council and City Council members, appreciate you hearing my testimony. So for three things, I live in an R1C that's going to become an R2, and then it's right on the Vista frontage. So if you all are familiar with the thrift or the Restyle thrift store is, I'm right behind there. So What I look at your drawings and your nomenclature online, I see that the new R1C and the new R2 is going to really compact down the it's really going to compact down the space or the livable space that you're going to have in your multifamily dwellings, and it's going to be such that it's not, and I mean, it's going to be I think it's going to be really packed in. And especially on the frontage, if you allow for a 70-foot structure that looks like it's going to be allowed, you're going to really be able to pack them in more than I would think would be a livable space. It's certainly going to address your need to get density on a transportation arterial. I understand that. But I don't know there's going to be some people that would willingly move into a small structure, no parking and everything like that, a minimalist kind of living culture. But for that person that's just looking for a space to live, then that's all that's going to be available to them. The other thing too is I kind of want to go into defense of the garage. I looked at the drawings of the buildings and the pictures in your nomenclature. I don't see a detached garage for apartments. I'm just speaking about apartments now, okay? Let me take you back to 1939, Palo Alto, California. David and Hewlett Packard began their company in an apartment in a detached garage. They invented their audio oscillator. That was their first product for sale. They grew the business. They came to Boise and they hired a whole bunch of people. So garages are places where innovation is spawned. Personal anecdote right next to me, a bass lure that's one of the most successful bass lures in the United States was invented right next door to me. Two garage bands and a ceramic shop, and this garage, and across the street, flower store was where my neighbors had to downsize their flower store into their garage just so that they can have a little side hustle to basically pay bills. Let's not snuff out the garage.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor. Thank you so much, sir. I'm wondering if it sounds like you have a lot of interest in live work.
In which work?
Live work units, which are,
yes.
There's a lot of that in this code. Have you had any chance to
haven't seen
review
any,
that?
and I have not seen that there was any provisions made for that.
Well, I think that in modern times, I understand the garage, but now we just kind of sometimes treat that a little bit differently. But I really appreciate your emphasis on that. I think it's really great.
Okay.
So thank you.
I kept thinking about how my husband's been working above the garage for the last 4 years.
Right. Lots of stuff going on out there in garages. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thanks.
Let's see. Oh, Scott Tag. Scott, there you are. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you Olivia? Nope. Did I call your name already? Oh, on the next page. Great. You will be next.
Madam Mayor, City Council, Scott Tag, 1820 West Jefferson Street, Boise 83702. I'd like to thank everyone that's been involved from the city staff, the Citizens Committee, and also those that have taken time out of their busy schedules, both for and against this, to come out and talk about this very important subject. I'm here this evening in support of the zoning code rewrite. I grew up in Southern Idaho and been fortunate to be a resident of the city of Boise for 40 years. This summer is my 40th anniversary here. I've been a renter and a homeowner. The first place I rented at is the fourplex there on the corner of River and Ash, right across from Irma Heyman's house.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so I remember her going out tending her flowers out there.
That's cool.
So long time ago. But I've also lived on the Bench, West Boise, and West Downtown. Okay, Boise is a city and one that continues to grow and thrive. But we can't continue to do business with a zoning code from 1966. How many of us still have a black and white TV and only have an AM radio? Okay, we can either grow up or out. And if you've been on the connector, either in the morning or the afternoon, more sprawl is not the solution. We need more housing, and we need more housing with amenities that I enjoy in the West Downtown. Transit, walkability, bikeability, a park nearby, small businesses, restaurants, etc. When it comes to multi-story developments, one of the main issues seems to be always parking. Will there be enough parking? How much parking per unit? I could go on and on and on. We love our cars and we're selfish about it. I personally have 4 cars, but I've configured my lot to have 1 car on the street and it's a 5,000 square foot lot. People can be creative when they need to be, and there are plenty of parking solutions out there and in use. Concerning neighborhood notifications and association involvement, it doesn't need to be adversarial. Developers develop, then move on to the next project while the neighborhood must live with the results. Neighborhoods want good quality projects. Having a good quality project enhances not just that project and the developer's reputation, but the entire neighborhood as a whole. As a former neighborhood association president, we need that communication and dialogue to continue, okay? I personally have been to 45 states and 15 foreign countries, and over the years, I've thought about moving, but I just can't do it, as my quality of life is too high. So I understand why more people want to join us. We've got it good. People have talked about Armageddon if the new zoning code is adopted, and soon will be just like Portland or Seattle. But I don't think so, because we've welcomed those who come join us in this oasis in the desert, and we all care about this place we call home, whether you've been here 5 days or 5 or more generations. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to say, for every person on the Citizens Advisory Committee that had a spouse or partner at home, they supported that volunteer as well. So thank you for your support of Kelly as she served.
Oh, thank
Madam
you.
Mayor, I have one question for Scott. Scott, I'm trying to wrap my head around what exactly we should do around neighbor notification. And since you brought it up, I'm going to ask you to be a little more specific about what you want and when you want it.
Well, I want to ensure that there is that communication between the developers and the neighborhood associations. You know, I mean, I realize that part of this is coming up with a website, you know, where it's more of a pull where you have to go and request to be on the list to get that information versus the current way with a push, so that the neighborhood associations receive a notification that we'll firstly get a letter from a developer that there's going to be a neighborhood meeting. And so it's the responsibility of the neighborhood association to put the word out through their methods to ensure the neighborhoods are aware. And then when it gets time to go, if it goes to for P&Z and things of that nature. So just to ensure that projects just don't happen, that people aren't aware of what's going on.
Okay, great. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hannah, welcome.
Hello, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Hannah Schumann. I live on the Boise bench. I work as the housing manager at a local nonprofit. So me and my team focus on finding housing for the most vulnerable people in our community. And we see how the current housing crisis impacts real working families in our community every single day. I'm here today, though, to testify in favor of the new proposed zoning code and how this impacts young professionals in our community. Like myself, I've lived in Boise almost my entire life. When my family first moved here, we lived in West Boise, right on the edge of Boise and Meridian, and Eagle Road was pretty much the end of civilization. Everything past that point was farmland. There used to be a rodeo right there next to our neighborhood. And so I remember Boise and what it looked like a long time ago. As time has passed, Boise has grown significantly, and now Eagle Road is one of the busiest streets in our community. Whether or not people agree with Boise's growth is not the argument in front of us. Our city is growing and has been for years, and it will continue to grow with or without the many opinions shared about our rapid expansion. We must prepare ourselves for this reality and ensure that we have policies that help our beautiful city grow in a smart and equitable way. Currently, I am a renter in Boise. I moved into my rental almost a year and a half ago after a very lengthy and difficult search. It was at the height of the housing crisis, and my application was up against 20 other people who were also searching for a suitable place to live. As someone who started working at 15 years old and has almost always had two jobs at once, I was still right on the cusp of the 2.5 times income requirement that my property manager was looking for. Due to the lack of housing units, property managers can keep raising rent prices because they have very little competition. Behind you is always somebody else waiting for that unit. Additionally, our current code gives property managers the choice to not recognize certain forms of assistance as income. For example, many of the families that I work with do receive a cash assistance program through our organization, but property managers have the option to not recognize that as income, which makes it even harder for them to meet the income requirements. This again harms the most vulnerable people in our communities. Fellow Boiseans will keep getting pushed out of our communities, out of our beautiful city and state because they are not able to find a place to live in the city that they've always called home. Housing is the pillar to a stable life, and if Boise does not start prioritizing multifamily homes, housing supply will only decrease and prices will continue to skyrocket. Without an update, more Boiseans will become unhoused or find themselves in dangerous living situations. I am very proud to call Boise my home, and I'd really love to continue living here, and I dream of owning my own house one day. Me and other young adults in our community won't ever make it there without affordable housing. So thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Hannah. Any questions? All right, thank you. Okay, Ben Ovard, Eric Morrison, Peter Torma. I'm going to call through the list because I know there's at least 5 folks on this page that are online. So I'll call everybody so that if I call you now, come on up and then we'll have you speak before folks online. Amber Ola, Kelly Olson, Deanna Smith, Julianne Curtis, Jared Curtis, Lori McCarter, Kenneth Winkleman, and Dave Fuji I saw online. Okay, great. Come on up, sir. Looks like 3 of you came up from that list of names. Great. Thanks.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council President Woodings, and esteemed members of the council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. My name is Eric Morrison at 1307 South Denver Avenue, proud Boise resident and founder of Alley Homes. We focus on providing affordable ADUs. I'm here to support the zoning code rewrite, particularly in easing size limits and removing deed restrictions on accessory dwelling units. When Boise was first settled, we didn't have zoning codes. People came together as neighbors, using their bare hands to build the housing and communities they desired. Those same neighborhoods are the most coveted today. They're often described with words like charm and character. Unfortunately, residents of today's multi-story apartment complexes rarely use these adjectives to describe their living experience. The early developments in Boise included small duplexes, fourplexes, and ADUs. These fell out of favor and legality due to the rise of automobiles and suburban sprawl post-World War II. This gave birth to our current zoning codes. Today, development is largely in the hands of developers. We need them, of course, but too often their creations seem to lack consultation with neighbors and residents who have to live with these projects for years to come. They're simply playing the rules they were given. As a highly sensitive person, I've endured many challenging apartment living experiences. I believe the rules are problematic and it's time to change them. I understand the concerns of those who worry about increased neighborhood density, many of whom are in the older generation. That's why I love my ADU. It allows closeness to others while preserving my own space and tranquility. The older I get, the quieter I like it too. Consider looking down your street. Does 2023 resemble the 80s or 90s? When I was a kid, the streets teemed with children playing, screaming, and causing a ruckus. Now it seems everyone is indoors, fixated on screens and aspiring to become an influencer. I pose the question, would anyone really truly notice if a few more quiet residents moved into our backyards and alleys? Portland has the highest number of ADUs per capita in the country, thanks to its least restrictive rules on their development. They've been extremely well received and have significantly improved affordable housing options. Boise used to be a place where resident-led development was the norm. It was so good that it drew the attention of President Theodore Roosevelt. During his 1903 visit to Boise, he said in his speech, quote, "I wish it were possible to take the whole city around on exhibition." Today, we are on display, but for less flattering reasons. We're making national headlines as one of the worst cases of housing affordability in the country. I don't want this to be Boise's legacy. The people have spoken. Please let us build the way we want to, like our ancestors did, so that we can live how we want, like they did, quietly, communally, and fearing nothing but the geese. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Thank
this
you.
isn't
Did
a
you
goose
add the
comment.
geese part at the end?
No, that was actually before. Then the gentleman brought that up. So
Great.
This is not
I
a
think
goose-
you've got a question not related to geese.
Not a goose comment, an ADU question.
Great.
So you had mentioned two specific things that you thought would empower more ADUs and easier ADU development. I think you said excluding size restrictions and excluding deed restrictions on ADUs. Is there anything else you think that would help empower more neighbors to build ADUs in their yards?
Yes, definitely. I think one of the important ones that we're seeing in a lot of cities is allowing for pre-approved ADU plans.
Keep going.
That's all off the top
Okay.
of my head. Yeah.
All right, sounds good. If you have more, reach out, please.
Will do. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Thanks, Eric. Oh, it sounds like you've got two more.
Oh,
I
great.
just wanted to thank Eric. I don't have a question for really bringing up the urgency of the situation that we're in. I think it's something that's often forgotten, that we're not sort of like, oh, someday we need more housing, and so we're going to plan for it now. It's like, no, we're in this now. We need to address it 3 years ago, and the second best time is right now, this week. So I really appreciate you bringing that up.
Oh, thank you.
You've got some more.
Thanks for your testimony. I'm on your website and it talks about, whether properties are zoned for ADU. I want to clarify my understanding that if a resident is part of an HOA and the HOA doesn't allow it, then an ADU is not available to them.
That is a great question, and I cannot give you a firm answer on that. I haven't run into that scenario at this point.
And you haven't run into it yet.
Not yet.
Okay, thank you.
No. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kelly, and then Deanna.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council people. My name's Kelly Olson, and I'm 1307 North 13th Street, and I've lived there for 3 decades. And my garage is the original barn that housed all the horses for a 3-block area. And I don't intend to tear it down. And maybe I should build an ADU upstairs, but it's storing bicycles and boats and canoes that belong to practically everybody in my family. So I'm here in support of the modern zoning code. I've seen over the several decades I've lived in the North End, I've seen tweaks to the zoning code that were intended to promote infill, and it did that. But my vision of infill was multifamily dwellings, duplexes, triplexes. And what I've experienced throughout the North End, because I walk a dog twice a day, is lots of McMansions that filled those lots. So we really are behind the curveball on affordable housing throughout the city, but certainly in the North End. And that's really regrettable for a lot of reasons. I think it's changing the character of our neighborhood. It's becoming a little more elite. People much higher income can afford to live in the North End. And that is really regrettable, I think, for the people that have lived there for years. And we really have invested in our neighborhood. I want duplexes. I actually have a duplex, a rental duplex right next to me. And I absolutely love the renters. They don't stay for many years in most cases, but they were typically young people just starting their lives and their careers. And I've helped mentor many of them. But sadly, it's becoming less affordable to live there. So what I see now are middle-aged people who, are downsizing their homes and are moving into these duplexes. So we're losing the character of our neighborhood. I think the modernization of this code is necessary to ensure flexible tools. You know what they are, and I want to commend the Citizens Advisory Committee and all of the staff, the Planning and Zoning Commission, and all of you, because these tools will give us the density we need throughout the city for lots of reasons. It will give us more choice. I hope it results in more affordable housing. I think time will tell. I particularly like what you've done with adaptive reuse in our historical neighborhoods. I don't think you're quite there yet. You might experience that that needs to be tweaked over time. I think the North End Neighborhood Association offered some comments that, you know, we need a few changes there, but I think it's important to get started. I particularly think this code rewrite will help the city fulfill its climate mitigation goals. You have very ambitious goals. I support them completely. The next generation needs those. And this code will help us achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you. I wish Kevin Bayhouse was still here after his ode to the garage, that he could have heard what's in yours, but he has left. Deanna, welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Deanna Smith, 1208 East Jefferson Street, 83712. I guess you'd say I'm here to support the code, but I am gonna push you to make it harder. I think the brilliance of this code
Deanna,
rewrite-
I'm just curious, sorry to interrupt you already, to make it harder.
Oh, you'll know after my testimony.
Okay. All right. I wasn't sure if you meant to make it harder for you to support it or for us to be bolder. but-
Bolder.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I think the brilliance of this code rewrite really is that it doesn't do much upzoning. And what I mean by that, and you heard many comments about it, is I really commend the staff on this approach to provide the city with greater leverage to get.
I'm sorry to interrupt you again. Jerry, Kelly, I'm going to ask that you have a conversation outside. Great. Thank you.
To get the leverage that is hard to get in the state of Idaho, frankly, and I understand that, to create the development we know we want and need. I'm here to ask you to use that leverage to the fullest extent possible. And this means asking more of the development sector. I know this is hard. I know in Idaho, we are very reluctant to do this, but I think it's time. We need to ask the development sector to step up. And really, I encourage you to use these incentives. And here's a few examples. I think there's many ways you could do this. Not demolish existing structures, period. But I love the repurposing and the adaptive reuse. Build on the same site with existing structures. Demolition of structures is not green. It is never greener. And there's plenty of national data to prove that at this point. Not remove any healthy green trees. We're the city of trees. You guys have launched this huge tree canopy effort. Just demand creative site plans that keep the trees. It's possible. It's hard, and it's asking a lot of the development sector, but we have creative, scrappy, local developers here and architects here who can and will do this. And I think you challenge the others to step up. Use mostly green materials. So this is really looking forward. We have to not take a first step, but take a giant leap with this code rewrite. And I think it's your opportunity to try and do so. And my biggest thing is small. Build small, efficient structures that will be possible to heat and cool into the future, as well as be more affordable. So I think you're really doing well with the affordability and the density using the infill, but I think we got to do more with the rest of things. And I have some examples here, but I'll run out of time, that are very specific to specific sections, which I can share with you at another time if you want. But in short, I really like Director Keene's referencing to this as a piece of fabric. And I think we need to build this fabric much stronger. I would challenge you to go high, and as you rework it over time, soften it if the development sector really cannot do these things. Thank you.
Deanna, I'm just going to ask you for some of the specifics that you referenced.
Well, one example in your dimensional standards section 11-02-02.3 to, let's see if I got this right, and the table of allowed uses, section 11-03-2, where you allow 3 stories, require one of these to be a basement. Basements are one of the most affordable, sustainable forms of development. My husband and I raised a single-story house put a full basement under it, drop the house, and we don't have to use AC down there. We have an in-floor heating system. It is incredibly low, low energy use. And it requires very little, but we built it in such a way that it's got 8-foot ceilings, plenty of daylight. It does not feel like a basement. We quit building basements. We live in a desert. We should be building under the ground a lot. So that's one example. Instead of allowing a parking reduction in exchange for healthy tree preservation, because I agree with everyone who says you just get rid of all the parking requirements. And instead require a site plan that does not remove any healthy trees. Another example is to allow the corner cafes and markets in every residential zone type. My neighborhood, the East End, our least dense neighborhood is the foothills, and we're not asking much of the foothills other than the adaptive reuse. So all those 4,000, 3,000 square foot homes and bigger, hopefully someday will be 4, 5, 6 plexes. But ask more, put more commercial, because those places don't have any place to walk to. And we're never going to have buses in the foothills, and the homes aren't going away. So those are just some examples.
Thank you. Yeah,
There's lots
thanks.
more.
I think, are there other questions?
Madam Mayor, I was just going to ask Deanna if she can email us her testimony from tonight.
Sure.
With the more examples that you haven't yet
Sure.
shared. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we are moving to the folks whose names I read out loud that are online. Jamie, will you just call them one by one? Thank you.
Ben Ovard.
Ben Ovard, welcome.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Not well.
Much
better.
Now? Okay.
Now we can hear you. Yep.
All right. So I was going to come tonight to tell you guys all about how, despite graduating 3 years ago with a computer science degree, I can no longer afford to live in Boise, and how my siblings and childhood friends have all been priced out of the city, to Meridian, to Nampa, to Mountain Home, looking, in search of more affordable housing. But one of the things that I've been struck by both last month at the, listening to the hearings and also this week, is the average age of the people against, arguing against this zoning code change, and the average age of the people arguing for it. And I mean, no disrespect by this, but these changes will take time to affect. It takes years to build things, and many of the people arguing against this, frankly, won't be around to even see these changes that are happening. Meanwhile, those of us young people who have been almost unanimously in favor of these changes, we're the ones that are going to have to deal with the effects of the decisions made this week for the next 40, 50 years. We know what kind of city we want. And for that reason, I'm very strongly in favor of this zoning code changes. I, like some others have noted, think it should go even farther as far as eliminating parking minimums, increasing density, so that we can have greater diversity of housing types here in Boise. A lot of people have mentioned worried about losing neighborhood character. We, the people of the city that live in the neighborhoods, are the neighborhood character. And that's being lost every single day, every time someone has to leave the city because they can't afford to live here anymore. So that's all.
Thanks, Ben.
Madam-
So, yeah, there might be a question, Ben.
It's not a question, it's just a comment. I wanted to thank you for pointing out that the character of our neighborhoods, really, it's the people. The North End is a single family home neighborhood, which means families and children and people. So when we're talking about the character of a neighborhood, it's the human beings. And I don't think we talk about that enough. So thank you for pointing it out.
Thank you.
So I've gotten multiple requests for a break. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then people online that I know you're waiting because you're on this page. We will be right back. Thanks.
I walked that The funny thing is I guess so basically, yeah, each of them is two squads, either in both the
Madam Mayor. We have a Patrick Spouts online.
We can see you and you're unmuted. Welcome.
Terrific. Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor and Council, I'm so excited to testify today on behalf of my support for the city zoning rewrite in the modern zoning code. As a member of the Citizens Advisory Committee and frequent participant in city hearings in support of more housing, I've been looking forward to this for a long time. I'll start with a quick comment on there's a lot of talk about how fast Boise is growing, but it's barely growing. For a bunch of years in a row, we've grown by less than 0.5%. And there was a story this morning in the Idaho Capital Sun that our population appears, with their stats, to have dropped from 21 to 22 by over 1,000 people. And this isn't because, as I'm sure you know, demand for living in Boise is any less, but it's really the mechanical result of falling household sizes without allowing adequate new housing, resulting in kind of whoever loses the game of musical chairs being forced to leave. And so I'm excited that we're going to take, hopefully, some steps to allow more housing to keep up with the changing ways we live, and then also accommodate anybody new who's born or wants to move and live here. The modest changes in the residential zones are a useful step, as is the modest reduction in parking minimums. I do encourage the city to consider going further. I would like to see parking minimums removed entirely for many of the same reasons others have mentioned. If that's too bold, one smaller specific step would be to consider eliminating parking minimums for, say, ADUs in particular, as many other cities have done. With respect to triplexes and fourplexes, I'm glad they exist as part of the code with the incentive mix, but I will echo some of the concerns other commenters have raised about feasibility. The goal here is we want these to exist and we want them to provide the affordable housing we're designing for. And if that is in fact not feasible, and we don't get a meaningful fraction of these, then we'll miss out on the affordable housing we're looking for. So I would like the city to check on the feasibility and make changes if needed. If we leave it as is, I'd encourage the city to kind of come up with an idea of what does success mean to you on those. Is it 50 proposals by next year, whatever your number is, and then check in and say, are we hitting this? Are we seeing these proposals, even if they're not built yet, by the end of a period after a year? So thank you for your time. I'm excited for it. I like it as written. There are always things that can be changed. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Madam Mayor. Yes. Mr. Spouts, on the feasibility of the affordability incentives, are there any in particular that you are concerned about or you think we ought to pay attention to, or should we just review them all very carefully?
So the way it's currently structured is you have the sustainability pieces and you have the affordability pieces. And so you're stacking them and requiring both of them to move forward. So it's really an and statement. Making that an or statement would improve that. And also just as some other commentators said, checking the numbers. I have not done the development math, but I have not seen evidence when I look for it that people have done the math and are convinced it's generally feasible. If the city has those numbers, then we're great. But I want to make sure that somebody has shined a light on making sure that the math works.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next up,
Madam Mayor, Peter Torma.
Peter Torma, welcome.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, my name's Peter Torma, 2213 South Ormond, Boise, Idaho. Right now, I'm not in support of the Boise Code rewrite. And after hearing one of the recent comments, it kind of made me laugh because I feel like it must be because I'm an old 49-year-old with like gray hair and injuries from sports and recent long ago who still happens to pay taxes that we all need to have a functioning city. So hopefully, we can all move forward after this and realize that we all matter in this city moving forward after this code rewrite, because hopefully I still matter. Moving forward, I have listened to much of the testimony and talked to numerous people, and I have not heard convincing evidence that we should pass this code as soon as possible. If it takes 6 more weeks or 1 more year to get it right, I believe this would be the best versus a rush to pass the code. I don't think there's a crisis that important to hurry this along. The fear of loss should not outweigh the gain of increased trust between the citizens, the local government, and a better plan. I believe if you move forward with the code rewrite, it will likely cause a divide between residents, kind of like you just saw in the exchange I had with the other person, a lack of trust that will take years to overcome, and which will potentially hamper other plans you have as a city. As other people have said before, without examples of the towns that have tried something similar to this or scientific literature to support your goals of the plan and lessons learned, I don't believe you should adopt the code right now until a review like that has been completed and shared. This is not an uncommon ask. I have worked on numerous controversial environmental assessments, environmental impact statements, and other federal decision documents, which are all supported with this type of documentation. And I believe that a well-supported document like this is possible for the code rewrite and would help in this sort of controversy we have right now. But I do believe one of the most important parts in the code is page 1. That's the purpose section. I think that section needs to include how to measure success of these statements. What are the thresholds, the specific numbers, and if needed, a toolkit of options if we were to not reach those goals that would be laid out in the plan. If 1 year later we are to revisit the code that, as has been suggested, to make the changes, how will these changes be decided without a specific toolkit of options pre-agreed upon? Once you change or tweak the plan after the fact, it will immediately cause people to lose trust in the process and all other plans you have. I would encourage you to please include some sort of measures and toolkit included in the plan before you approve it. And then as an example, the purpose section says, I want to, number 4, we want to protect the character of the residents. I live close to a construction 45-foot apartment building on Vista and Targhee. The overall size is quite staggering. And so I'm concerned how that would fit into my neighborhood. Lastly, before I run out of time, might be interested in having an ADU. I do feel like it would be beneficial to have less restrictions on some of those things, like potentially, as other people have mentioned, potentially like an owner occupancy 1 out of 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I had a clarification.
Sorry, not Ben, Peter.
Peter, I had a clarification question for Peter about the owner occupancy. Does he like that requirement or does he not like that requirement on the ADU?
Peter,
Yeah, I would think you should move it to more like 1 out of 3 year owner occupancy versus all the time.
I see. Thank you.
Yep.
all right. Next up,
Madam Mayor, Julianne Curtis.
Julianne, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. All right. So I live at 8842 West Pine Valley Lane. That's near Maple Grove and Franklin. So I would say that I'm somewhat neutral. I'm taking more of a wait and see approach because I know there's a lot of discussion going on. I do have some concerns though. As I was reviewing the user guide for compact residential zones, I noticed that the new zoning code would not put an upper limit on the density. My concern with that is that not having an upper limit could present a danger that the amount of housing will increase unchecked, and that could potentially lead to over congestion with traffic on the roads, for instance. And I don't believe that would be very beneficial to health and the vitality of the community. The second one is that I haven't seen much about how the city council communicates with ACHD to make sure that the road systems are sufficient for the high density housing areas. Do we have the sufficient road infrastructure to be able to keep the flow of traffic going smoothly? And then I had one random comment about on-street parking. I live near Shoup Avenue. A lot of people like to use on-street parking. And while I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing, one bad thing about Shoup is that it's not very wide. And so you have people parking on both sides of the street. And that creates a real difficulty for navigating that street. You have to go really slow to see around all the cars. I could see it being a potential hazard for emergency vehicles if something ever came up like that. So in considering on-street parking, you want to make sure the roads are wide enough. to accommodate that.
Thank you, Julianne.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, David Fuji.
David Fuji, welcome.
Okay, hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to try to share my screen. Let's see if that works. Okay, you got that?
Yep, we can see it.
Perfect, thank you. Hi, my name is Dave Fuji. I'm president of the Lake Harbor Master Association. Lake Harbor is a mixed-use development of over 700 homes and businesses located on State Street. Let's see, I think I can probably move this slide. There we go. So there are some really good aspects of the zoning code rewrite, but there are some pitfalls that I hope will be corrected before it is passed. For my 3 minutes, I'd like to focus on a pivotal part of the code, and that's a decision criteria that instructs your P&Z commissioners as they pass judgment over CUPs. So on the slide, you can see that the existing requirement is this: the proposed use, if it complies with all conditions imposed, will not adversely affect other properties of the vicinity. So this is really simple to understand. The intent is clear. The proposed requirement that is in the zoning code rewrite is this: the application will not create any material negative impacts on adjacent properties or any material negative impacts that have been mitigated to the maximum extent practicable, and the public benefits of the application outweigh any material negative impacts that cannot be mitigated. So there are several notable aspects of this new requirement that, in my mind, create dangerous ambiguities. So if you look at adjacent properties versus other property of the vicinity, this change eliminates from the consideration most of the other properties for impact. So mixed-use neighborhoods like ours have a diversity of property uses. Shouldn't we be protecting the quality of life within and the character of a neighborhood, and not just the next door property, which may not be as adversely affected by a development? The second one would be material. This is an undefined qualifier, which will lead most likely to dismissal of very real but hard to quantify concerns. If we talk about practicable, this, in my mind, means affordable, and it potentially gives a developer the excuse of, yes, we're going to negatively impact the area, but because the tactics to reduce our impact are out of budget, then we'd like a buy on that. And my thinking is, shouldn't the full cost of entering an established neighborhood with grace be borne by the newcomer? Or if the costs to do the right thing are too high, shouldn't it be put up in a different site? And the last one, public benefit versus negative impact. This consideration pits adverse impact of neighborhoods against a very subjective phrase of public benefit. So I urge you to create code that directs your P&Z commissioners clearly and places a value on protecting the quality of our neighborhoods by retaining the existing.
Dave, you've hit time. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, I'll stand for any questions.
Yep. Any questions? We've had questions on this one from some other people. And this is definitely something folks are looking at. Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it. So we've got one more online.
Madam Mayor, Dawn May.
And I should be clear, one more online for those that signed up in advance, because we're doing the advanced signups first. Dawn, welcome.
Madam Mayor, I have tried to promote Dawn multiple times and have asked to unmute, but I'm not getting a response.
All right, while we're waiting for Dawn, I'm going to call out folks. So please, if you hear your name, come on up. Lauren Panisi, Grant Amaral, Alistair Powell, Nathan Plowman, John Gannon, Mike Stefanik, Rowan Ola, Betty Berman Solo. All right, Lauren. Grant. Welcome.
Hi.
My name's Grant Amaral. I'm a businessman here in Boise. I own a number of rental houses and a couple commercial properties. The one
Madam
thing.
Mayor.
Oh, just a second. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but could you speak into the microphone?
Okay.
Thank you.
How's that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. So do you want me to repeat that? I'm a businessman. I own some rentals, some commercial properties. I'm against this. And first of all, because of the rush nature. Second, I think you're just looking at a lot of lawsuits down the road because you're changing. A lot of people, it's a lifetime investment for them. And all of a sudden you said, hey, you had a Ford, now we're giving you a bicycle. And it's not going to go over well. Okay. More than that, I think the most important thing is when you look at it, it's a business investment to own a rental house. And all you're doing is creating more landlords. And as that guy Tim said earlier, the money is just not going to work out for what you guys want. The contractors are going to go to duplexes. It's just all you're getting, and it's the same thing. It's going to be, you're going to be taxing them. My biggest expense, bar none, taxes. So when you look at it, if 20% of the houses in Boise are rentals, so you're going to increase that to 30 or something, then you're going to tax them again, and they're going to raise their prices. So you might try and look at it as, wow, we've got 20% of the houses in this town are rentals. Maybe instead of punishing these people as if they're Philadelphia slumlords, we ought to actually try and help these landlords, make it so that they can provide. Because honestly, if my taxes were less, I'd charge less for my rentals. So the driving force when I price my rentals is my property tax. And I love my little bill. It's because of the market that your property taxes increased. Well, guess what, guys? It's the market that's increasing your rent. That's it. I'm opposed, and don't create more landlords because that's what you're doing.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Lauren Panisi. I live at 2411 West Pleasanton. I've lived there for a little bit over 30 years. I've served on the West End Neighborhood Association, and I've been on the board, and I'm currently on the Housing and Development Committee. So I participated in the community listening sessions and the Marissa's Book Club sessions during this whole process. And what I wanted to talk to you about tonight was one particular issue related to the West End. Our neighborhood begins at 19th Street and goes all the way to Veterans Park. But what I want to focus on is even a smaller subsection of that is 19th to 27th. That section of the neighborhood has a very rich history. It's been documented by a city employee. And there's also, as recently as 2020, there was a survey done of the homes in that section. And what was discovered or reported as a result of that survey was of the 547 homes, 409 were eligible for National Registry designation. That's about 75%. And so our neighborhood is an old neighborhood. It's an established neighborhood. And as staff mentioned on Monday, this code is to also protect the established neighborhoods. But our neighborhood in that particular section, particularly, is zoned R2 and R3. So starting from State Street and going south to the alley of Bannock is R2, and then Bannock and Idaho are R3. So allowed uses today with today's zoning code allow for density, medium density, I believe, and particular lot sizes. But with the zoning code rewrite, those lot sizes get smaller, the density increases, and the height also increases. So in R2 and R3, I believe it's 3 stories, and now you're going to 4 stories in R2 and R3. So I don't understand how, with the zoning code rewrite, our neighborhood is going to be protected because development is allowed. And case in point is 2502 West Bannock was purchased by a developer with the intention of demolishing the house and the detached garage and putting in multifamily housing. Now, with the old zoning code, he'd be allowed 3 stories. And I have to tell you, that mobilized our neighbors, because when they heard about what was going to happen, they were very distressed because, as if you remember, Chris Testa said, what if? Well, this scenario is not just in theory, it is in practice, because that is what's going to happen.
Okay.
Now, the developer hasn't done anything, he hasn't done anything, but I don't know if he's waiting until R3. So I'm asking to reconsider the zone codes because it doesn't follow the pattern that's been established.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Come on up. Sorry, I said so
fine.
many names. I'm not sure who's who.
Right. Hi. So I'm Nathan Plowman. I live at 2083 Coronado Way in
Welcome,
Southwest
Nathan.
Boise. Thank you. So I'm here to testify in favor of the zoning code rewrite. So I'm a millennial in my mid 30s and a homeowner. I was lucky enough to be able to afford to purchase a home in Boise about 7 years ago at a time you could still find starter homes for less than $200,000. And I frankly have a little bit of survivor's guilt over that. I have watched multiple friends and family members around my age or younger who have been forced to leave Boise when they would have preferred to stay simply because they've been priced out. I recognize that housing affordability is a complex problem that has multiple causes, but I believe that zoning code reform is a necessary and critical part of the solution. And I believe that the proposed changes to the zoning code, such as allowing for duplexes, fourplexes, and ADUs being built in more places, will help do a lot to increase housing supply and slow down the rising costs of housing, especially for low and middle income residents. In addition to housing affordability, I'm also a very strong supporter of walkable neighborhoods, and I prefer to get around by biking or walking whenever it's practical. So I'm very pleased to see that the proposed zoning code makes important changes that will help improve the city in these areas. For example, setting standards for bike parking facilities at businesses, increasing mixed-use development, and allowing for things like neighborhood cafes. And on the bike parking, I know that's something that probably doesn't get a lot of attention, but whoever worked on that section, thank you. So just again, in short, I'm enthusiastically in favor of the proposed changes, and I hope that the council will vote to approve the new zoning code. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, John Gannon, are you here? Oh, there you are. Welcome, Representative. Thanks for being here.
Oh,
and then
thank you.
after John will be Betty Bermancello.
Thank you, Mayor. Unfortunately, when affordable housing is removed, the replacement housing is less affordable unless there's some kind of taxpayer subsidy. So I have a real concern about the arbitrary rezoning of established affordable neighborhoods from R1C to R2 because of the serious consequence of losing what few affordable houses that we have. The video that you're seeing shows the actual affected areas between Rose Hill and Overland. Altogether, there are about 200 to 250 homes that are being rezoned from R1C to R2 between Rose Hill and the Canal Street. First concern is that many of these all of the properties, I think, but I haven't talked to everybody, but nobody that I've talked to in this area knew that they were being rezoned from R1C to R2. And I think there should have been more collaboration and discussion with them and compliance with the zoning code in the change as applies to them. R1Cs, that's different. If you're staying R1C and you're R1C, then, but you don't have to have that kind of notice. But when you're actually changing the zoning code, the zoning for a particular property, I think you have to give better notice. And I've talked with staff about that. So one solution to what is being done is on page 7 of the June 1st updates from the planning department. And I applaud them for that. They have said that in the R2, where the incomes are 60% or less AMI, a conditional use process will be required. I would hope that that this would be increased to 120%, so that there is more ability to preserve the affordable housing and to negotiate or deal with developments that are putting the affordable housing at risk. The other solution is, of course, is not to do the rezone until it's absolutely necessary to do that. And that might be a better idea. And to do that until, to hold that in abeyance until really the housing crisis subsides, which hopefully it will do someday. So those, that's my time, and thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I love that video. That was a great way to have images while speaking. Thank you for that.
We all had fun making it.
Madam Mayor, Representative Gannon, my question, I just want to clarify your statements on this. So currently there's in the proposed code, we have a CUP process for MX zones. Would you be in support of us establishing that for R2 and R3 as well?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's a great idea, except that, and broaden it from what staff has proposed. They've gone to 60%. If it's 60% or less income for the homeowner, I think, and I'm not positive on that, because there's just one line there that, and I think it should be 120%. And it should be, and there's some precedent for that, because you are requiring 120% for higher density. For a higher density allowance, 300 feet from a collector. I believe you're requiring that the sale of whatever additional unit is built is 120% of AMI or less. And so since these folks own homes, it would seem like it'd be logical that you could extend that 120% to this conditional use permit process. And I think that it really would help us, I think, as a community to preserve this affordable housing, because quite frankly, a lot of those people are going to have a hard time finding another house. And you saw some of the houses in the video. They're going to have a hard time finding another house that's comparable in this community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Betty, welcome.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, City Council, I'm going to start with a request. I've done this a number of times and I can't get less than 3.5 minutes. So I'm requesting that
Sorry,
extra time.
We've been really strict. You've probably noticed I tend to let people have a run-on sentence, but that's it.
Okay. I appreciate the efforts made for the zoning rewrite, but I don't feel it's gone far enough yet to protect current Boise City residents. And my residence is 1970 Cannon Arrow Way, Boise. My main concern is that Boise has not obtained a capacity of homes or people that we are certain we can provide water for. And other concerned cities have done that. Veolia Water has provided critical data that was not available to the Boise City Planning and Zoning Commissioners when they deliberated last month and voted in favor of the zoning rewrite. Veolia states that within Boise city limits, there are 139,540 residential properties. Of that number, 5,709 residential properties are not provided water by Veolia. This would indicate that these Boise city limits residents and Boise taxpayers are relying on their domestic wells for their drinking water. I own one of those properties for 36 years. Boise city limit residential properties will risk loss of their wells, a critical infrastructure element if the Boise zoning rewrite moves forward without provisions that protect their water rights. If you see Idaho Water Law Handbook, pages 76 to 84, this document clearly describes groundwater protection and the senior water rights that have precedent over junior Veolia water right requests. Veolia deep groundwater requests can only be considered, in quotes, without adverse consequences, close quotes, to existing senior wells due to the inevitable drawdown and depletion of domestic wells in the traditional shallow aquifer. And this is in the Groundwater Protection Amendment of 1951 and 53. Many Boise residents within the city limits use their wells for drinking water, either because Veolia cannot reach them or the price of Veolia water would make it impossible to bear the cost. As a Boise City taxpayer, I would urge the city council to research Idaho groundwater protection and look for a fair provision added to the zoning rewrite to address this responsibility to the current 5,709 well owners within city limits. Treasure Valley aquifer recharge occurs with precipitation, which is essentially the same for the last 82 years, and irrigation of our open spaces. The concern that Boise is also asking for increased residential density in the zoning rewrite at a time when there are real issues in nearby states about limiting residential development due to critical aquifer recharge drawdowns is a compelling reason to look further at our water capacity.
Betty,
Thank you.
I gave you probably 20 seconds or so over. I'm wondering if you've looked at the language that I can't remember if it was pre-planning and zoning hearing or we've discussed it post about the provision that there would have to be a demonstration of water availability for new development.
Mayor McLean and council, I still feel that there needs to be more collaborative Idaho Department of Water Resources along with Veolia. They are a broker of water. And I feel that we're putting a lot of trust in a party that is going to be the winner when some of these wells are sidelined. And this is already happening. I think it should be a collaborative effort. And also by looking at the existing Idaho law that should be, should be something that we would have some protection. I'd like to see that really researched before.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have one quick question.
Or Betty, would you mind taking
Sorry,
one
Betty.
more?
You're going to get your 3.5 minutes one way or the other. I just want to make sure I understand your point, because of course, as the mayor pointed out, part of the code says we're going to require developments to demonstrate that there's an assured water supply. And I took it from your testimony that that's fine from your perspective, but in addition, you would like to see assurances that your own groundwater well water supply isn't depleted by the development around. So you would like to see, in addition to assured water by the developers, some assurances that your groundwater won't be depleted and you will be harmed. Is that basically right?
Mayor McLean and Councilman Badgett, there's a great deal of indication that there are drawdowns that would affect my well. And a lot of people can't afford to drill a deeper well. And that's another face of homelessness, because you can't afford the cost of drilling deeper, and the property taxes are going up. So you see a lot of people that are my age that have that real fear without any kind of provisions that would back up the loss of their well, which is going to happen with a progression of development on a lot of open spaces.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Jason White. Lisa Baker. Are you Jason? No, I'm Mike. Oh, were you one of the people that came up earlier? Come on up. Great. Thanks. Mike Stefanik. Yep, you're sorry.
Sorry to jump.
Now, just to check, did Rowan Ola come up too? And I just didn't notice that. Okay, great. Welcome, Mike. Sorry.
All right, no worries. Thanks. Appreciate it. Mike Stefancic. I live on the bench at 1630 South Rand in the Bora neighborhood. I've lived in multiple neighborhoods here in Boise, and I've been here for about 13 years. I've also lived in many other cities in the Northwest, in the Midwest, in the East, and also around the world in other countries, and spent time there. I think the code rewrite is something that is progressive and needs to happen here in Boise in order to make it a more vibrant and welcoming community. The communities that I have lived in the past have been welcoming communities and inclusive communities because they've had more dense housing. They've had businesses in local communities. They've had the ability to navigate communities easily by different forms of transportation. I think Boise is an inclusive community and can be more inclusive. I think the coding rewrite will help do that and help welcome more folks into our community, providing more housing options for those that are affordable, as well as transportation options and ways to navigate. I do have a family with kids that live and work in the schools, and we appreciate our neighborhood and our communities, and we want to have more folks in our communities so that we can interact with those folks in the communities. And I feel like the zoning rewrite will help accomplish a lot of those things. Additionally, I think the components that include small businesses and allows for that in communities is a benefit for folks seeking food, seeking resources in those neighborhoods, and being able to easily get to them, whether by foot or by bike into that community, helps reduce additional costs. I work at the university, and many of the students that I work with and serve have to travel very far to get to the university. They have to live out in Nampar and other communities just to afford housing to get to the university and things. And that's an added cost, whether they have to employ or using a car or using other public transportation or that. And that's a big additional cost. Having a more dense community could lower a lot of those additional costs for many of our community members. And so also, additionally, personally, I want to help be part of the solution. Currently in the zoning code, I am not allowed to have an ADU or increase the amount of rooms or lodging in my house. And the new coding rewrite would make a mixed use of my current dwelling. And I want to be able to support and potentially build an ADU to create a more affordable option for additional people in the community and welcome those folks. So I'm in full support of that. And I think it's the right step that needs to move forward. And I appreciate all your time and energy in this process. It feels like it's been many years. I have been aware of that. I've seen communication that has come out and been able to interact with staff, ask questions, and get information throughout the process. And so I want to really thank all of the hard work of mayor, council, and the staff for this process. It's a long process, and I'm glad you started it earlier to get to this point, and I hope it gets approved. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Now I'll go Jason White, Lisa Baker, Robin Donovan, Caitlin Koppel. Oh, Caitlin was here 10 minutes ago. All right. Well, we'll see if she's left or if she's coming back. Anybody else that I've called on these sheets? I've got some other sheets to go to, but have I called your name and then not had you come up? Okay. James Carpentier. Welcome.
Hi, okay, I'm going to start out by saying I'm James Carpentier with the International Sign Association, also the Northwest Sign Council. And I really appreciate the opportunity to speak about, I guess, the different subjects. I'm changing subject. Is that okay? from housing to signs. And really, I just have a couple of comments to make. And one of them I think is okay, but I just wanted to make sure, because I did get a chance to talk to Director Keene briefly. And he said, in relation to the hold time for on-premise signs, and that's who we represent, or I represent, as the on-premise sign industry. The hold time was at 8 seconds and has been in the code, in the current draft, at 20 seconds. And we understand that the off-premise signs have been changed to 8 seconds. And we are also requesting that the on-premise signs be changed back to 8 seconds to really be supportive of not only the business community, but the small businesses in particular, and the community in general, especially with the changing nature of business today. The flexibility in messaging is really, really critical. And the other issue too is the illumination standard that you currently have for electronic message centers is woefully outdated, probably about 15 years. And I know that that's something that wasn't addressed in the current draft, but we would suggest that you update it to our current illumination standards that we recommend, which are actually about 35% or so less bright than your current standards. And I don't want to go through all the details because it's too much. But basically, back in March, I did send a letter to planning and zoning. And so it is in the record, some of the draft language and some of our model language. And I'd be more than happy to assist staff with the specifics of that, if there's any questions or any issues.
So this is what I'd suggest, James. I appreciate that you came so far. Somebody yesterday was also here talking about the on-premise as well as off-premise signs.
I believe so.
And they were from Utah. And we said then, and I've gotten the nod again, that yes, we are changing that time back. On the illumination thing, if it's not addressed in this ordinance, I propose that we take that up separately rather than picking up something so technical and new, as we're seeking to move this ordinance tomorrow to a reading with some changes reflective of the community. But so if you want to send that again to the PDS director, Tim Keene is right over there, and get that information to him, we can pick that up separate from this ordinance.
Well, that sounds great. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Elaine Clegg.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
I'm starting to wonder why we had a goodbye party for you, because you're just here all the time.
I know. It's like, wait a minute.
It's good to see you. Welcome back.
Well, you have written comments from me from BRT, but I'm here tonight in my role as a former council member, giving you some insight from that, and also as a citizen, a resident of Boise, lifelong resident. Live at 1011 North 12th Street. And for my children and grandchildren, I urge you to pass this zoning code. And while it's not perfect, there are a lot of great things about it. Many of you know that before I left the council, I worked hard to bring the zoning code rewrite to the council and to the work that was being done. There were a lot of reasons after the comp plan got passed that it got delayed. And I want to thank you and the staff for bringing it forward now when you did. It was still a tough time. People still said, oh gosh, let's wait, let's wait. People are saying that today, let's wait. It's been a 12-year process since we should have done it. It's been a 3-year process since we started. I don't think we need to wait anymore. Thank you to the staff, to the CAC, to the Planning and Zoning Commission, to all of you, to the citizens who've come out tonight and the other nights that you had this hearing. It's an important issue, and I think it shows how important it is, how much comment it has gotten. It meets many of the goals that we set out in the first part of this process. And that to me is the most exciting thing. There's a chance to build complete neighborhoods. There's a chance to build a variety of housing types. There's a chance to build neighborhoods with commercial uses as part of them that you can walk to. It identifies locations where transit supportive densities can follow transit and transit can follow those densities. It makes it not just legal, but requires the kind of streetscape, the kind of pedestrian realm, the kind of bicycle supportive uses that will lead to, in the community design elements, that will lead to the walkable, bikeable, livable places that we've talked about for so long. It proposes to allow more efficient use of our land, which we think will lead to less sprawl, at least for the city of Boise. I hope that happens in a region like this. It's hard to know, but you'll have done your part. Thank you. You know all of this, and you know a lot more, but I wanted to get it on the record. Probably the most important part is that it finally moves the city forward. Actually, it moves us back to the future, but it moves us forward to being the kind of place for people, to being a place of neighborhoods and not subdivisions, and to vibrant activity centers in locations across the city and not just in a few places here and there.
Time.
I've lived here my whole life. I've seen an awful lot of change. Change isn't a choice. The choice is how we change. This code allows us to change in a way that welcomes everyone in this community, that gives my grandchildren a place that they can hopefully afford to live in when they grow up, that creates the neighborhoods like I live in, where there are 14-unit apartments and ADUs. And it's a place that is vibrant. Thank you for your support. Thank you for all your time. I have a lot more to say, but I knew I'd run out of time.
Thanks, Elaine. Any questions?
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Elaine, I think I know the answer, but there's been a lot of commentary on whether or not I should vote on this. And so I just wanted to ask someone who was elected to this seat how they would have voted had they been here today.
I would have voted wholeheartedly in favor of this, and thank you for asking. And I think the idea that you shouldn't vote because you weren't elected is wrong. You were elected by the 6 people or by the 4 people at that point who were up here after your name was put forward. You have a job to do because you took that job on, and I commend you for it.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I do have an additional question. I'm going to do you the honor by asking you a question about trees. There have been a lot of people very, very concerned that passing this code is going to destroy tree canopy, that being really one of their bigger concerns when it comes to density. And as our former still resident, always tree expert, I'm just wondering if you could comment to any feedback that you would have, concerns, suggestions related to those comments.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you for considering some language that I brought forward that will allow bigger trees to get planted in parking strips. I wholeheartedly support that. I think there are some interesting ideas about protecting existing tree canopy, including the one Deanna brought up that would require a developer to protect existing healthy trees as they redevelop. There are lots of ways to design redevelopment and not take out those trees if you're careful. And I think the parts of the code that allow more height and some of the other things that are allowed now make it easier to do that. Whether you do that as a requirement or as an incentive, I guess remains to be a question. But it's something I'd certainly look at. There is a tree canopy study going on right now, so you have a great measurement tool to understand if you're actually losing canopy and take measures if you are.
Thank you. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Will everybody that's online intending to speak, please raise your hand. And while we do that, I'll ask that Heath Clark come on up. And then Jolene Evans. Is Jolene still here? Jolene, welcome. Heath and Jolene, we'll hear from you and then we'll go online.
Hi, everyone. Heath Clark, 251 East Front Street in Boise. I'm a local land use attorney, and I'm in support of the zoning code rewrite. And one of the things I just wanted to talk about briefly was improvements to process. And several of you know I've done a lot of work in Boise. I haven't been in front of this council as much on new projects lately because it seems like a lot of my clients headed west. And one of the challenges with that is that you're often dealing with jurisdictions that have infrastructure challenges that aren't necessarily prepared for the growth, that don't necessarily have as much staff, that have challenges. There's a lot of good projects, obviously, and proud of that, but there are definitely challenges with that. And what you see is less predictability. And what you often see also is difficulty with infrastructure. And oftentimes when those processes go sideways, you end up with large lots and septic and well, and not necessarily the development pattern that you'd like to see. What I really like about the zoning code rewrite is that what we do see is some cleaner process and some cleaner standards. So I appreciate the step in the right direction there with the creation of the 4 levels of review and helping to understand exactly where you are and who the decisions makers are and what the requirements are. There has been a fair amount of talk about the conditional use permit standards, and I wanted to mention that in particular because the old conditional use permit standard to me was a problem in the Boise City Code. It wasn't consistent with state code. State code speaks to using conditions in order to minimize adverse effects. It doesn't say that you can't have any adverse effects. And so that created, I think, a misunderstanding on the part of folks as to what should happen in connection with a conditional use, and created frustration and again, less predictability. And I think that what we have with the code rewrite with the balancing test is much more appropriate and honors state code in a way that the current code did not. I also appreciate the cleaner, more appropriate design and dimensional standards. I think that'll lead to less administrative burden, and that will also allow projects to move forward and get through more cleanly, and that allows for more predictability. And ultimately, what I would like to see is more of those projects that I've been talking about going west come back here to a place that does have does have infrastructure, is ready for that sort of thing, and does have the ability to promote that variety of housing types that we certainly need. And, as someone who, when he first came back to Idaho after law school, lived in an apartment for a couple of years, lived in a rental house for a little while after that while I was clerking for a judge. I've kind of worked the whole or lived in the whole life cycle of the various types of multifamily and single family homes. And so I'm glad that Boise is really making an effort to promote that variety, because we can't have a healthy housing environment without that. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions or call it a night.
Madam Mayor, I do have a quick question. And I've asked this from a few different folks, and I don't know if you have any experience with ADUs, but I'm trying to see if there's anything else that you think or anybody would think that would empower community members' ability to add to our ADU stock.
No, I think ADUs are absolutely a tool that we need to have in the quiver, and I think that the ADU language that we've got in the current version is a good start. I don't have a specific recommendation as to any changes beyond that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks.
Madam Mayor.
Holly, then Lucy.
I don't have a question, just a comment, or maybe it's kind of a question. If we pass the zoning code rewrite, won't that give you actually less work in Boise because the things that you are doing are allowed instead of having to come in here and get up in front of us all the time?
That could be true. And I might be talking myself out of work for sure. The kind of work that I like to do is the work that brings value to the neighborhood, and where we're not coming in with vague standards and then having the hearing turn into Athenian democracy, where everybody just thinks that we're just going to raise our hands and decide whether we want this or not, that we're not going to. Instead, what I want to see is clear standards so that my clients, when they come into a property or a project, they have an idea of what's likely to happen at a hearing. And so that doesn't mean that I won't have work. It probably means that I would have work that I'll probably enjoy more. So, yeah.
Thanks for your comments. And, we haven't had a lot of folks like you testify that are deeply involved in the actual work of the development. So this is really, really helpful. And I know that you've been here a little bit to hear that we were really interested in specifics. I'm going to ask you a more general question though, because one of the things that it's occurred to me is I'm wondering what the development pattern will be with this code, and will it force folks to go to other areas of the valley where they find it easier to develop versus Boise? And I'm really interested in your perspective and context on that.
Yeah, thank you. So from my perspective, I think part of the reason why people might have gone to other parts of the valley was because there's a perception that it was easier in other parts of the valley before, that, that Boise was tough, and that, it was difficult to get things through without, a lot of ornaments being hung on the Christmas tree, for lack of another word. So, I tend to think that this is actually going to, I think it's going to make it so that people are going to be more incentivized to come and do projects in Boise. The contrast that I see between a really developed development code, really well defined development code, and versus a more generic, is that there's trade-offs, right? Like you have to satisfy, dot every I and cross every T in a more developed code. And sometimes there might be more flexibility, I guess you would say, in a less developed code, but that also often results in a lot of unpredictability in the outcome. And so, trying to balance that is important. So you can't kill the projects with regulation. You can't overdo the requirements, but if you can provide predictability and create the expectation that if you satisfy these standards, you're going to move through, that's going to help a lot of people. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, yes. Jolene. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jolene Evans. My address is 2247 East Warren Springs Avenue. Thank you to the council for being here and listening to everyone's testimony. I'm here today to testify in favor of the new zoning code rewrite. Boise has changed a lot in the past 50 years. There's no denying that. And to keep things that make Boise great, like our open spaces and bicycle infrastructure, it's important that our zoning code changes as well. When I first moved to Boise in 2020, the 800 square foot, 2-bedroom, 1.5 bath townhouse I lived in was $10.95. I see that same place listed at $14.95 now. A place that was once affordable and a home that got me started now cannot offer the same opportunity to others. Modifying our zoning code can also help those who do not have the option or ability or access to owning a personal vehicle. Cars are expensive and unsustainable. They take up a large footprint to typically only transport one person at a time. With Boise's goal to be carbon neutral by 2050, it is extremely wise for the zoning code rewrite to be approved. And lastly, to keep what makes Boise so special, the zoning code rewrite will help protect our urban spaces from urban sprawl so that they can continue to exist and thrive for generations to come. Thank you to all the staff for the time, effort, and hard work put into this. And thank you for listening to my testimony today.
Thanks, Jolene. All right, we've got two more on paper here, and then I'm going to go online. Bob Meyer. And then the next person, I can't read the name. I'm really sorry. I think it starts with a B, but from Mountain Cove Road.
Yeah, Mayor and the council. I'm only 77. I know I don't look it. And I am unique, one of a kind, and different. I know that's redundant. And I've been in Boise for 42 years. It was 88,000 when I came here in October of 1981. So I've seen all the growth. Where to begin? I've been a collaboration person at least since 1969 when I worked with my elected representative in Southern Illinois. I grew up near St. Louis in Southern Illinois. I worked with my congressman to get out of the Navy when my dad was ill. And then fast forward 35 years later, worked with the general at the Idaho Air National Guard in order to stay in when he was trying to force me out illegally. Currently, I am working with and struggling with a speeding issue with ACHD and the Boise Police. My current address is 7105 West Ustick. I'm between McKinney Street and Cole on Ustick. So I'm a 25-year retiree from the military, Navy and Idaho Air National Guard, and 20-year retiree from Central District Health Department, where I worked as an environmental health specialist and worked all the EH programs for the 20 years I was there. I also own a duplex where I live. I've been there 30 years and I rent the other side out. One of the reasons why I'm unusual is I'm not the standard, ordinary, run-of-the-mill landlord. For a 1-bath, 3-bedroom duplex, I'm renting for $825 a month because I like to help people out that are good people, and I know what it's like to struggle because I struggled through, though I came here with a master's degree, I couldn't find a decent work during most of the 80s. The decade of the 80s, I only had a decent job for about 6.5 years. And I've lived in the Hillcrest area. I've rented there. I rented on North 28th Street in Boise and on Wiley Lane till I bought my place on Ustick. So I am against the code as written, and I'd like to oppose that mainly because of the neighborhood situation that many people have talked about today. I'm for maintaining the character of neighborhoods as the person from Lake Harbor mentioned. And, I like the way he questioned the term material.
Sir, you've gone over, so I'm going to ask that you use a sentence to wrap up.
Okay, well, protecting neighborhoods, existing neighborhoods, and not going over 2 stories high within an apartment within a block of an arterial.
All right, thank you.
All
And
right.
thanks for your service.
Thank you.
Are you the person who lives on Mountain Cove Road?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. Sorry, I got chicken scratch handwriting. I'm Bailey Bingham out
Me
of
too.
2020 North Mountain Cove Road. So I'm here as an optimist in this. I support it and think that it's a good first step. And I say that as somebody who came to Boise as a student. I think there's been a lot of talk about, development of land, but I think of this sort of thing more in the view of development of people, development of community. And I think that there's a lot of students that come to Boise to come live here who struggle with housing, who have struggled with housing. And as young professionals, many end up leaving town or as part of that concern. And the discrepancy between wages and housing prices, whether that's a mortgage or rent, is something that's gotten national news attention over the last couple of years. And so I think this is a great step to addressing that. I think that it opens a lot of possibilities. I think from people who are unestablished, I think there was also a comment about maybe the wrong type of people coming into the community that, if you develop things the wrong way, people will depreciate the building. It'll all go away. I'm an optimist. I think if people are spending less time focusing on their bills, they might spend more time thinking about starting a family, starting a business, maybe even employing people and growing the valley. So I'm an optimist in that sense. I think there's some also kind of concern about the macro environment, interest rates, quantitative tightening, and the Fed and that sort of thing. And my sense of that is like we live in an environment of boom and bust. So if my sense of that is like this too shall pass. So I'm a supporter of it. I think this is a great first step in the right direction, and I would appreciate further steps towards housing for many, many types of people. And then I think that would be a way to promote a sort of productive and interesting community that builds upon the things that we have going for us. So I don't know if there's any questions, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, we've got 6 folks online. Anybody else in here that plans on testifying? All right, we've got 1. Let's move to online. I'm thinking, Scott, you've made it this long. We can let some of these people go. Okay.
Madam Mayor, Lisa Baker.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Great, thank you. My name is Lisa Baker and I live on the bench on Virginia Avenue. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the zoning code modernization. I support the changes in the code meant to contain the sprawl of development. I've lived in cities that have grown by spreading out, and the livability of those cities was negatively impacted by sprawl. I admit I have not yet read through the 600+ pages of the proposed zoning code, but I did get a sense of the philosophy behind the proposed changes from the executive summary. For instance, the summary states, a modern zoning code supports a comprehensive, safe, and efficient network of mobility that optimizes our infrastructure and supports our vibrant neighborhoods. With this in mind, I would like more information on the steps you are taking to create a public transportation system that actually works for all citizens of Boise. The bus system we have now is not available for people that work later than 5 p.m. or on weekends. Assuming the new zoning code is adopted, is there a plan to obtain funding to build out a more robust public transportation system? I support increased urban density, but that needs to be coupled with a good public transportation plan. I understand the public transportation discussion is tangential to the zoning code rewrite, but it is also a critical component to maintaining a livability of Boise. Thank you for taking the time to hear my comment.
Thank you, Lisa. And next we have
Suzanne Knorr.
Suzanne, welcome.
Hi, thank you very much for taking the time to listen to the public. I do commend the Planning Commission for taking on this monumental job of a huge overhaul of the zoning ordinance. Well, one thing that does concern me is the issue of groundwater. I live in an area where many wells have gone dry, and increased density is going to require more water, whatever the increase in density is. It's going to put greater demand. And there are a lot of well owners in the city of Boise that may not be in a position to either hook up or deepen their wells. I understand there's a provision for a 50-year water supply in the zoning rewrite. The 50 years is not a long time when we're talking about water. That means at the end of 50 years, will we still have a viable aquifer? That could be within your lifetime or your children's. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Thanks, Suzanne. We'll take another one.
We have Sherry Workman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you for having us. My name is Sherry Workman. I live at 4964 North Knollwood in Northwest Boise. And I urge you to vote no, not because it's a bad idea, but because I don't think it's ready yet. The changes in hearings and notifications, just as an example, seem designed to obstruct public feedback in a way that puts the burden on the individual resident to discover pending projects. And in an article by Don Day from earlier this week, he talked about how a neighbor would have to register and set up a profile on a forthcoming development that the city says it'll build out. And in that same article, the planning director, Tim Keene, claims that by limiting the number of hearings, it'll make it easier and cheaper for developers to build projects. He further says there's a risk and uncertainty in public hearings. And yeah, there is, but to me, this is tremendously telling. The city's proposed changes are designed to make life easier for developers, not residents. And instead, the city seems to want to cut resident voices out of the equation. I want the hearings and notifications to stay as they are so that my neighbors and I have a chance to submit feedback before the project is approved. Next, people in our area, and I live in the Collister neighborhood, already see street congestion and parking as a problematic issue. And I really don't think that the proposed incentives and reductions in parking will work. It's an already extremely dense and overloaded corridor, which will be made worse by these changes. And the transit system, it's already in trouble. According to Margaret Carmel's article, and yes, I read a lot of Boise Dev, on May 1st of this year, Valley Regional Transit is considering reorganizing the system's routes with the possibility of eliminating lower performing lines, including in our neighborhood, Route 10, which serves Hill Road, is one they're considering eliminating. Our transit system is not up to the task and won't be for a very long time, if ever. And I think an earlier person mentioned this, I think it was Pete Torma. He talked about how are you going to measure the success of this new code? Before you vote on this, what are your goals? How many additional housing units, businesses are you trying to create? And have you already set up measurements of progress? What are the metrics? To me, it's critical to understand how you're going to measure success, and it has to be specified prior to enacting the changes. Vote no, please, because it's just not ready for prime time. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take testimony from in here now for one. Scott Beecham, come on up. We've got 3 more online, and it's a wrap.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Scott Beecham, 2105 West Irene Street in Boise. And I'm here to comment in favor of the updated modern zoning code. I do want to start by echoing the appreciation. I've heard it from a lot of people, but it's been a huge task by the council, by the commission, and by staff, and it deserves appreciation. It's been handled, I would say, professionally and with grace from start to finish, from what I've seen. So thank you for that. I would add, it's an effort that's timely. It's critical to the sustainability of Boise, and hopefully will result in a roadmap for the rest of the Treasure Valley. I'll be brief, but I want to make 3 quick supportive comments. The first is that we must update the code, as the current code is not only outdated, but it's also beyond repair after having been patched together for decades. I worked with the code as staff, as a developer, and as a neighbor, and it's painful no matter which hat you wear. So the update is welcome from that perspective. Second, there's an obvious disconnect between the current code and the comprehensive plan. From my perspective, the vetting of this code update began years ago with a public outreach for an approval of Blueprint Boise. The proposed update will bring alignment and far more predictability, which I think you've heard already tonight. Lastly, I appreciate the fiscal responsibility of the effort. We simply must be more strategic with resources, and we must be honest about the long-term economic impacts of the sprawling community. The suggestion of deferring the action of this work is unfortunate to me. In my opinion, it's far past time that we take a fresh look at how our community grows. We need more housing, and we have the opportunity to align the city's vision with the code, and we really should embrace that change rather than resist it. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up,
Jody Hull.
Welcome, Jody.
Hi. Thank you. You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not really organized tonight. Yeah. Anyway, I can't even talk at all. I have a lot of ideas and comments, and I've been making a lot of social media comments, so it's hard for me to do it in person. But my I have the concerns over the public outreach, and I'm not opposed to like an update of the zoning code because it is old and it is patched together, and a rewrite. But what I'm mainly concerned about is the blanket upzoning. I live at 7916 West Queen Court. I'm 2 blocks off Fairview Avenue. And when we bought this house in 1994, the neighborhood looked basically like this. Like, I bought an infill development, a duplex. There's commercial buildings all around, but they're all small, low traffic commercial buildings. And, you know, my main way to get out of my neighborhood is Fairview and Milwaukee. And so I'm always fighting traffic and as it is. And I'm really concerned about the possibility of 70-foot buildings lining Fairview right outside my neighborhood with basically, you know, no notice that, you know, all these commercial buildings are fairly old and they'd be subject to tear downs and turning into, you know, basically a big city. Fairview is a old country road that just developed very slowly and piecemeal, and there's still some old homes along this section of town. And I'm just very concerned that my peaceful, like people have said, my peaceful little neighborhood that we have owls, we have raccoons, we have turkeys, that it's just going to, that Fairview Avenue, it's going to change the nature of my neighborhood, which you're trying to protect. And Fairview Avenue, as it is very heavy traffic at times. The sidewalks are not complete. They're not adequate. There's no bike lanes. And there's hardly any crossings. There's miles of stretches where, you know, people can't cross. People get hit, and people do walk these neighborhoods. People without cars walk to their jobs and to the store. And so that's my main concern, is this upzoning, that it should still be done with public hearings, and it should be done on a project basis, because, you know, I'm concerned that, you know, my neighborhood all of a sudden is going to turn into duplexes, and which is fine. I live in a duplex, but, you know, 7-story apartments shading my neighborhood without notice. So, like I said, I'm not opposed to updating the code, streamlining it, but I'm very concerned about, especially Fairview Avenue and State Street, turning it into even more of a nightmare of cars, because people do not walk everywhere. People cannot walk everywhere. As people age, they need to ride in cars, and we live in a rural state. People drive to see their parents in different cities. So that's what I had to say. So I don't think it's time to pass it yet without modifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. And next,
Lorinda Williams.
Lorinda, welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your patience for staying an hour later than you all had planned. You truly define public servants with these hearings, and I greatly appreciate it. My name is Lorinda Williams. Most people call me Rindy. We currently rent a home on 27th Street in the North End. We moved back into Boise in 2018, and I felt very fortunate to find a rental after we lost out on 5 bids in 6 weeks on 5 different homes in 2018, during the time when real estate prices were escalating rapidly in the Boise metro area. I grew up in Boise, and I attended Boise public schools, and I am a BSU graduate. After living in the Seattle, Washington area, and Albuquerque, New Mexico, and down the freeway in Meridian for 2 decades, I was elated to be able to return to Boise, which has always been where my heart felt most at home. I grew up riding my bike around Boise. I played at Camel's Back before it was a park. I no longer ride my bike as much as I used to, because when it's cold, my old arthritic legs can't stand it. But I appreciate that we have alternative forms of transportation in Boise. It's very important that that continues. I believe that the zoning code rewrite can be a useful tool to help secure Boise's future. The last time the city code was substantially revised, I was in elementary school, and I now am considered a senior citizen. Our city desperately needs more affordable housing. I've watched our adult children struggle to find rentals and affordable homes to purchase in our city. When there are over 100 applications to rent a 2-bedroom apartment that costs $2,000 a month to rent, something has got to change. We must create incentives to make housing readily available for everyone that wants to live and work in Boise. I want our young adults to be able to stay here and to afford to buy homes. I want to be able to stay in Boise on our retirement income. I read today that Boise has actually lost 1,400 residents in the last year. I don't think anybody really wants to leave our city, but they can't afford to remain here. So I am in favor of the zoning code rewrite, although it isn't perfect. I see it as kind of a living document that can be changed as needed in the future. Planning and zoning needs to make further allowances for notification of proposed buildings projects to residents and allow time for feedback. Neighborhood associations are not equipped to communicate with all of their residents about new projects. The neighborhood associations can provide grassroots leadership, but all of them are made up of volunteers and they have very limited budgets. I currently volunteer as a NINA board member. I think that the administration and the city council have done a great job of listening to the neighborhood associations, and I want this positive relationship to continue. I feel that neighborhood associations are the most basic form of political involvement on a local level. I believe that we cannot let sprawl be the only way to grow the housing supply in our community. It would be better to see Boise's skyline rise upwards than to continue to have the city's footprint creep out into the foothills.
Rindy,
We won't. Is
Madam
it
Mayor.
time?
you're
Okay.
at time, but you've got a question from Councilmember Halliburton.
So
Okay,
on our very first day of public hearings, we had a lot of different neighborhood associations come in. I don't think we had anyone from North End Neighborhood Association, and I'm just curious, since you work with them, if you have any thoughts or comments on the amount of testimony time that you think would be valuable. Right now on the current proposal, it would be 5 minutes of guaranteed time, and some folks have been asking for more. Other folks have been saying that there shouldn't be any guaranteed time, and I'm curious if you have any input on that.
I think we need at least 10 to 15 minutes. And the reason none of us came this time is we made detailed comments during the planning and zoning commissions and nothing hearings, and nothing had substantially changed. We did a lot of listening sessions, and we Drew Alexander, who is on our board, was on the Citizens Advisory Committee, and we did everything we could to try and inform the neighborhood about what was happening. Our main concern was that we need more time to respond on projects, and that we just aren't equipped to notify residents of what's happening. That still needs to be part of planning and development services. And even if they have to hire someone, if that's all they do is notify residents, I think that is incredibly important. And I'd also like to reiterate that it would be great if we could get a historical survey overlay redone in the
Lorinda,
northern.
because it's so late and we got your answer
let you
10 to
go.
15 minutes,
Yeah,
I'm gonna cut this off.
I really
That's
do
fine.
appreciate your answer.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you. And we've got one more.
Esther Seha.
Esther Seha.
Yeah.
You have the.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. You have the honor of being the last member of the public to testify.
In all of my
Oh,
years. I've
nope,
never
Shellen
had that
Rodriguez
honor.
will have that honor.
Oh,
Esther
okay.
Seha. Oh my goodness. I asked
Okay.
you earlier.
So
No, I asked if there was anybody in the room that wanted to testify. Of course, you can come up and testify. We're going to take Esther and then you and then Shellen online for the last comment. So Esther, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Esther Seha, 3901 North Cambria Way, Boise. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment. I ask that you approve the proposed zoning rewrite. I have been involved in the Boise community for over 2 decades, attending P&Z, city council meetings, and other city-related activities. I have also been involved in my neighborhood association off and on for many years. In all of the years I've engaged on city and county-related issues, the city's outreach efforts on the zoning rewrite has been the best I have seen come out of any municipality in the Treasure Valley. I also say this as someone with outreach experience. Last summer, the Collister Neighborhood Association organized localized outreach. We divided our neighborhood into 4 distinct areas. We scheduled a neighborhood meeting in each one of those areas. We sent out an email to our listserv, which is about 300 emails. Please note, we have about 3,927 housing units in our neighborhood alone. We mailed out postcards, thanks to the assistance of Energize Boise, to each household, and we displayed sandwich boards in key street corners days prior to the events. We wanted to hear from our neighbors on their neighborhood/city concerns. In the end, we had less than 30 people attend the total 4 meetings. I share this point with you because you can do the most robust outreach possible, and still there's no guarantee that every resident or that 90% of the residents will partake or participate in any manner. So this notion that the city has not done a good job of outreach, as someone who has been involved in city activities and, as I said, outreach experience, this has been the best I have seen come out of 2 mayoral sessions. So, and lastly, I have rented in the Vista, East End, and BSU neighborhoods, and now as a homeowner in the Collister neighborhood, I welcome diverse housing types in my neighborhood, renters and owners alike. I will note, since 1995, since I lived in Boise, I have never lived in a single family home. I've only lived in duplexes, townhouses, and a very small 300 square foot garage. So again, this is a lot of information that you guys are taking in, but I urge you to move forward and approve this. And I guess I want to note something. Over and over again, there's been conversations about communication and neighborhood notifications. I think neighborhood notifications are really important. And I think that the city should entertain maybe modifying what has been proposed thus far. And I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Esther, very much. Oh, come on up. Yep. Hey
Thank you,
there.
Madam Mayor. Appreciate it.
Good to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you all. My name is Ethan Mansfield. I'm testifying on behalf of myself, not my company. 4409 West Albion Street, Boise, Idaho, 83705. I would first like to just say that I love the concept that Bailey introduced a few testimonies ago, that it's about people development, not so much about land development. I think that's an incredible concept that we often forget when we talk about developers versus normal people. We're all people living in this city and we all want to see it grow and thrive. Vibrant people create vibrant cities, and that in turn attracts vibrant people. So it starts with people, and we need to make room for everyone, from baristas to CEOs. And I think this modern zoning code does a fantastic job of achieving that. I'm going to quickly offer 3 observations that I've seen in my time as a city planner and also with someone within the development community that I think could make this code a lot better at creating housing opportunities for everybody. And I'll offer those 3 and then I'll give examples to support them. So number 1, I think we need to make the minor land division available to people wanting to split land, not necessarily tied to the affordability or sustainability requirements or incentives in code. That's huge for me, and I'll go into it in a second. Second, parking. I think we should make parking market driven. Let the market decide parking. I'll also have an example about that I'll say in a second, but eliminate parking minimums, eliminate parking maximums. And if we can't do that, at least allow for a conditional use permit process to minimize parking to 0 and to allow as much parking as a business thinks it needs to survive. Of course, they need to demonstrate it. Of course, you need to meet the CUP findings. That's why it's a conditional use permit. I think that's would just make for a much more robust, efficient community. And finally, in the R3 zone, I think that we should be treating ADUs with a primary housing unit with an ADU the same way we treat duplexes. Right now, single family homes are prohibited in the R3 zone. I think that if we allow duplexes in the R3 zone, I think we should also allow single family homes with an ADU. Just, when you rebuild, if a fire, destroys your home, you should be able to rebuild a single family home. Just require an ADU with it. You get 2 units either way, duplex, although that typically involves renters, which I hear a lot of people complaining about. So to assuage those concerns, just allow people to rebuild a single family home with an ADU. Anyway, let me go back to the minor land division momentarily. Got 33 seconds left. I am great friends with a guy who I helped process a subdivision. He's a normal dude. He's not a developer. He had a 98-foot wide lot. He wanted to divide it into two. Would have been a minor land division, but he was 2 feet short on one of his lots. So he had to go through a PUD and he had to go through a subdivision. The PUD wasn't a big deal. It was fine, right? It mixes well with the neighborhood. But you know, the thing that took him the longest time was the subdivision. Now, even though he would be able to do that by right, he would still have to do a subdivision. He could not do a minor land division because minor land divisions are tied to the affordability requirements. And he's not a developer. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Have a good night.
Madam Mayor,
We've got one more.
I've got a quick question for Ethan.
Questions.
Thank you.
It's about the CUP for parking. Is the proposal that with a conditional use permit, you can go below the parking minimum and then you come and you argue for it and we grant the conditional use permit to be underparked? Is that the idea?
Councilmember Bajent, that's correct.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, a question. I have a question on the R3 zone. I need clarity. Are you saying that if you allow single family, you have to have an ADU, or you just want single family available on the R3 zone?
Well, I can appreciate, Councilmember Willetts, I can appreciate staff's desire to densify the R3 zone by not allowing.
Did you just go to the answer?
Yeah, I think we should allow single family dwellings with an ADU. I'm happy that to include the ADU requirement. I don't think it should just be a single family home.
Okay, thank you.
Shellen Rodriguez.
Great. Shellen, you're up.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thanks. I've never done this.
And
on
we
my
can
phone
see you
before.
now too.
Oh, good. Hi. Shellen Rodriguez, 520 West Idaho is my business address, and my home address is here in the East End at 529 Hillview Drive, for the record. I had no intention of being the closer, so I'll try to make it really quick. But thank you very much to the folks that I'm talking with tonight for your leadership in this realm, but also I really wanted to express my gratitude to staff. And Tim Keene, director, has really, I think, led the team in recreating this modern zoning code in a way that we should be really proud of. So I'm here to not only express my gratitude to staff and leadership, but also to wholeheartedly support the code rewrite. But with that said, I was on the Citizens Advisory Committee. And with that said, I want to kind of offer my perspective, both as a mom and as a business owner, but as someone who lives and breathes affordable and workforce housing development and consulting. And so a couple things that I think we should be cognizant of as we move this thing forward is one, I think I have like 4 different points that I'll try to go through pretty quick. But one is housing development, and all real estate development takes a lot of time and a lot of risk. So as we know, we're going to have to look at this on maybe an annual basis, is what I've heard. Just be very cognizant of making sure that the code is not being changed too quickly and too often. And I don't say that because I don't think it needs to be revisited. It does. I say that because it needs to be certain. I think the most meaningful way to create an equitable city and to create trust between local government, developers, and the community members is to have a code that is certain and provides predictability for all parties. So I think this code aims to do that, and we need to revisit it on occasion to make sure, but let's do that in a strategic and meaningful way. Affordability incentives, which is just a few pages in the long code. It's 11-04-03. I would urge you to decouple both the affordability and the sustainability, and I can talk more about that if desired. I know the Citizens Advisory Committee wrestled with it, and I was on sort of the losing side of that argument, but I just wanted to say it out loud and for the record. Fourth, or I guess the third point, is a little bit unrelated to housing, but it does go hand in hand. Daycares is a very difficult business to run, and we have a massive shortage in this valley. And I would look at the code to see if the definition of large daycares is still reasonable. I think it's at about 25 students based on the square foot, or 25 kiddos. And it's really not approved use in very many zones. So I'd like to see that perhaps revisited. I'm not a daycare developer by any means, but they do go hand in hand with multifamily housing oftentimes. Lastly, I heard a couple comments that I just want you to be wary of. Going up to 120% for homeownership would make development very hard. And I do think that the more predictability that developers can have, the more affordability you will get. And with that, I will close.
Thank you, Shellen. Questions?
Madam Mayor. Shellen, I have one quick question for you. And can you just give me the 3-sentence version of your concern with coupling sustainability and affordability versus severing them with the word and?
Yes.
I'm
yes,
sorry, with the word
Councilman-
or. I'm sorry.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Councilmember Bajan. I think the short answer is I understand why they are coupled, but as currently written, the onus of sustainable development is put solely on affordable housing providers. So therefore, I would argue if you decouple those, you are more greatly incentivizing both affordability and sustainability. In other words, if somebody wants to come in and build a net zero, off the grid, in the middle of the town, multifamily development, I think we would all say that was super cool. And there's no incentive for anyone to do that in our code as I understand it currently, unless you're also doing affordability. But there are costs, and you can't increase the costs of a development and expect rents to go down. I think I answered the question. It might not have been 3 sentences.
You did. It was 5 sentences, but it was a perfect answer. Thank you very much, Shellen.
So Shellen, I'd be curious to know what you would say to the NeighborWorks CEO that pointed out that energy bills, water bills, heating bills impact affordability. And so they've chosen to build with a sustainable approach in mind. 'Cause that's what I'm concerned about, is that you end up cheapening the housing that's affordable, which makes it more expensive in the long run, either for those that are building to hold, which jacks up rents, or unfortunately for those that most need the support and who are most impacted by climbing energy bills.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, it's a great question. And I work a lot with Bud. And so I imagine that's who maybe had those comments.
It was Bud. And I think that was probably the crux of the citizen advisory. Part of the citizen advisory discussion as well. But I'm curious to know your reaction to Bud's statement.
Yeah, no, I agree with him. I agree that creating highly energy efficient units, depending on the funding source, usually does help create affordability. But the way that your code is written, it also requires things like an all electric building. And so that isn't always the best for the development or the renters, especially say you're building a duplex or a fourplex and you're using a few of those units to get your affordability bonus. But you want to provide a gas stove because your market, even at 120%, people still want gas stoves. And there's a lot of question about how to do heat pumps in winter climates. It's doable. It just makes it harder. And when you make it harder, you make it less likely to happen. So I would just say, I totally concur with Bud. There's a difference between the way your incentive is written and just being generally energy efficient. Does that?
Yeah, I appreciated the citizen advisory's ultimate decision there. Because when we see what's happened at the legislature and elsewhere, if we aren't creating incentives to ensure that people are taken care of in the long run, in the short term, they might not be. So that's a statement, just a reaction to you.
Yes.
Because I know it was a robust discussion that's been had at many levels. I'm going to close the public hearing portion of this. I want to thank everybody that has joined us the last couple of days. We've thanked the staff and the Citizens Advisory Committee quite a bit. I put a lot of stock and weight into the recommendations that that advisory committee made, as well as one entity that we haven't thanked as much is the Planning and Zoning Commission, that also spent days and days hearing from the public, did quite a bit of deliberation, and delivered us quite a list of recommendations to sort through as well. So thank you to everybody that was involved. And I want to thank the public, and especially as we've talked more and more the last couple of days, how apparent it has become that we all continue to care deeply about this place, but importantly, the people, because this is about people helping people, and we want to do all we can to help the people that want to help people. Tomorrow, staff will start with some presentations. We've asked them to bring to us the information based on questions that council members have had. And we will, so when we open, there will be further staff presentations, and then we'll have discussion with the council. All right, thank you all very much. We are adjourned.